Hi, everybody. Hi. Oh my God. Okay, so listen, there's a huge mess going on. Drama with Chanel. So I've been held up by Chanel. I guess we're going to talk about all of that on Saturday. Let's jump right straight into the court case, you guys. Yes, I've been dealing with Chanel this whole time. Hello, Nicole. Hello, Aisha. Hello, Miri. Hello, Sharon. Cole. Hello, Orsi. Hello, Jack. Hello, Gloria Recinos, Blonde and Chatty. Audrey. Ellen. Everybody. Debbie. Hi. I'm drinking mate tea with bubbly water, so no alcohol. This is not a beer for whoever thinks it's a beer. Hey, Nina. Hey, Ellie. All right, you guys, I'm super sorry I'm late. Chanel held me up. Let's go into court. Let's go into court, babies. Somebody get me up to date. What happened this far?
So over the last 10 or 12 years, it's been about 50-50. So I spent half my time working as a consultant and the other half working with lawyers on their cases.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to qualify Catherine Arnold as an expert in the entertainment industry, standards and practices, and related economic damages.
All right. Any objection? All right. So moved.
Thank you.
Hi, Maria Barbeau.
Now, you have a dual role here as an expert, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're going to be testifying with respect to Mr. Depp's challenges to or claims of damages, and you're also going to be testifying to Amber Heard's damages, correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to start you with Mr. Depp's claims for damages.
Okay.
With respect to Mr. Depp's claim damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to assess any alleged damages that the op-ed piece in the Washington Post that Ms. Heard wrote, whether that impacted his career in any way, particularly did he lose any income or any economic opportunities because of the op-ed piece specifically.
All right. And have you been asked to limit that to the period of December 18, 2018, with the date of the op-ed, through November 2, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what materials did you review in making your analysis?
There were a lot of documents. I reviewed the pleadings of the case, the complaints, the discovery items, the responses to what they call interrogatories, which are the questions that the lawyers ask both sides. I reviewed Mr. Depp's deposition testimony, which there
Thank
were
you, baby
volumes of
Firefly.
that, as well as Ms. Heard's. I also reviewed the deposition testimony of the experts that were proffered that had to do with the entertainment industry, the agents and the management teams of both sides. Ron Schnell, the data expert. I also reviewed emails and texts between the parties, between their families, between their management teams, the audio recordings, the visual recordings that have been presented in this case and the previous cases that have been involved in the last couple of years. I also did my own independent research from general publicity and press and investigative articles, as well as those that are specific to the entertainment industry, and utilized some entertainment industry specific sources to get some information that was helpful to my case, to the case.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Please describe for the jury your observations with respect to Mr. Depp's career trajectory.
Oh, she has an outfit today.
Well, Mr. Depp has had an extraordinary
I'm just jumping
career
in now,
over
you guys.
many years, so it's a long one to look at. Obviously, he was a rising star in the late 80s and in the 90s, starting with 21 Jump Street, and you've heard, all the films that I'm sure he's been in. He really started to break through when he worked with Tim Burton, the director, and
Oh my God,
and
Kate
of
Moss is
course,
gonna be
his character,
testifying?
Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean was, world renowned. And probably his biggest role. And he was, a well-liked, both critically and within the industry and within the public as a movie star. Same time,
Yeah, Jesus, she looks like Kristen Stewart because
his behavior
she looks like she's wearing a Chanel bow. Looks
both
very
on and off the
Chanel-ish, her
set,
style.
in his personal life and in his professional life,
That jacket is
start to interfere with
clashes with her skin tone, actually.
what
That
we would
beige
say
doesn't
what
suit
everybody
Amber
saw
Heard
was
very
his
well.
great
The
talent.
hair color also
And-
clashes that jacket color. Oh, okay. No internet. Hey, Aisha, Orsi, Gloria. Well, okay, while this thing is loading, I am going to discuss with you more
It
Chanel.
started.
Oh, it's back. Okay.
There's some stories of issues that started back in the 80s and the 90s, but I would say really in the mid 2000s,
Natalie, yes, very Colonel
between
Sanders, little bow.
2006 and 10,
Hey, T-Pal.
is
Hey,
when
Sunset
the
Moonlight.
behavior started affecting his work to a certain extent in terms of lateness on set. And then, as Ms. Jacobs, his talent agent, discussed with you in her deposition, it really started affecting
beige.
her ability to get roles and the industry's willingness to work with him, given the issues that he was having with both behavior, tardiness, drinking, and the drug abuse, and other issues in his personal life. So it got more complicated for her to find him work, and I think it got harder for production companies and studios to hire him due to the challenges that would put on
Hey,
a production.
Shanita.
And
Hey,
when
Laura
did Mr.
Sparkles.
Depp's career downturn begin, based on your review of all the record evidence?
Well, again, according to Ms. Jacobs, his agent, she mentioned that it started getting more challenging for her around 2010. The lateness on set was being made, she was being made aware of that more and more often from production executives and the producers that she was
Yeah, the
working
hair
with
looks
on the Pirates movie.
okay.
And not only Pirates, it
She had
continued
worse hair
on,
days, for sure.
on the other films,
But that
including
color of
Mordecai
jacket, not her
and
color.
Murder on the Orient Express.
I will, Orsi, thanks.
And
I'm not going to lean backwards.
in around 2014, when he had the appearance, it was presumed that he was under the effects of alcohol at the Hollywood Film Awards in 2014.
Objection, Your Honor. Non-responsive.
She's answering the career downturn. Your Honor.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Thank you.
Oh, look at her, Sat.
In
Thank you.
2014, when Mr. Depp appeared in the Hollywood Film Awards, Ms. Jacobs received many phone calls from
Karen.
both producers, casting
Karen,
directors, and production
Karen,
executives
Karen
asking
energy,
her what
big
is going on with
time.
your client, why, what's going on with his behavior, can we get him under control?
She was just about to say, can I speak to your manager? Oh, no, the
Pirates
judge is the
5
manager.
movie
Oh.
in Australia with,
Thank
again,
you.
the lateness and the issues with the singer that stopped production and things of that nature, and then it got harder and harder.
Now, based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn?
Objection. No foundation.
Overruled.
Can you please repeat the question?
Based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn? And I realize you've said a number of those, so just, is there anything else?
Sure. Well, we talked about the erratic behavior, the tardiness, the drugs and alcohol abuse, and the lawsuits have had a really big impact, not just this lawsuit, but previous lawsuits that Mr. Depp has been involved with, because there's a lot of publicity around anything that he does. And
yeah, but the
every
lawsuit
time
started
he
because
has
of the
filed a
op-ed.
lawsuit, it has brought to light various issues with
they're suing
respect
because
to
of the
whatever
op-ed.
that lawsuit was about, whether it was about, erratic behavior or domestic abuse or drugs and alcohol, and even spending habits. So every time a lawsuit has been filed, the press and the publicity has just been charged up and brought everything back to light. And it's been
Oh,
an
Jack, no,
unfortunate
I didn't hear about the
problem
Karens.
on that level for the industry to continue
That's
to
so
work
funny.
with him, even though all this is out in the public.
For the films that were shortly before
Oh, yeah,
Pirates
Caitlyn Jenner
5,
vibes. Yeah,
how
Debbie.
successful were they?
Caitlyn Jenner, you guys.
We're talking Mordecai, Alice Through the Looking Glass. I think you testified to some of those. The Lone Ranger.
Subscribe, you
Tonto.
guys. Subscribe to my
Right.
channel. Let's try to
Objection
reach
compound.
1,000 subscribers so I pop some bully.
Of course, Mr. Depp has
And
had
you-
some
you
extremely,
partake in the
obviously
chats
extremely
when you
successful
subscribe.
films, but also
I ordered
in the,
hamburgers, by the way.
4 or 5 years
Fries
prior,
and hamburgers are
through
coming in about
Pirates,
30
there
minutes.
were films that didn't do well at all and were considered what the industry calls a bomb, which could have been Alice Through the Looking Glass, The Transcendence, the Lone Ranger, and Mordecai were films that just didn't perform.
Yeah, the hair and
although they
tan,
were
Debbie. The tan is very,
valued in their financing based
Caitlyn
on
Jenner.
Mr. Depp's star quality and acting ability. Unfortunately, they just didn't perform. So as
everything
many hits as
allegedly.
he's had,
Right,
he's
right,
also had
Sunset
a lot
Moonlight.
of
Everything I
recent,
say
what
in
they
this
call
video
failures
is
in
for
the business.
entertainment purposes only. Just my
And
opinion,
What, if
no
anything,
fact.
did Mr. Depp do with respect to showing up for a press conference in Japan for Mordecai?
Ms. Jacobs mentioned in her deposition testimony that Mr. Depp didn't show up for the press conference in Mordecai,
Ms.
which he
Dacob?
was not only an
Ms.
actor
Dacob?
for.
What did Ms. Dacob
He was
say?
also a producer, and he
say
didn't show up.
anything.
Apparently,
Nothing.
he
I
was
don't know her.
sleeping,
Barely
so
know
he
her.
wasn't able to make it.
Now, what, if any, impact did the Brooks litigation have on Mr. Depp's career?
Is the jury familiar with this already, or?
Well, I think you can, I mean,
Okay, so the Brooks litigation was, there was a litigation around Mr. Depp had punched someone on one of the, I think it was a location manager on the set
Oh.
of a film called City of Lies. I don't know exactly what happened to that litigation. However, of course, again, it was written a lot about in the press, and unfortunately came to the forefront that he had, violent behavior yet again.
so in 2018, and I'm going to say before the op-ed on December 18, 2018,
Right.
was there any negative articles, negative press about Mr. Depp?
For quite
Yeah,
a while,
Jesus,
when
you
you're a
can
celebrity
feel the
such
mean
as Mr.
spirit
Depp, you're in the
oozing, right?
limelight, and everybody wants to look at everything that happens. So after every movie or after every incident, there was usually press. But the ones that were more significant were the ones in the Hollywood, a couple of them in the Hollywood Reporter and one in the
BB.
Rolling Stone. So in 2017, there was an article in the Hollywood Reporter where the journalist discussed, I think the article was called Pirates of the Caribbean, The Diminishing Returns of Johnny Depp. And that Pirates, the last one was 5, right? And that one didn't perform nearly as well as the other previous Pirates of the Caribbean films. And there was some discussion that the character...
Objection. Hearsay, Your Honor.
I think you could explain generally.
Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you this. When was that Hollywood Reporter article on diminishing returns of Johnny Depp?
That was in the spring of 2017.
Okay. And you said, and I just want to make sure we understand, how well did Pirates 5 do compared to 1 through 4?
It performed less well by over $200 million.
Okay. What, if any, other negative press was there in this time frame? We'll take 2017, 2018, before the op-ed.
So in 2018, there was the Rolling Stones article that was an in-depth expose on Mr. Depp's life. Again, his erratic behavior, the money he was spending on wine.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can give generally, Your Honor, the negative.
Sustained.
All right.
Success.
What, if
Sunset
any,
Moonlight. I love how Amber's team criticizes every single witness
whether Disney
brought forward by
saw
Johnny
the Rolling
because
Stone
they
article.
weren't there, yet
There were
their
emails
experts sound all-knowing
between
about the DV.
the publicity department and the co-chairs and some of the senior executive Disney that they would forward the articles as they came out, both the Hollywood Reporter article and the Rolling Stones article, and they would make commentary. And Alan Horn, who is the one of the co-chairs of Disney, used the word sad, and I think one of the other executives used depressing, that their film star was now being shown in this light to the public in a Rolling Stones.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
All right. Was there any more articles about Pirates of the Caribbean prior to the op-ed in December of 2018?
There was an article in October 28th, the Hollywood Reporter, October 28th, 2018, where the journalist had spoken to two writers of the film, and they were talking
Objection,
about rebooting
hearsay.
the franchise.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, and she's just giving the general. She's not.
Approach.
Yeah, you're, oh my God, Elaine! She's doing it again! A little rhyme. Elaine is doing it again. Not every movie in a franchise does well, Karen, says BB. I agree. And by the way, by the time you hit number 5 in the franchise, you best believe it's not going to be as successful as 1 or 2. It's just, that's how it goes. We'll go. That's how it goes. So you can't just, it underperformed by 200 mil, like less than the prior one by $200 million. I did not hear her say if it performed less by $200 million as opposed to the 4th installment of Pirates of the Caribbean, or if it performed 200 million compared to all 4 prior. So that's kind of like lacking really for me the actual precision in the answer, because it makes it sound like the way she said it makes it sound like Pirates of the Caribbean 5 went into minus, like, oh my gosh, $200 million, it flopped, when in reality she didn't say how much it actually earned. So it's tricky. Yeah, she didn't specify.
So without saying what the article said, say what it's about.
Okay. So in October 28th, the article was about whether the Pirates of the Caribbean
Objection,
franchise
hearsay.
would be rebooted without.
Overruled.
Please continue.
In the article in October 2018 was about whether or not the Pirates franchise was going to be what they call redefined without Johnny Depp, and that was
Hey, Gloria.
regarding two
Yes,
writers that
Dacob.
were on
That's
the,
why they
the
stick to
project.
number 3 usually.
Okay.
Gotcha.
And
There's one other one I'd like
Okay,
to
go ahead,
about.
please.
So there was another article, there was an expose on the president and production. It was also in the Hollywood Reporter. And this is the one that Mr. Marks, Mr. Depp's expert, pointed to regarding the op-ed's impact on Mr. Depp's career. And the online article was, as Mr. Marks pointed out, published on December 20th of 2018. But the same article was in print on the morning of December 18th, 2018, which is the same morning of the op-ed. So that Hollywood Reporter article that Mr. Marks used to say...
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
please continue.
Mr. Marks had used that article to show that Disney wanted to let go of Mr. Depp because of the op-ed, but it was actually printed in the Reporter the same morning that the Washington Post article was printed. So there's no way that the Washington Post article had any impact on what the Hollywood Reporter journalist wrote. So they were on the same morning. They were released simultaneously, interestingly enough.
And the one that was 2 days later was the same article, just online?
Same article, it was just online, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Now, what, if anything, was there about press in 2018 relating to the Sun and Dan Wooten and any litigation that
Right,
Mr. Depp
so-
was bringing?
So a lot of press was about the
Kinda
UK
pep up
trial
the
in the
court.
lawsuit that Mr. Depp brought against the Sun in the UK about the wife beater title that they used. So there was a ton of press around that, both at the time that it was filed and throughout as documents were being shared with the public, and then, of course, during the trial itself.
Okay. And what is your understanding of when the article, the wife beater article, first appeared?
I believe it was in July of 2018, about 6 months before the op-ed piece.
And what is your understanding of when Mr. Depp filed suit against the Sun and Mr. Wooten?
Again, in 2018, I believe.
Okay, June, would it be? Would that, would it refresh your recollection?
It was in the spring or summer of, it was fairly shortly after the article, so it was long before the op-ed piece was out.
Okay. And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's litigation in the Sun case have on his career?
That was a really tough one on Mr. Depp's career because everything, every allegation of abuse and every text, every email, all the audio, all the visual stuff was brought to light and made public. And so not only did the public get to see it, but the industry was watching closely. And it's hard for studios, especially a studio like Disney, who's family oriented, be connected to a star that has texts about burnt corpses and violent behavior in video. So it was a big conflict for a lot of the people in the industry to how to navigate that if they're going to work with a star.
And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's other litigation against Mandel and Bloom have during that time period?
As I was trying to say earlier, every time Mr. Depp brings a lawsuit, because he's such a well-known public figure, the spotlight goes on him. So every time a lawsuit was filed, whether it was to his against his business manager, against his former lawyer, even when he fired his talent agent, it becomes news. And then everybody talks about what could have preceded that. Why would that lawsuit have happened? And then they look at the details. So again, the erratic behavior and the financial issues and the drinking and drug abuse was all part and parcel of every one of those. And it was brought to light yet again each time.
What is your understanding of Mr. Depp's claims regarding Pirates of the Caribbean 6 and how that impacted?
Well, Mr. Depp is claiming that he's lost money on Pirate 6, but Pirate 6 hasn't even been made yet, nor is there even a script that has been what we call greenlit, moved towards production. So I don't know how you lose something that hasn't happened. So I think that's what you're
That's
looking for
stupid.
me
It
to-
hasn't
And in
happened
fact,
because
since Mr. Depp's damages are limited November
what's going down?
2020 and nothing since, and that hasn't happened.
I'm sure there's a
is there
Pirates
any
of
way
the
he could
Caribbean
claim
6
damages for Pirate
script,
6?
Well, you-
several of
Objection
them, and
leading.
some
Overruled.
moguls.
Again, you can't claim damages for something that hasn't even
Drawer.
happened, whether he was in it or not in it, or
Of
was
Disney.
going to be in it, or might have been in it, whether it was 2018 or now. There just is no Pirate 6.
think she's a witness because she's like a
Not only
professional
did he
from the
not have a
industry, so they're
contract,
paying her to
even
be
back in
here?
the day, 2018 or after that, no contract had been signed for a Pirate 6. It doesn't exist as we.
Objection, legal conclusion.
Sustain the last part.
How do you know he doesn't have a legal contract?
Elaine.
Well, Ms. Jacobs said he didn't have a legal contract, and also his agents at CAA said he had not yet negotiated a contract for Pirate 6. And again, there is no script, so they haven't greenlit it, as we say. They don't have it cast or the director
Elaine,
yet.
so elegantly
Okay.
and affluently, without
Based on your
words.
analysis, what, if any, impact did Ms. Heard's op-ed have on whether Mr. Depp could claim a loss for Pirate 6?
Zero.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Again, well, many things. The movie doesn't exist yet, so that's one. But even as important is that Disney, in their file for this trial, did not have the op-ed piece as part of all of the information.
Help me
they
reach
had
1,000
read and looked about
subbies.
and
You guys are
discussed.
going to post a link at the top of the chat.
Conversations of Mr. Depp not being in whatever new version
And I'm gonna
of
pin it to the
Pirates,
top.
The franchise that goes forward, those were in discussions long before the
Subscribe. Let's
op-ed
reach
piece
1,000K.
even came
Whoop,
out.
whoop.
And there are other factors that Disney was considering, the lateness on set, the cost overruns that costs, which can go from hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars when you have crews sitting around for 2 to 4 hours, 8 hours, or even several weeks to a month when the finger incident happened. So on top of that, Mr. Depp is an expensive actor. He can earn between $20 and $25 million per movie plus back end. So it's very expensive. So when you put that all together, the rising cost of Mr. Depp's talent, the challenges that they had to keep it on budget because of his lateness and his tardiness, and all the other allegations that would affect a brand such as Disney, right? Someone talks about a burnt corpse does not necessarily coincide with the brand of Disney. So there were many problems. And interestingly enough, there was a lot of conversation internally in the industry.
Objection, hearsay.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained, that you can't say it's hearsay.
All right. Please continue
Yeah,
without
it's like
saying
literally,
what the discussion
it's
in the
okay
industry
to use
was.
hearsay, says Elaine, and the judges,
The Jack Sparrow
literally
character
it's
had
not.
been
What the hell?
exhausted in terms of where it could go creatively. And I think the studio is looking for a way for it to renew the franchise, but not necessarily base it entirely on the Jack Sparrow character, which is where it had ended up the last couple of years.
Okay, and
Evidenced by the lesser box office of Pirates 5 compared to the earlier ones.
right, and
Yeah, Talia. Hi,
was
Talia,
there
by the
any
way. Yes, he's
article
worth the
that
money
came
if he
out
gets people
on
into
November
the theater.
5, 2020, 3 days after the damages are cut off relating to Pirates of the Caribbean and Mr. Depp's chances of being
Elaine
Jack Sparrow?
single-handedly tried to make
I think they
hearsay
reiterated the
acceptable
fact that he
in
was
court.
probably not going to
She
be
just
in
tried it, you
the
guys.
movie.
And had she managed, this would have been
Now,
precedent
what
for
impact
the
has the
future.
op-ed had
But
on
Elaine did
Mr.
it in
Depp's
2022,
career?
Your Honor. Why can't I?
Very little. Hardly anybody even knew the op-ed existed before he filed suit.
Okay,
If anybody that I know, but certainly not Disney.
okay. And what impact has the op-ed had on Mr. Depp's Q scores?
She literally called it op-head.
According to what I read of Mr. Alan Jacobs, an expert in statistical analysis, and from my own research on websites that are available to us, Mr. Depp's Q score, or if you're familiar with IMDb, which is Internet Movie Database, which is available to public and to the professional side, his Q score did not change dramatically. It was kind of in the middle of exactly the high and low of his Q scores overall. It was in the middle. It was at like 113, which is where it was a couple weeks before and a couple weeks after. So the op-ed didn't have any effect
Come on,
on his
Vogue.
Q score, and that was reiterated by Mr. Jacobs in his deposition testimony.
And then you testified in response to an earlier question I had that people, or that
Queen.
nobody seemed to notice the op-ed until Mr. Depp filed suit. Now, that was on March 1, 2019. Do you recall?
Yes, that's when
Okay.
the lawsuit was filed.
And why do you say that they didn't notice until then?
Because the op-ed piece for most people in the industry kind of came and went without much fanfare or much conversation. It was much more about I don't think very many people even know it was written until the allegations were made by Mr.
Hey,
Depp
Michelle
in the
Crawford,
lawsuit.
Laura Sparkles.
It kind of came in and out of the radar very quickly, if anybody
Disney
even saw
has
it at
hurt
all.
themselves, especially when
All
a
right.
child gets killed by an alligator in
Between
the
December
park.
18, 2018 and November 2020, November 2, 2020, our window here.
Audrey.
Has Mr. Depp continued to star in
Johnny
films?
smells good today.
So, Mr. Depp, so the article came, the op-ed piece came out December
Not for you.
2018 and 20 of
There's the dough.
2018.
There's the
December-
dough.
I'm sorry. In January and February of 2019, he shot a film called Minamata, which was an independent film that it was what we call a passion project. He loved the script and wanted to do it. So he was able to film that after the op-ed piece. And then the Dior campaign, Sauvage, I don't know the
course
exact
he's
dates
wearing
of
Sa-
filming,
oh,
but I know that
Sauvage.
it did
No, he's
air
wearing
throughout
Sauvage.
2019.
You best believe.
And it's my understanding that he still may have that contract with Dior, so he continued
ARN.
that product endorsement. And then in in the spring and the fall, I believe it was, Mr. Depp was able to do press for the film Waiting for the Barbarians. He went to the Deauville Film Festival. He went to the Venice Film Festival. He was well received
Oh,
at
honey,
the press
he's sitting with the
conferences.
Barbarians in court right
life
now,
was
honey.
at the same level for him in terms of his
Maggie.
popularity over in Europe. They
Maggi.
were still, he was still working on press for the films. And then, of course, he was scheduled to film Fantastic Beasts in early November of 2020.
And
They did
that's
some really
no
good
longer the
bronzer
case, is
on
that
him.
correct?
He
Objection, Your Honor.
looks bronzed for the gods.
What's the objection?
Can we approach?
Okay.
Johnny has been watching my live stream on Saturday. What can I tell you? And he knows all the bronzers I've unboxed last Saturday. By the way, checked out the oil. So it sedimentates. All the gold falls to the bottom if you don't shake it. This is not a mistake. I just love to see the oil.
And that's no longer the case, correct, on Fantastic
mix it and
Beasts?
then all the
I don't
gold
want you
goes
to
up
say anything
again?
more than that. That's no longer,
It's no longer the case, correct.
he's no longer in that film, correct?
He was paid for it, but he does not star in the film.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if any, effect did the op-ed have on Mr. Depp's fan following?
I don't know I don't think it had any effect on his fan following. Again, his Q scores didn't shift, and he clearly has a strong fan base.
Well, then
In your
why
opinion,
would Disney not make a
what
movie
or
with him?
who has caused the damage, if there is any, to Mr. Depp on his career and
Thank you, Michelle
reputation
Crawford.
between December 18,
Hope you get 1,000
2018
subscribers
and
soon.
November
Thank
2,
you. I hope so
2020?
too.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Mr.
Hey,
Depp.
Gavin.
And why do you say that?
Yeah, what if any?
Well, again, filing the lawsuits,
What if any
bringing to
barbarians
light
are sitting in court
the
today?
issues, is Mr. Depp doing that on his own accord?
Yeah,
and
Camille is touchy today. She very
any
needy.
statements that were made
Very, very needy today.
by his team, Mr. Waldman or anyone else, is associated with Mr. Depp, and those statements that came out, the defamatory statements, which we'll talk about in a minute, were also
Objection.
put out by Mr. Depp's team. So, in actuality,
There
he's
goes
causing his
RN
own
with the
demise
innuendos.
by
Glad to
bringing
hide his
these
wand
lawsuits
for him.
forward and continuing to kind of ignite the fire of negative publicity around both of them.
Okay.
Miss Chanel, what if any?
Are
Yes,
all of
but
your
no.
opinions
Oh,
to
yes,
within
but
a
no. There you
reasonable
go
degree
again,
of
criticizing
probability or
Coco. Don't
certainty
even go there.
with respect to Mr. Depp's damages?
Not in this
Yes.
courtroom.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
all hearsay.
Now I'm going to move you to Amber Heard's damages. With respect to Amber Heard's
Have a
claims
wonderful day,
for
Michelle. Thank
damages,
you for
on
popping
what
by.
subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to look at the
Thank you,
reputational
Jesus.
harm and
Shout out
economic
to the
loss
single
that
cell
Ms.
organisms watching the stream and
Heard
posting clips to their
incurred
troll
due to the
channels.
defamatory statements that Mr. Waldman, on behalf
know?
of Mr. Depp, made in
You know.
April of 2020 and again in June in 2020.
Yes, they
And
are
what
recasting
materials did you
Audrey. I've heard
review
they're recasting Amber in
informing your
Aquaman.
opinions?
She only apparently had around 10 to 15 minutes.
Again, many of the
screen
same
time,
materials that
or
I
7 to
reviewed
10 minutes.
for Mr. Depp's case, which was the deposition testimony, the pleadings, the discovery, all of that was included, as well as
At the cost of sounding
expert
like
testimony that was based on
terrible now,
statistical
right? Because,
analysis of negative social media
I'm not a
campaigns
woman, but-
that were created, as well as
Why am I
what
getting
happened.
PMS
I talked
vibes
to Ms. Heard's agents.
in this
I read their
courtroom today?
depositions. I talked to her
and
publicist.
Camille
I
being
read
so
her
touchy and needy,
deposition.
and she's kind of
I
grumpy
talked
and
to Ms.
slightly
Heard
bloated.
herself
I have
to
the
get a
feeling,
first-person
you know
accounting
how
of what
women, when
happened
they
from
spend a
her
lot of time
perspective
together,
after those
usually they
defamatory
align to
statements
the
were
strongest
made.
woman.
And
They align
then
their
I
cycles.
looked at the, again,
I'm telling this because
emails back and
I
forth,
lived with a lot
and
of,
texts back and
with
forth,
family members, with
with,
friends, a lot of women in my life, and
the
they
studio,
all
Warner
aligned. The
Brothers, and
cycles
other
aligned to the
producers that
strongest, the
management
alpha
team was
woman.
working with to
It's like
get
they
Ms.
all
Heard more
aligned.
work.
Okay.
I wonder who they
Now,
aligned
before
with.
I go into
wonder
the
whose
questions that I'm
cycle
gonna
they
ask, I'm
aligned
gonna
with,
go
and I
ahead
have the
just
feeling
kind of
they're all
define
having
this so
PMS
that
moments
we're all
right
on the
now.
same page going through it.
It
We've-
feels
the
like
jury
that
has
to me.
seen the
Now,
three defamatory
again,
statements. Their defendants.
feel free to
12,
come for me because I'm not a
45,
woman, obviously, so I
1246A,
shouldn't
and
even in this politically
1247.
correct world be allowed to say
And
that.
I'm
But
just
I
going
have
to
this
refer
feeling.
to
Does
them
anybody else
as
feel it
the
from the
Depp
ladies in the chat?
/ Waldman statements
know.
in asking you all these questions. Will you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Patsy Stone,
Please
presenting Patsy
describe
Stone to the
Amber
stand.
Heard's career prior to the
Hey,
publication of
Francesca
the Depp
Pagano.
Waldman
Hi,
statements.
Dacob. Subscribed only a week ago, and I'm hooked.
So
Love your
Amber's
and just
had,
like that reviews. Love from Italy. Thank you so much,
A long
Francesca.
career for someone who is,
Baci.
is fairly young still. She was in over 50 productions, I believe including Aquaman and Justice League, but let's just say close to 50 productions. Well, certainly 50
Selena,
productions
it's not a
before
myth.
the
I lived with
defamatory
a lot of
statements were
girlfriends.
made. She had, a
And
consistent
they all aligned. All aligned.
working actor's career.
Always.
Her agents
In
were
every country I was in.
strategic as
Always
she
aligned.
started getting more work, that they wanted her to work with better and better directors, to have, the
Oh,
Danish,
Patsy, you're younger
the
than I
Danish
thought.
Girl is a film that had a strong director and a strong
Yeah, you see, Audrey?
critical
3 of us at
acclaim.
work are aligned.
And
It's
then
crazy.
she went
Yep.
from that to getting
Debbie
Justice
said it happened
League,
when I
which is
worked
on
in
the bigger
Vegas. The
budget, it's a
aligning.
bigger scale movie, and then of course Aquaman and Aquaman 2.
No,
so
Nicole,
her career
you're
was
completely
following
right.
a
Nobody
very
knew who
nice,
Amber was
steady
before
rise.
Johnny.
And
I didn't.
she was on the precipice of a meteoric rise with with Aquaman and Aquaman 2 prior to the statements.
Was Aquaman a successful film in terms of box office sales?
Aquaman was an extremely successful film. It made over $1 billion, and I believe it is the
Not because of Amber
highest
Heard.
grossing DC comic film ever.
Now, what, if any, accolades did Amber receive for her role in Aquaman? And I'm going to call it, sometimes I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make
Happy
sure we
birthday,
don't get
Miri.
confused. But
Right. So in Aquaman 1,
Happy
there
birthday,
were
my love.
many emails
Happy birthday,
from
Miri
the
Lindbergh.
director and the producer and
Objection,
the
hearsay.
she's just characterizing you, and she's not quoting
Oh,
you.
happy
Well, I
belated
don't know where
birthday,
it's
Laura
going. I'll
Sparkles.
overrule at the moment.
Thank you.
she got emails
birthday,
from
ladies.
the director and the producer stating that they loved her performance and loved the
Objection,
work.
hearsay.
You can't say what the emails say, but you can summarize them or characterize them. Can you do that?
Accolading emails of accolade from her, from the director and the producer.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled as to that.
Thank you. Okay. What type of
Yeah,
press
Talia,
opportunities
if
did
they're
Amber
going to bring up
have
Johnny
prior
late to
to
set, they
the
can
Depp
mention
Waldman
Amber Heard was
statements?
reportedly hearsay, a mean
So
jerk on
the
set,
press really
and had
loved
chemistry
working
issues
with Amber.
Jason
She was on the
Momoa.
cover of many
They
magazines
could.
after The Danish Girl, after
could.
Justice League,
I agree
after
with you.
Aquaman. She was the cover girl, I think it was, of Marie Claire or Elle in the UK. She had a cover story of a big magazine in Mexico and Australia. They were, one magazine called her Woman of the Year, another one called her Role Model of the Year. So she got a lot of press. She did a lot of press, both in magazines, but also on the press tours and the press junkets that she did for the films.
And were some of those California style, Marie Claire, Elle, Shape, Glamour?
Yes, there was a lot of them.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
And there was a lot of them, so I'm not, don't remember all of
Patsy
them.
Stone
But it
wants
was,
Mo Momoa.
GQ, Elle, Marie Claire, the big magazines,
Pinky
both
Riki.
here, the UK,
Thank you.
Eastern Europe, in Latin America, and in Australia.
And what about after the release of Aquaman, which was December 2018? How was her press then?
Well, the press tour was doing well, and they wanted to give her a lot more press. And I think up until the defamatory statements came out, she was on deck to do a lot of press. And
Miri
then
says, thank you,
it-
everybody,
Objection,
for
no
celebrating with
foundation.
family and friends, and then the bunk of family.
Please
And
continue.
Laura
So
Sparkle
the
says,
press
thank
and the
you. I
request
had the
for
best
press
little
went
lingerie
silent
birthday party
after the defamatory
yesterday,
statements
and
were
a
made,
great
and
date
which
Friday.
then the negative social media campaign ensued after that.
Now,
Exactly,
what
Gloria
factors
Definos.
relating
Amber
to
Heard
social
was not the
media
reason
does the
Aquaman was a hit.
entertainment
Come on,
industry
you
rely
guys.
on when
Come on.
considering an actor for a role?
Social media becomes a big part of how studios decide to use an actor or an actress in a film because they want to know how the general public feels about them. They want to know what the consumer feels about that actor. So when there's positive social media, that's a good thing for the actor. When there's negative social media, it can be very bad because not only can social media be directed at the actor or the actress themselves, but it can also be directed towards the movie, towards the movie company, towards the product that the actor or actress is working with. So it becomes very complicated and it can get very messy to continue working with an actor or an actress if there's a lot of negative social media around them.
Okay. And after the Depp Waldman statements, what happened on social media?
After the Depp Waldman statements, social media blew up with negative tweets and Instagram posts and, Facebook posts and Snapchat and trolling, as we call it. It was just negative.
Yeah, everybody wanted Jason
According
Momoa
to
naked in
Mr.
that
Schnell,
movie.
there was
That's what
over
got the movie
1.2
money.
million negative tweets about
The
Amber
body, the beef.
using hashtags that used the words in the statement of the Depp Waldman statements, excuse me, that 1.2 million negative statements between
Allegedly.
April of 2020 and November or January of 21. It's a lot of negative publicity, and there was just a lot of what we call noise around Ms. Heard and her work of any kind.
Can you please describe to the jury what a negative social campaign is?
Maybe Amber Heard really is trying to
a
look
negative
like
social
Kristen Stewart because she
campaign
wants to
would
date
be
her.
when
She thinks Kristen Stewart is going to be
fan
her
base,
salvation
or
in Hollywood.
in this case, according to both the forensic
That's our next
statistical
victim.
analyst as well as Ms. Heard's agents and
Allegedly.
the product that she was working with, L'Oreal, and her publicist, it was a campaign that included both live accounts, live Twitter, people that actually are individuals, as well as what we call bots.
Objection. May I be heard?
All right, here come.
Not only does Caitlyn Jenner here not have any lips, but they're also frowning all the time. Something very, very mean-spirited. I just feel it. Don't come for me now. This is just my personal opinion. I feel something mean-spirited coming out of this physiognomy. Okay, and just my opinion. Okay. Okay. Hey, just yapping. Hi, fam. Here on my lunch. How you doing, sweetie? Enjoy your lunch. I ordered some burgalettes and frylets. Unhealthy snacks for me coming up.
All right. Other than the bots, please
Sunset
describe
says, I
the rest
completely
of the
agree,
social
Dacob.
media,
She's
the
giving
negative
bad
social
juju for
media
sure, says Nicole
campaign.
Papichuk.
What's
The fan base was very energized.
She looks
by
like a female
Mr.
Rick Owens. Oh my God, you're so
Is
right.
it
But it's more
the
Caitlyn
Depp
Jenner.
Yeah, let me just
The
ask
Depp Waldman. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. There's a lot in my brain right now.
It doesn't matter. Why don't I do this? Let me formulate a different question. How has the negative social media campaign been used against Amber Heard since the Depp Waldman statements?
Great. So the negative campaign has been used both to,
Yeah, see, I would
let's
feel bad
fire
for
Amber
Stewart as
off
well.
of Aquaman, to the product that she had an endorsement contract with L'Oreal.
Thank you, just yapping. Hi,
And every
Sympathy. Enjoy your
time that
nosh.
L'Oreal mentioned Amber Heard and the product together, they would get harassed. Her publicist company was harassed. Any kind of movie that she was related to or television project that she was related to got negative attention from the social media world. Even the charities that she was involved with were getting hammered, if you will, or bombarded by negative social media, which
Did
made
those
it
charities
difficult
come
to work
forward?
with
Did
Amber
any
on any
charity
level
officially
because
complain
negativity was brought to their product, service,
That they were
or,
getting bombarded with
film.
negative social media stuff
And
because of Amber Heard.
Is that negative social
Why
media
would
campaign
they?
ongoing
She never
to
gave
this
them
day?
the money.
Yes.
Okay.
They weren't
And
even
you were talking
associated
a
with
little
her.
bit before, I
She
think,
did give
about,
them the money.
remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2. What were your observations with respect to that in connection to the Waldman Depp?
Guys,
the
her
Depp
name is
Waldman
Catherine
statements?
Arnold. Gloria
Again,
says.
the statements, I'm sorry, the social media
Poor
campaign, whether
Amber.
called,
Says
Move
Debbie.
Amber from Aquaman,
Poor Amber.
or, negativity for her relationship in that film, it always tended to use words that were inside the defamatory statements. They became hashtags, right? So, if it was said in the defamatory statement, they were often reiterated in the tweets and the posts.
Okay. How difficult is it for an actor to repair this type of negative social media?
Yeah, Catherine Arnold. It's like a Karen
first of all, it
Arnold.
has to stop. Okay, so once it stops, then an actor and their team can work slowly and patiently in both. Maybe it's press interviews, maybe it's relationship with charity, maybe it's a small role in a movie and they do well and they kind of rebuild their career. But it
Unbox
can take
Beauty. I don't think
2,
she's a
3, 4,
social media
5 years or
expert.
more to rehabilitate your career. But first and foremost, it needs to stop.
This is speculation, I guess
it
you're
just
right.
needs to stop
But I
so
don't
that
know.
they can, the consumer can get beyond it, and then they can reactivate their career by doing their work again.
Describe Amber Heard's reputation after the Depp Waldman statements.
Well, the reputation, I guess, depends on who you're talking to, but in the public, it's been very negative. In the industry, they like her work, but it's very,
Hey,
they
Amanda
can't
Bueller.
work with her right now, again, because every time her name is mentioned, the negativity
should speak
flares
the
up
truth.
again.
They all
So
should.
it doesn't make sense for them to try to make a movie which costs millions of dollars and then have a lot of negativity towards the film or the TV
Oh, Jack,
show
she's
or
a
the product.
kind of
So
celebrity
her
reputation
world has
expert. Okay,
been
gotcha.
silent in terms of
Yeah, I also can't wait for the
opportunities, and even
cross-examination.
things that she wanted to work on are no longer available to her.
Has Amber been able to obtain roles after the Depp Waldman statements?
For a long time, no. Very recently, she was able to do a small independent film from some people out of who get their financing out of Europe. But up until
Nicole
that, no,
says,
she
yeah,
has
this
not
testimony
worked.
is garbage.
Now, based on the fact that Amber came out of Aquaman,
Nicole is a lawyer, you guys.
what should
She knows
her
what she's talking
opportunity-
about.
What would you have expected following the release of Aquaman, December 2018, up to what's going on now?
What perfume does Catherine
I like
wear?
to call Aquaman really, Amber Heard's Star is Born moment. It was that moment where not only was she a good actor, but she was now world renowned because she was in the most successful film,
Charlie.
almost of all time, if not all time.
She
and
wears
certainly for
Charlie.
DC Comics. She was on the poster with the very handsome Jason Momoa, and they were this couple, and she was strong and beautiful, and it was just this extraordinary moment for her career to take off.
Oh my God, Jack,
Right?
I'm so freaking excited for
Her
Kate
agents
Moss
were
on
excited,
Wednesday.
The producers were excited.
You guys.
Everybody just
You
wanted to hit
guys.
the ground running, and let's do more. Let's do more work.
What
Like,
if anything happened to Amber's
I don't guarantee I'm not going to fall
Aquaman
off the
2?
chair. On Wednesday, I might fly
So
off
for a
the
moment
chair.
in time, in February 2021, there were conversations that Amber's, I'm going to be technical with you, her option for employment was not going to be exercised. So they may not have hired her again, even though she had a contract for it. There was some question as to whether she was going to be hired again on Aquaman 2.
All right. And did ultimately then she still get hired
They
for
booked
Aquaman
that
2?
first class
She
ticket
did.
for
Her management
Katie,
team fought very
to
hard,
good
and
old
they
Katie, to
ultimately,
fly on
ended
over
up
to the
hiring
States,
her, but also not
give
only because of what
testimony.
her management team did, but
You know?
Jason Momoa, the star,
Ooh,
and
can't
James
wait.
Wan, the director, committed to
So when
her
Kate
in an
sits
email
here, I'm
saying,
just gonna be
"If
like
we are
this.
involved in this movie, you will
Objection, no foundation, hearsay.
No, sustain.
The
You
whole
don't
say
time.
what the
I'm
email
literally
said,
just going to
just-
be like,
Summarize it or describe it,
Oh,
please.
okay. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand this world.
yeah, tracksuit. No, actually, Aaron.
Her management
Kate
team
Moss
worked
is gonna
hard,
wear a tracksuit and a
Jason
beat-up,
Momoa and
Kelly.
the director were adamant that she was in the film.
Objection, hearsay.
Worked hard
I think
to be in the film.
Your Honor, she has to be able to say that.
But, well, sustain as to hearsay. Next
Right.
question.
So what, if any, assurances did Mr. Momoa and Mr. Wan give Amber that she would be in
Oh,
Aquaman
good.
2?
Patsy,
Objection,
me and Katie
hearsay.
are already on the way pre-gaming. Oh, yes.
What, if any?
I love how she takes
are you
this
aware
finger
of any
to do her
chemistry
hair.
issues,
You know that's a witch.
between
You know that's
Amber
and we love a
Jason
good old
Momoa
witch.
from Aquaman.
But when she,
According to the fact that
honey.
they did a chemistry test with
Dynasty.
Ms. Heard, and Jason
She's
Momoa,
from the
in
Carrington
order for her to
family.
be hired,
This is
that is a good
Alexis's
indication that they thought
sister.
the two of them had good chemistry.
The evil
Obviously,
sister.
when you
And
look
we
at
thought
the movie,
Alexis
they
was
have
evil.
good chemistry, and the poster.
You know
they
when
have
they
good
use
chemistry.
this
So
finger,
I think
this one,
it's
the ring
general awareness
finger,
that they had great
to
chemistry.
pull the hair, you know.
And what, if anything, would also suggest, with respect to Aquaman 2, that Jason Momoa believed they had good chemistry?
Oh!
He wanted
Did
her in
you
the
see?
movie.
Okay.
Objection,
I-
hearsay.
Oh!
I think she has to be able to rely on.
Sustained. I'll strike it from the record.
How she does the mouth. You guys, I'm not even going to comment on this because it's self-explanatory.
In your review of all of the record evidence, what, if anything, did you see in writing anywhere that there was ever any chemistry or creative issue with Amber Heard and Jason Momoa from Aquaman 1?
There were no communications
I will take care of this,
whatsoever that there
Mina,
was
yes.
no
When Kate
chemistry
Moss
between
arrives,
the two.
I'm going to put a
And
bunch of
what, if
pillows behind the
anything,
chair.
did you-
So if I
in
go
all the
flying,
record
the
evidence,
pillows are
did you
going to
see
block
that
me.
the producer or Jason Momoa
I know,
did
Jack,
not want
the
Amber
Photoshop
Heard in
possibilities.
Aquaman 2?
The memes,
I did not see
honey.
any evidence of that.
Okay. In fact, the opposite, correct?
Correct, again.
This is a demon, says Debbie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what if
Jack
any
is-
leverage did
Jack is a
Amber
warlock,
Heard
says we do
have
not
to
claim this
negotiate
week.
her salary under the circumstances of the discussions you were talking
Yes,
about?
Audrey,
with not
Eddie,
exercising
Edina
her
Monsoon is going to
option?
be
She had
in the
zero
viewing
leverage.
gallery
She was
trying to
fighting for her
represent
life
Katie.
to
She's
stay
going to be
in
like,
the film.
this is my
Now,
client. This is my
is it
client.
typical for
Good
an
old-
actor to be
good
able
old Katie,
to
good old
negotiate
Katie.
an increase in their salary after a successful franchise?
Oh, I
So
should wear a
you may know
tracksuit on
this already,
Wednesday.
and
I'm
so
going
I
to sweat a
apologize
lot.
if you've
Though.
heard it
I'll
before.
see what
I don't know
I
what's
see what I
been
can do.
Brought to your attention, but in a franchise such as a potential franchise as Justice League and Aquaman, the customs and practice is that the studio will make an agreement with the actor that incorporates potential future films. So if Justice League does well, they want to know what they're going to pay the actor for the next one and the next one and the next one. And in those successive terms in the contract, the fee for that actor customarily goes up. It can go up by 10%, 20%, 100%. It could double, what have you. And in the case, as Ms. Kovacevic stated in her testimony, that in a successful franchise, that a movie that's made $1 billion, the actors, agents will go back and try to renegotiate that upcoming price tag. So if it was going to be X, they might want it to be 2X or 3X. And that's very standard in the industry to renegotiate your contracts when there's many films in one single contract that each have their own price points.
What if any other actors in Aquaman 1 were able to renegotiate their contracts?
Jason Momoa renegotiated his contract very significantly from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2.
Do you know roughly how much more?
It went up from somewhere between 3 and 4 million to 15 million.
Okay. Did Amber have a contract for Aquaman 1?
That's a lot. That's a big jump.
Yes.
How much was she paid for Aquaman 1?
Samantha Jones.
Aquaman 1, she was paid $2 million.
Okay. And and did that same contract
Yeah, it's Adidas time,
provide
Debs.
for if she was in Aquaman 2?
I'm
Christian
sorry,
Lacroix.
I apologize. Aquaman 1,
Wait,
I
so
believe she got
I'm
$1
Eddie
million.
then.
Aquaman 2, she was
So
supposed
I'm
to
gonna
get $2
dress
million.
like Kate
I
Moss or like
apologize. The
Edina
numbers-
Monsoon? Which
There were a
one's
lot of
gonna
numbers
be?
in that one contract. So Aquaman 1, it was $1 million. Aquaman 2, it was going to be $2 million.
All right. Now, based on your experience and knowledge in the industry, how much would Amber Heard have been able to negotiate her contract but for the Depp Waldman statements? For Aquaman 2, I'm asking.
Right. Well, as you can see from Mr. Momoa's contract, that went up exponentially,
Samantha
up to
Jones,
$15 million.
me and Adina will be
Ms. Heard,
creating
I
a
don't know if she
merger
would have gotten
beyond
$15 million
company.
for the movie, but she certainly could have increased it by $1 or $2 million or even doubled it. So if it was
Yeah,
two,
yeah,
it could have
Gloria,
been
she's
4
giving me the impression
or
that
even
she
5 or
thinks
6,
Amber Heard
depending
is the same
on
level as
the
Jason.
enthusiasm if it had just rolled from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2 without any of this negativity that was created by the Depp Waldman statements.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's role in Aquaman 2 after the Depp Waldman statements?
It was diminished.
Now, why would Amber have been featured more prominently in Aquaman 2?
Objection, no foundation.
It's only a foundation.
Okay. What usually determines, or are you able to speak to whether Amber should have been or would have been more prominently featured in Aquaman 2?
Well, a couple of things.
Wait, I'm trying to get your foundation. Are you able to speak to that?
Yes.
Okay. And please tell the basis of that and then your opinion.
So there's two things. When two actors do well in a romantic relationship and, they get married or they're going to have a baby, you want to follow that through, because part of what did well in Aquaman was not only the action sequences, but to have a strong female character having a relationship with a strong male character, it's very empowering, right? So that was working for them in the first place. The poster of Aquaman that went around the world was, one of the main posters was of the two of them together standing proud and strong, right? Being that couple. And so naturally, as you go and develop scripts in the industry, you want to follow on the things that are working. And according to Ms. Heard, when she read the first script for Aquaman 2, she
hello,
had a
Barbara
strong
Rank, loving
romantic
your hair,
arc for
Dacob,
the
elegant and
entire
affluent
film.
bud. Thank you
And then
so
she
much,
also got to do
darling.
some great
Thank you.
action sequences at the end of that storyline in that script. So she was featured predominantly throughout the script of Aquaman 2 when she first read it.
All right, and then what happened?
well, she didn't hear anything, so she wasn't getting the scripts when her colleagues were getting the scripts. She heard that through her agents. And then when she got the script, it was pared down from the first script dramatically. They had her in the hospital very shortly in the first part of the movie called Act One. They had her in the hospital, and they pretty much had her in the hospital, and then she was going to do this action sequence in the end. She trained 5 hours a day for several months with a trainer to do this big action sequence. And then when she got to set, two things happened. One, the costume designer said, I don't know what happened to your role. It got diminished. And
Objection,
two,
hearsay.
Sustained.
All right, go ahead with the second
Okay.
one. That's
And
all right.
more importantly, though, this big action sequence that she was going to do at the end of the movie, in the third act, was cut out, and they took it away from her. So it was radically reduced from what it was in the script and what she even trained for while she was preparing for the movie.
And what, if any, changes were made to the storyline?
It's this for me. It's all about. It's
I haven't
this,
seen the movie
this,
yet specifically, so I can't
me.
really speak to that yet.
All right, and when you say she was in the hospital, what do you mean by, was she injured in the first scene?
I believe that in the first act of the movie, she was injured somehow or has something to do with the baby. I don't know exactly. I'm just going with what Ms. Heard told me about, was that she ends up in the hospital early in this new Aquaman 2 movie and doesn't really come out till the end to kind of wrap things up. But all of the interactions with Momoa's character and certainly the action scenes were taken out.
Okay. How has Amber typically been involved in promotions for her
Yeah, this
films?
is going to come for her for spoiling. But I
As we
think
talked about
when
earlier,
you're
actively
called
involved
to
in the press
testify
and
like this,
promotion,
you're
whether
allowed
that
to
was
say
on the
these
press
things. I
junkets,
think
what we call when they
the
tour
NDAs
the
are
world
overruled.
and the actors tour
But
together.
Nicole
and-
can give us
and answer
insight into
questions
that. I'm
from
not
the
sure if
press
this
at
is
various
correct.
screenings and film
Maybe Nicole
festivals.
Poppinchuk
And then
knows.
also
Of course she
was,
knows, but
on the cover of magazines, usually
Maybe in this
after
case,
her movies,
there's an
especially after
exception that can
Justice
be made
League.
for spoilers.
And how was the promotion of Aquaman 2 affected by the Depp-Waldman statements?
Amber has not been involved in any of the promotion that's been done to date, or very little, particularly in teasers that I've seen, we call, short little films about the making of and so forth. She's not featured in them. And also, very specifically, there was a big event that Warner Brothers put on during the fandom. I think it's a DC fandom event, which is a big kind of like Comic-Con style event. And they invited all of the actors, or the majority of the actors that have strong roles in film, to participate, both in the posters and the artwork, and also participate at DC fandom. And Ms. Heard was not invited to either be in the poster or be at the event. And in fact, they told her she cannot come.
Now, can this hurt Amber's career, not being allowed to be in any of the promotional materials?
Absolutely. It means that nobody knows about her. She doesn't have the same part in the film. It's not going to take her on to her next movie. She's not being associated with the tremendous amount of promotion that's going to be made for this, movie that everybody's looking forward to see. So she's not a part of it because of this negative campaign.
How have the Depp-Waldman statements affected any other films or TV project promotions for Amber?
So prior to the defamatory statements, but either around the, after or around the time that Aquaman 1 came out, she was in the TV show called The Stand. It was based on a Stephen King novel. So big book, going to be a big TV show. And again, Ms. Heard didn't do any press or promotion for that for the same reasons.
And what, if any, plans were there to have Amber Heard on the cover of LA Style relating to Stand before the Depp-Waldman statements?
Right. So Ms. Heard was in, and they had done an article about her participation in this TV show, The Stand, the Stephen King novel related TV show, and they were going to give her the cover picture and cover story, and they took that away. I don't know if the article existed, but they certainly took away the cover picture and the cover story.
Okay. How have the Depp-Waldman statements affected press requests for Amber?
There aren't any. So yes, they affected it because there used to be a lot of press requests, and now there aren't any.
Has Amber Heard obtained any roles since the Depp-Waldman statement?
Again, for many years, no, for a good period of time, or a year and a half, 2 years, until she got this small movie called Into the Fire.
Okay. Has Amber obtained any studio movie roles since the Depp-Waldman statements?
No.
How, if at all, have Amber's philanthropic opportunities been affected by Depp Waldman's statements?
Again, she had some passion projects. She was invited to do some charity work, and she also had her own passion projects that she, loved and wanted to be involved with and even travel for. But they decided it wasn't going to be a good idea because every time she appears anywhere, the social media negativity campaign starts up again. So she hasn't been able to do any of her charity work.
What is an endorsement?
So an endorsement is when an actor associates themselves with a product, either for print promotion or commercials, like Jennifer Aniston doing the water, or Matthew McConaughey doing the car commercial. That's a product endorsement. He's paid to say that the product is good and be associated with the product.
How important are those endorsements to the actors in the entertainment industry?
Well, very, very important on two levels. One, they bring a good amount of income to them when they're not shooting a movie, so it's a good way to make money in between film roles. And then also, it shows the studios and the production executives and the financiers that the actor is relevant in the community because they're being associated with a product. So if it's a well-known product, that's really great. If it's a medium product, that's great, and so forth and so on. So you want to be, if you can, and if that's something that you like to do, not everybody does, but if they like to do that, then they can get a lot of value out of those product endorsements because then the studios see that there's a connection with the consumer, not just on the film, but also with product.
Did Amber have any endorsement activities prior to the publication of the Depp Waldman statements?
Yes.
Please explain.
So Amber was hired by L'Oreal to be a product and endorse their product, the makeup line, and she had a $1.5 million contract for 2 years, and they were able to work. They had 20 days of her work. They had the right to work with her for 20 days. And she started the work, and then when the defamatory statements came out, they essentially put a pause on working with her. So they no longer brought her to photo shoots, they no longer had her do public events for the product, and basically said, we love you, but we can't work with you right now because it's just too much.
Objection, hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
I'm back, you guys. I had to pick up the burger.
Have the Depp Waldman statements affected that deal in any way? With L'Oreal?
I got a Big Mac, you
Well,
guys.
they put it on pause and haven't done
Not
any of the work,
sponsored.
so she's not out there
So
in
I
the
always
public
take the
eye
top
related
off.
to the product. And they have decided to continue working with her at some point once, as I said, this all quiets
we
down,
saved
this
some
trial is over,
calories.
and hopefully the negative campaigns will stop. So they extended her contract, but they did not pay her for that extension.
And has Amber been hired for any other endorsement deals
That's how I eat a
since the
Big
Depp
Mac.
Waldman statements?
No.
Now, did you assess Amber's losses as a result of the Depp Waldman statements?
Yes.
What did you do to assess those?
Well, first of all, I looked at Amber's career directly, so I wanted to see, as I said earlier, she worked
Thank you,
consistently,
Sunset.
and then she was on this kind of very large upswing with the big movies, Justice League and Aquaman, and all of that, and The Stand with the Stephen King project, and then it stopped, right? So her work stopped. And then I looked at other actors that kind of grew up at the same time frame, grew up meaning they started their career and had the same time frame to start going from the smaller projects to the well-known director projects to the big movie projects. And I looked at those actors, and I then saw after they had their stars born moment, if you will, I wanted to see where their careers went.
Cupcake hack,
So
yeah.
I looked at several actors to see, including Jason Momoa, her co-star, to see what happened in their careers after such a successful film as Aquaman came out.
And why did you use that method of analysis?
It's a very common methodology in the entertainment industry
Thank you,
to
Amizi.
work with what we call comps. I think Ms. Kovacevic even used that word comp. So with films, you try to find comparable films. With actors, you look to see comparable actors. So you can it's not a distinct actual, this is going to happen, but this is the probability with a reasonable certainty that with the right management team that she had and her acting ability and her looks
Jack,
and the press that she
I think in the
was
cross,
getting and should have
they're
continued
gonna
to
touch
get,
base on
that
that,
her career would have been
that
similar to
Amber
these
is not
other
on the same
actors.
level as Jason Momoa.
Have you
in
used
terms
that
of
method in
popularity.
other cases in which you've been an expert on
Mukbang
damages?
time.
Yes, I have.
Who did you select as comparable actors for your comparison?
Well, I wanted to look at actors that were in superhero films that had done really well at the box office. So I looked at Jason Momoa, her co-star. I looked at Gal Gadot, who was is in Wonder Woman. I looked at Ana de Armas, who was in
Blade Runner?
Thank you, Blade Runner. I looked at Zendaya, who was in Spider-Man, and I looked at Chris Pine, who was in Star Trek and also Wonder Woman. About the similar age range, all attractive actors, all with good acting skills, all able to do stunts. So there are not that many actors to look at
she
who do
can't judge
superhero
acting
characters.
skills. That's
so
hearsay.
it was a small pool.
Because
to work
Amber
from,
Heard
and
in
I took
acting
a
skills,
wide
girl.
range from those actors, both men and women, to see what could potentially happen to Miss Heard's career.
Do you consider all of them to be identical for purposes of measurement?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, no two actors are identical. You can only look at that within a range of characteristics and work history, management team, and so forth.
And we've heard from Mr. Banya. Did you review Mr. Banya's Q-score analysis regarding the comparables you used?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, opinions have you formed in reviewing Mr. Banya's analysis regarding the comparables you selected?
So Mr. Banya looked at
Right, Nicole Poppinchuk?
calendar
These
years to
comparisons are
assess
completely
what happened in
inappropriate.
December of
I agree.
2017 or 18 or 19, what happened in June, what happened in a very specific time frame, which works on some statistical analysis,
Gloria.
but when you're
Men and
talking
women are
about
paid differently.
actors and their
Well, they're trying to
relationships to
change
Q
that, but-
scores, Q scores are related to the actor's viability in the consumer's mind, if you will, how well known or how much they're coming up in conversation. And so Mr. Banya did not look at time periods of the actors that I compare them with to the film when it came out, so like right after the success of their big film, what was their Q score, but moreover, he just looked at them in a year range. So it doesn't coincide from actor to actor just because you look at it over time. You have to look at it specifically after each of those individuals' box office success with a particular film. You look at the Q score, high or low during that, and then you look at how low it drops, say, a couple months afterwards, and then if it comes back up, if they have another film or another event that brings them into the limelight again. So it's not about time, it's related to a specific activity or event, and he did not do that.
Okay. What did your comparisons show in terms of films that those actors had been in since their breakout roles? I'm talking about the comparables.
In terms of their, I'm not quite sure I understand.
Well, what happened with these other actors after they had their stars
Unrelated to
moment?
Q scores were
Right.
Oh, okay, sorry. So all those actors' careers, the ones I mentioned, they all either were a steady rise or even a meteoric rise in terms of where their career went after their Star is Born moment. Then they got some other good films, and maybe they got another film that performed extremely well. So it was a range, but they all were on an upward trajectory without a doubt.
And what does this mean for Amber?
With a reason, I mean, the way that the kind of industry works is usually, unless there is a force majeure or some really negative event, her career should have followed that same upward swing in about the same time frame, give or take 6 months to a year. But it would be very reasonable to believe that her career would have been on an upward trajectory within the range of those other
Hey,
actors.
boopy boop.
What, if any, comparisons did you make
Yeah,
respecting
mukbang moment.
endorsement deals of these actors
You have
with
to say
Amber?
hello after a long day of work. Hey, sweetie.
You know, again, all those actors that we've talked about all did multiple endorsement deals after their big movies or after their big series of movies. You know, Jason Momoa is on, Rocket Mortgage and Harley Davidson, as well as, 5 or 6 other companies. Zendaya is Lancome and fashion and water and jewelry, and Gal Gadot and Chris Pine and Ana de Armas. They've all done either a couple or many, and all of them have associated with a large brand. Unlike Amber, who hasn't even been able to work on the one contract that she had. She certainly didn't get any others.
So what did your analysis show with respect to Amber Heard's losses, but for the Depp Waldman statements?
They were significant if we follow the trajectory of her, colleagues.
Well, let's start with Aquaman 2. What would she have realized there?
Well, as I stated earlier, so from Aquaman 1 to 2, it went from $1 million to $2 million, right? So that was a pre-written contract. It doubled. So the agents were very excited after the success of Aquaman to go and negotiate a much higher fee like they did for Jason Momoa. They weren't able to do that. So in that instance alone, it was more than likely a $2 million loss just from that movie alone.
So 2 to 4, you'd said before?
It could have been 4, it could have been 6.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. What about
Very
other
leading.
films?
Very sustained.
So once, as Amber's agent, Ms. Kovacevic. I was doing okay. Ms. Kovacevic said that once you get that quote of the $2 million from Aquaman 2, that kind of was like the baseline for any other movie she would have done.
Sunset Moonlight says
So
whether
any other
Amber's career
studio
suffered
movie
is
would have
irrelevant.
started from
She
there,
was
and
the one to
depending on
pick up the pen and
the
go on
success
about
of
her alleged
Aquaman and how
abuse.
much
So
press
she
she
has to
did,
take
maybe she worked on
responsibility for
another great director
Subscribe to my
in
channel,
Penitent or
guys. Help
whatever.
me reach
That $2
1,000K.
million for a studio
1,000K.
film,
I wish.
and
1K.
had
Let's
it
start
jumped
with
to $4
1K.
million with the renegotiation, that
And
then would
Maisie
have been the
says,
basis. So
I'm
any
sorry, but
future
she sucked
studio
in
film
Aquaman. I've only watched it because Jason Momoa
that
is
she
hot
would have
and
done,
awesome
any
in
big
Game
budget
of
film would have
Thrones.
been the
Just
basis
being
of $4
honest.
million,
Gloria
and
says
then
no way.
most
I think her
likely
acting
have
career would
gone
have
up
been
from there
maybe
if she was
comparable
able to
to
get
Megan
others,
Fox.
which she should have, just
Mandy
like the other
Bueller
actors.
says bringing one person
Well,
down
let's
to
talk about
raise your
TV for a
career is a
minute. What
bad
were those
move.
losses that
That is all
included?
there is to it.
Well, on The Stand, which was,
Chatty says, has anyone else seen the
about the same
hilarious
time as
collections of
Aquaman,
people
but
doing
got
versions of
the
My
press and
Dog
the
Stepped on a
promotion
Bee
got cut off
Faithful,
because
like
of the
without
defamatory
glasses, I
statements and the
cannot
negative
see. My cat
campaign.
got stuck up
She
a
got paid
tree, my mom fell
$200,000 an
in.
episode on The
Yes,
Stand.
we have.
So
Ellen says you
on
can't
a TV
compare
series
effort
of
to
9
those
episodes,
actors. They
it's
know how to
$1.8
act.
million.
Ooh, the shade.
So
Julie
if she
says,
had,
hi everyone, I'm
again,
late for
done
live
other
chat.
TV
Hey
shows,
Julie,
it's very
welcome
likely
sweetie.
that
I'm
whether
just
she worked
eating
with a
a
streamer
burger,
or
you know.
with one of the networks, that fee would have gone up from there. Her agents would have been able to use the leverage of the success of Aquaman 2 to put her, if she had done another television show, given rise to even a higher episodic fee. Some actors go up to $1 million an episode. Jason Momoa's in his TV show got $1 million. So there's an exponential range of where she could have gone.
Yeah, say which TV show it was.
What about endorsements?
And how long ago it was. How much
Same
more
thing,
time he had to build his
all the
career
other
up than Amber
actors
did.
were doing
Quit comparing them.
over the course of a couple years period, anywhere
She purposefully
from
didn't want to say which show.
5, 6, 7 other endorsement deals, and Ms.
Thank you,
Heard
Judith.
realistically should have gotten endorsement deals in other categories. L'Oreal is makeup, so probably not
Yeah, her
in makeup,
acting
but
coach says she has
maybe
problems
water
with
or
crying.
clothing or jewelry or wellness, or it could have been anything else. And so she too should have, with a reasonable degree of certainty, gotten other contract deals based on the success of the films that she's been associated with and the TV shows she's been
And
associated
what would
with.
that have translated into in terms of dollars?
So in terms of dollars, okay, so if it was $1.5 million for L'Oreal for a 2-year contract, and let's give her 4 other $1.5 or $2 million deals, which all those other actors, especially the ladies, have gotten, then you're looking at an additional $8 million of income over time.
Thanks, Jesus.
I'm not saying this is in one period. We're looking at as far back as the defamatory statements of 2020 to now, which is almost 2 years. And again, as I said earlier, even when this is quiet, it will take 3 to 5 years for her to rehabilitate her career if she can. So we have to look at it as a period of a minimum of 5 years. So when I say $8 million for endorsement contracts, it would have been over time.
What, if any, losses relating to production or film activities?
Well, again, these other actors that we looked at, and there's a wide range of them. Some of them did bigger films and some of them did gigantic films, but it is very reasonable to assume that once you are in an Aquaman-style film, you'll either continue to do those, right? Some of these franchises, as we know, go 4, 5, 6 films, or she would probably have been in another studio film that had nothing to do with Aquaman, but again, so over the course of 5 years, it's very reasonable to consider that she would have been in at least 1 film a year at a minimum of $4 million, because that's what her precedent would have been had she renegotiated. And it's important to note that in her Justice League contract, if there is a Aquaman 3, her price is set at $4 million. So it's very reasonable to assume and to believe that if she did a film a year for 5 years at a minimum of $4 million a year without any negotiation, which probably would have happened, but let's just say that baseline, that would be another $20 million over that time frame.
What, if any, opinions do you have about Amber Heard's earning power over time?
That it would continue to rise. It's customary in the industry, as I've talked about earlier, that the negotiations, especially with her agents at William Morris, her fees would have gone higher.
She's at William Morris?
So I'm just using the
Did they
baseline
not
without
drop her
any
yet?
ability to foresee in the future that I already know she got negotiated for $4 million from Aquaman 3. So if we use that as a baseline minimum, but it very well would have gone up had her agents done the work that they wanted to do.
So combining all of these opinions and calculations that you've had, what, if any, range are the losses you are estimating for Amber Heard but for the Depp Waldman statements?
Right, so again, it's really important that I looked at, and hopefully you understand this, that it's over time, right? So let's just say a minimum of 5
Yeah, it's
years
just
that we're going to
speculation.
talk about these losses, and it could be more, but at
But she's
minimum,
making it sound like
if
she
you look
lost
at
all this
the
money.
film, the television, and the endorsement contracts, it's very likely that Ms. Heard should have earned between $45 and $50 million over that time period.
Are all your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. Do not do any outside research and do not discuss this case with anybody.
May I sit down?
Yeah, you can step down. That's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's all right. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
you're
ma'am.
oh, silly old me. I don't know what I'm doing. But when
You want
I'm
your court
talking
still in
against
session,
Johnny, I know what
please?
I'm doing. You see the fakery? I don't know what I'm doing. And then when she has to backstab you, she knows what she's doing. Okay, girl.
All right.
We understand.
So let's come back at 4 o'clock. We can do that, all right?
Thank you.
4 o'clock.
Okay. Court is going on a lunch break. So fake, right, Amisi? Let me tell ya. Oh, now we get to talk. Okay, okay, this is gonna go away. Child, let me tell ya. I'm eating my McDonald's and some other fries I ordered. Order your snakes. I wanted to say snacks. Hey, Michael G., I don't think she would have been in any major roles either way. She did well in Aquaman because she's strong-willed, like her character, but I doubt there are many other roles like that for her. Why is this Coke not bubbly? Oof, cha. It's like piss. Alright. So, hey, Despina, what do you mean bad energy? What, you got bad energy? You're in a mood? Or is the courtroom bad energy? Listen. Julie needs a recap. I mean, okay. So let me tell you. Making why can't I say bagels? I always want to say making bagels. Making bagels. Lunch for me too, says Dabs. Yes, let's have a little lunch together, you guys, and Kiki. I ordered some extra from another place. Sweet potato fries. And they also do red beet fries. And is there a bigger one I can show you? This is a red beet fry. It's a little bit more chewy. You gotta chew through it a bit more. Oh, Despina. No, the lady had bad energy. Yeah. I mean, I was thinking about this, you guys. Like, if you are on Amber Heard's side, you're probably gonna think that her deposition was, like, her taking the stand was okay. Because, like, you know, I'm trying to be really objective here as much as I can. I'm a human being, so obviously I'm subjective. But, like, let's say the reverse happened, and this person was Johnny Depp's witness. And this person said the same thing. Just take Amber Heard out of the equation and just put Johnny Depp wherever she said Amber Heard, put Johnny Depp. Like, had she spoken like this, had, pardon me for burping. I'm just going to start burping now after all this food, but you know, Wendy Williams moment. We love you, Wendy. Yes, beetroot. Yes, Orsi, it's beetroot. Beetroot, celery root, sweet potato fries, and regular fries. Yeah, this is celery root. It's also very, very chewy. Okay. So if she were talking about Johnny, and we were favorable to Johnny, we would be maybe saying something else now. I'm just let's be honest here, you guys. Let's please try to like be honest. Like, if she were saying this about Johnny, would we also be saying hearsay? Sunset Moonlight, I love edgies too. Like, I don't know what to think. You know? Maria, Johnny is a way bigger actor. I completely agree with you. Yeah, Jack, that's a good point. Objection, speculation. None of Johnny's witnesses have talked like this. So, okay. Granted. Motion to dismiss granted. But, hey, Kuroyoru, so glad to see you here. Can't wait for Saturday too. Yes, we will be live streaming on Saturday as well. I'm also going to be live streaming tomorrow. Hopefully, I'm going to start live streaming a little bit earlier. Now, listen. Come hell or high water, on Wednesday, bitch, I'm going to be live streaming from the get-go. I mean, it's like super early for me. But for Kate Moss, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it for Kate Moss. Like, you might see me sitting here, you know, like I did in the green room 2 weeks ago for, you know, tier 2 members and patrons, like with my hair all messy. Like, if I have to jump out of bed without any makeup or anything just to catch Kate Moss from the get-go, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Because that's gonna be an iconic moment. Now, Jack, can you please confirm, is Kate Moss coming to the stand on Wednesday? Or is her plane landing already on Tuesday? Maybe she already flew in, you guys. She's probably already in America because she has to, you know, the jet lag and all that stuff. Good old Katie. Johnny, although his past has positive energy, to me too, but I mean, if they're saying that he hit people on the set, they're not giving a context. You can confirm it's Wednesday, Jack? Oh my God, okay. So Wednesday we will be live streaming around 8 to 10 hours. I mean, as long as the case lasts. Maria says, is she going to be there in person or Zoom? I hope she's going to be there in person. Jack, do you know if she's going to be there in person? Oh, wait, she's talking to Johnny's lawyers on Tuesday? Outside of the courtroom, you mean? Like, they're prepping her on Tuesday. They're prepping her on Tuesday. She's taking the stand on Wednesday. She better be there in person, says Jack. Oh, honey. Oh, honey. And I probably, you know what I think? I think they're going to want to have, sorry, I have my earplug here. I'm just plugging it out because it creates a vacuum and then I only hear through one ear. It's all a mess. But I have to, you guys remind me, I might forget to plug this back in when the trial starts again. So I won't hear them anymore. You guys, so obviously we're live streaming tomorrow. I have a bit of a Chanel situation going on, so I might be a little bit late tomorrow again. I can't talk about it just yet, but we're going to get into detail on Saturday about that. But today Chanel kept me in chains, darling. So I was super late. Thanks, Chanel, for that. Tomorrow I have a bit of an issue again with Chanel, and then Wednesday, come hell or high water, we be doing this from the get-go. Kate Moss will reportedly testify in Johnny Depp's $100 million defamation trial after Amber Heard name dropped her last week. Yes, Orsi. I just didn't know she's going to be there on Wednesday, so thank you for letting me know. And I will research, says Jack. Thanks. Yes, about whether or not Kate is going to be sitting there live or if she's going to be zooming in. Oh my God, marathon live stream. Hey, Rosha. Yes. I understand what you say, Dacob, but Amber's side... Oh, so this is Sunset and Moonlight. I understand what you say, Dacob, but Amber's side always presents things like her loss is as substantial as Johnny's. So false, plus, again, she gave up her career herself by signing that op-ed. Now, it doesn't matter that Johnny would have lost more money than her from these movies. Dacob 24/7 live stream. Hey, Saya. How's it going, my love? It doesn't matter. It's all proportionate to how much they're worth, obviously. So if she's worth 4 mil a movie or 1 mil a movie, so be it. That's what she's losing. The woman, Caitlyn Jenner here, of the Poe. The poor man's Caitlyn Jenner allegedly delivered the kind of her calculation saying, well, she would have lost, in my estimate, so and so much. Johnny would have lost probably 10 times as much, 3, 4, 5 times as much, right? But it's a loss nevertheless. So what she's saying is, look, her career is down the drain because of these lawsuits. But what bottom line is, what they're kind of not saying here is that Amber Heard's troubles began with her op-ed. Now, I do not know how this would have gone down had she just divorced from Johnny Depp, had she not issued the op-ed, had she just fought to get her millions in the separation lawsuit, or if they settled out of court. I don't even know about the separation, if there was a lawsuit for that, or if they kind of just didn't go in a courtroom to do it, but settled with lawyers. And had she just stuck with that and kept that money, and had she even not pretended like she doesn't need the money, like, I want to give it all to charity, I don't get, just like, shut up, girl, just keep the money that you got from Johnny Depp. Don't even go to TV stations like acting holier than thou, saying, oh, I don't need the 7 million, I don't need charity. And then like you're caught, perjury style, like, oh yeah, I pledged. Yeah, honey boo boo, but you didn't donate. You just pledged. There's a difference. So we've seen Camille kind of roast the bejesus out of her the other day, and that was the day to live stream, and I did. It was like it was meant to be. That was the day. I also flew in the chair that day, but that was the moment when I'm like, girl, you see, it's like kind of you're looking for trouble. You're looking for trouble. For whatever reason, they could have not fought during their relationship. He was high all the time. She guzzled her allegedly 2 bottles of red wine a day. So she was also on alcohol the whole time, apparently, as per the testimony of several witnesses during this trial that we've seen thus far. So, okay, who's to know what goes down behind closed doors? So you two are iffy. Johnny and Amber, it just didn't work, okay? It's just a total mess. It's a total disaster. So you count the eggs left in the basket and you call it a day. This is what I would have done, okay? Call me Kreskin. I would have said, Johnny, thank you. I got a lot better roles thanks to you. Not attracted to you anymore, but, I got something out of this. I want a separation and I want money, okay? Because I want money. I live in America. Everything is money in America. You sell your grandmother for $1.25. So I want money. Give me the money and we call it quits. Otherwise, I might come for you or might not. Threaten him. Do whatever you need to do to get the money you want and then shut up. Get your 7 mil and shut up. You zip it, you move on. Instead, no. No, it's not just the 7 million. I want to donate it because I don't care about the money. Me. Oh, and by the way, also somebody was abusive to me during my marriage. I'm not going to say who though. And she kept pushing it and pushing it. I'm just, let it be, girl. Let it be. So we can sit here and think about what the jury is going to decide. Jack says, oh, damn, apparently she will be there via video call, allegedly via New York Post. Oh, no, Jacqueline. We want Kate Moss to be there live. Well, fine. I hope they're going to have really good lighting for her. She's going to look flawless. Hopefully. God, French fries around. Okay, I wanted Kate in the flesh too, Audrey. So, where was I now? So I can't remember. Well, anyway, so this is the thing. If she is, you know, just go on with your career. All of this, listen, that whole hashtag Me Too situation, the Me Too movement, this is just my opinion only, okay? Only speculation. But I feel like literally she was like, oh, hold it. Because as her divorce was happening, that was right about the time when, you know, the whole Me Too movement started, right? And she's like, let me jump in on that and profit from that as well. I profited from my marriage/relationship with Johnny Depp because that gave me more notoriety and better roles, one. I profited from the marriage with Johnny Depp because after the divorce, I got the divorce settlement. 2. I profited from Johnny Depp because after the divorce settlement, I also kind of in the news and on TV showed everybody what a great person I am because I said, I'm not going to keep that money. I'm going to donate it. But I lied about it because I just pledged, but I didn't donate. Even though on television, I said I used the word donate. 4. Hold on a minute. I'm divorcing in the moment when the Me Too movement is happening. Let me ride that wave as well so I can profit off of that as well. It's like she's very greedy because it's a lot of things that happen at the same time and she kind of pokered, I have the feeling, and like it went really bad. Oh, we're back from recess. And I mean, I'm like, it came to bite you in the butt. Girl, it came to bite you in the butt. While we do that,
can we have the witness take this?
Oh, I heard her, now I don't hear her anymore. Okay, I don't hear anything. And Mizi says, what perfume will Kate Moss wear? Kate Moss might wear her own perfume. Something with oak. Moss, says Jizzes. Oh my God, that's a good one. Obsession. Kate Moss should wear Obsession because she was the face of Obsession in the 80s. So I think there's still no audio. The audio kicked in for a second and then the judge said something about the jury and then they went off. Why is the time running even though the lawyers aren't questioning? Well, anyway, now we're going to have the cross-examination or, whatever it's called. Amber enjoys the drama, says Michael G. Gloria says, Dacob, I'm thinking the prenup was probably a good act. It wasn't a prenup. He didn't want to sign it. She didn't want to sign it, but then there was a post. No,
Your sound mixer?
Yes. All right, we're ready for jury?
Do I stand?
It's up to you.
Oh, she's asking, do I have to stand? Oh my God, Caitlyn Jenner, you gotta keep. Do I have to stand? And the judge's like, it's up to you. If you want to respect the jury, you will stand. Otherwise, sit if you want to disrespect them. And she's sitting, and now she stood up because Amber Heard's lawyer stood up. Wow, Caitlyn. What a snake. Uh-huh. Yeah, nice face. Oh, look, she's bored with that hand on the hip like... Come on, bitches, come in so I can sit the F down already. Thank you. Oh my God. What a tool.
All right,
she is a piece of work, this woman. Oh my God, Dacob, thank you so much.
You're absolutely right. They both seem to have some issues, including allegedly substance abuse. This was a bad combination for a couple. She should have taken her money and moved on.
Depp Waldman statements.
Thank you so much. I'm going to pop your cherry. We're popping a red one.
You don't have any
for
knowledge
Cita.
whether Mr. Depp knew of the statements that Mr. Waldman made.
Thank you.
Do you?
Only with association with Mr. Waldman, correct?
Well, you don't know when the first time Mr. Depp learned about those statements.
I don't know.
No. And the association you're talking about is that Mr. Waldman worked from time to time as Mr. Depp's attorney, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
So, Rara, this is the lady that, I don't know her name, Catherine something, responsible for social media, actors, actresses, analysis. What does she do, guys? This is cross-examination. She's an expert witness, so she is getting paid for this. This is her job, right? But what is she what her job definition is? Anyway, stand to give them respect. Exactly. She's asking the judge, do I have to stand when the jury comes in? Well, that question already gives me all I need to know about her. I mean, that ring finger movement already also gave me everything I needed to know. But honey, yes, those glass, yes, come through, lady of the court, typing everything down. So do I have to stand? And the judge is like, well, if you want, but read between the lines. She's like, if you respect them, you'll stand. Otherwise, be a bitch.
All right. I understand that you're testifying as a damages expert, and we're at two hats, talking both about Mr. Depp's damages and about Ms. Heard's purported damages. Let's talk about Ms. Heard's damages first. You understand that you have to testify as to damages
She's a
that
damages
resulted
expert?
from the Waldman statements, correct?
That was my analysis.
Most of your testimony, however, was just simply testimony about things that occurred after the Waldman statements.
That's what I was tasked with, yes.
Right.
Yeah, it's the lady of the court. There she is.
The mere fact that there were
It's her and me
activities
together.
after the Waldman statements doesn't establish that the Waldman statements caused any damages, does it?
When you look at the time frame of when the Waldman statements came out, and you look at what was going on with Ms. Heard's career prior to the statements and what happened after the statements, it's very clear to make that correlation that they were caused by those statements and the campaign that followed afterwards in terms of the negative social media.
All right, that's an interesting thing, because the witness this morning actually described the notion of what's correlation and what's causation. And correlation does not imply causation, does it, ma'am?
I'm not an expert in semantics.
Oh, that's Michelle? The lady of the
Okay.
court is Michelle? This is
But
Michelle?
you're an expert who is purporting to say that Ms. Heard lost between $45 and $50 million. And I'm trying to understand where you put the link between the Waldman statements and all the other activity that occurred since then.
As I stated and very clearly wanted to make sure that everybody understood, was that it was a time frame between which the Waldman statements were made and the negative decline in her career started happening, and in discussions with her agents and her publicist, there was a very tight timeline and a very close link to when those statements came out and when everything started pulling away from Ms. Heard.
Right, but what you're talking about is just a link in time. You do not put any causal connection between what Mr. Waldman purportedly said and the damages that Ms. Heard purportedly suffered. You have no idea whether Mr. Waldman's statements caused any damage to Ms. Heard, do you?
Well, actually, both the words in the statements were used as hashtags in the campaign, as well as when the statistical and the investigative analysis was done on the social media campaign. It turned out that 1 in 4 of the statements had Waldman or Waldminian in them. So that was another connection that I was able to make between the defamatory statements and the negativity that the studios and the product endorsements and the television and the press connected as well.
All right, let's start with first principles. If they're true, they're not defamatory, correct?
Rasha says the lawyers of Amber
Again,
told
that's outside the scope of my
lately their witnesses
expertise.
to always look at the jury when answering
Let's
exactly as
then go
Amber
back
does,
to
so that
what you
Amber
just
doesn't
testified
look
to,
like a
and I
fool
think you
anymore.
said the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
I said words from the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
Right. And the hashtags that were analyzed, however, don't have the Waldman statements in the hashtag.
Ooh.
I've also seen them online myself.
Well, but the analysis that Mr. Schnell did, he looked at 4 of them, right?
That was Schnell's analysis, and I do believe I remember reading that, yes.
Ooh.
All right. And the 25% that you just raised, that's Mr. Schnell's analysis. You didn't do that. He did it.
Correct.
All right. So you know what Mr. Schnell did. And he didn't look at hashtags that contained the Waldman statement words. He looked at Justice for Johnny Depp, right?
That's one of them, yes?
One of them, of the 1.2 million hits that you talked about, that was 900,000, 984,000.
Well, also in my conversations with Mr. Schnell, we talked about all of the words that were in the statement that also appeared. So what he wrote in his report and what I had in my conversation may not have been the same thing.
Ma'am, I don't want to hear
Not
about
the same
conversation
thing.
with Mr. Schnell.
You sure did
What I
sell it as
relied
if it
on, and I'm
were.
allowed to talk about that.
All right, so your conversation with Mr. Schnell, let's move beyond that and let's talk about what the other hashtags were. Amber Heard is an abuser. That's not in the Waldman statement, is it?
The fact that she was called a hoax can be related to Amber Heard as the abuser, but no, those words were not used, correct?
Right. And we just don't like Amber. That's not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
All right. And Amber Turd is not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
Right. None of those things are.
Amber
And in terms of
Turd
the use
is
of
not
words
in the Waldman
fraud and
statement, you
hoax,
guys.
That appeared in only 6.5% of the millions of tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed, right?
I love that
I
now
don't have the definition or his report.
the
in front of
typing
me, but we
lady
can
has
look
to
at it together
type
if you'd
in
like to.
Amber Turd.
And
It's official.
And you said Waldman appears in 25%. Waldman or Waldminian.
Looks like Amber's
According to
holding in a
Mr. Shea,
turd
yes.
right now.
All right. But if that's your only evidence, however, that any of this activity has any link to Mr. Waldman. Is that correct?
Well, no, we also look at the timeline because those campaigns were not active prior to the Waldman statements, and then they started appearing, so there's some connectivity there as well.
Mr. Depp bears no responsibility for the social media campaigns. He doesn't. If the social media campaigns caused Ms. Heard to lose her ability to generate income, that's not the Waldman statement. That's a social media
I'm going to
campaign.
object, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay. Come on, Elaine. Oh, Elaine is nice today. I like the way she dressed. She has that kind of carroty hair color. Beautiful with the green jacket. I love the little plissé kind of jersey skirt. You guys, Elaine is really well dressed today. I really, really like how Elaine dressed. She combined her colors nicely. The hair is nice. I like how Elaine is dressed. I think it harmonizes well. The hair color with the skirt. The skirt covers the knees. Very elegant. Elaine did a good job today. Credit where credit is due, you guys. You know I'm always trying to be as objective as possible, and I think Elaine did good. I think she looks nice today. Oh, it's a full dress? I think she looks nice. Yeah, she looks nice. It's a fresh look, good colors.
All right. So I'm just looking for all evidence of the causal connection that you claim exists between the $45 million in damages that you assert and the 3 statements made by Mr. Waldman.
Well, you also I also looked at
Oh,
Ms.
honestly, I
Heard's
thought the blazer is
career
green.
After
I thought it's a genius
the
thing, like a
divorce
dark
proceedings
green.
and other lawsuits that
If it's black,
she was either involved with
it's not
or
as
was
good.
discussed.
Dark green would have been
her
bomb.
career might
Because
have
dark
had a
green
pause,
is really
but she was
beautiful
able
with,
to overcome
ginger
that
hair.
when she did Aquaman and she did The Stand, both very prominent productions. And there was no dramatic downturn in her career after any publicity.
Ma'am, I don't mean to interrupt you, but do you have notes with you?
No, there's dust.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
It's just dust, and I'm just distracting myself. I guess,
I'm sorry.
I'm cleaning the dust.
Nerves. It's really just that.
This
I just-
courtroom is
there's
dirty.
just
Can I
dust.
speak to the
So-
manager?
So you looked at her
Karen,
career,
the judge is the manager.
and
Oh.
You looked at the way her career was moving.
Right. So as I was saying, her career was moving forward, and even she had been able to overcome the negative publicity surrounding the divorce or the initial filing of the UK lawsuit and the other lawsuits, anything that she was associated. She overcame that. She did Justice League, and she did Aquaman, and she did The Stand, and she got the L'Oreal contract all after that. The only time her career slowed down and stopped was at the same time that those defamatory statements came out. So
Yeah, it's
But
very
there's a lot
Anna
of
Delvey.
other
It's like Karen
activity
meets
that
Anna
happened
Delvey.
following the
This
defamatory
courtroom is too
statements.
paw.
You said
You
every
can't
time
even
Mr.
afford to. This is
Depp
not
files a
VIP.
lawsuit,
I don't
it
have
ignites
time
the
for
fire
this.
around the both of them.
Dirty
no, I actually said
courtroom.
it ignites the fire mostly around Mr. Depp. That was in
Well, you didn't
that
use
was
the words
excuse
both
me,
of them?
please.
I'm sorry.
That was in context of when I was asked about Mr. Depp's career. That was not in context.
Excuse
of
me,
when I was
please.
asked
Can I
about Ms.
speak to
Heard's
the
career.
manager?
It's not the same fire?
It is and isn't. Who's the protagonist in the case in the UK was Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard was a witness to that case. She was not a part of the case. So
But
most
there
of the
were-
negative press went.
There was enormous amounts of negative activity around Ms. Heard as a result of the UK case. Isn't that true?
There was negativity, yes, about both of them in the case, yes.
Right. Substantial amounts of negativity.
Right.
Right? And so you can't tell me that that negativity isn't the thing that keeps your or Ms. Heard from working.
That body language.
Well, again, it was a close time frame. The negative statements were a much closer time frame to the press and publicity around Aquaman and The Stand than the UK case, which was months later. So again, I will look at the defamatory statements as kind of the igniting force, and it was promoted and kind of more oxygen was put on the fire when the UK came out. So it kind of became a snowball effect of the
Time to do the
match was
hair.
lit and it kept getting
Now she's
stronger
getting
and
nervous, so
stronger.
she's just doing the hair by flipping.
But Ms. Heard isn't claiming a causal connection between the UK case and her damages, right?
No.
All right. And you can't distinguish between the UK bad publicity and the bad publicity that derived after the Waldman statements.
What time frame are you talking about with the bad publicity from the UK case, so we can at least be specific on time frames?
Well, you
Oh my
talked
God,
about
she
a
is
5-year
reading
time
him.
window.
A 5-year time window from 2020 to the 2 years that we're at now, plus the 3 years moving forward, is what I talked about in terms of the time frame that it would take someone who's been under this much duress to kind of
How
rehabilitate
5
their
years from
career.
2020?
That's
We're
when
not
we
in
talked about the 5
2025.
years.
We're in
Right, that's when you talk
2022.
about the 5 years. So you look over this 5-year window, and during the period that precedes this window, there's lots and lots of negative press about Ms. Heard, irrespective of the Waldman statements, correct?
Before the Waldman statements, as I said, she was able to overcome that, and she got great jobs and was getting endorsement contracts.
Right, but after the Waldman statements, there is more activity.
Yeah, she did.
in the
She did
press.
future earning
There's
predictions,
more
yes, Jack. But I
social
thought this was
media
connected just to the
activity,
negativity.
And you cannot
Without earning.
put a causal connection between that activity and what Mr. Waldman said.
It can be the instigating event, if you want me to call it that. We'll call the Waldman statements the instigating event of a torrential rain of social media tactics that has gone on for years. Yeah.
The instigating event, and therefore your damage analysis with some degree, I guess, of reasonable certainty is that once there's an instigating event, everything that happens thereafter is fair game for damages?
Well, it's like a fire. If one tree burns and then more air or wind is added to it, then the next tree burns and the whole forest burns. But if that first fire hadn't started with the one tree, there would have been no loss of acreage. So you can look at it with that same analogy.
Trees burn one at a time, don't they, ma'am?
You know, I'm not a firefighter. I'm not going to go there with you, but obviously we know that
think-
a single match can cause thousands of acres to burn. So we can leave it at that.
I think I went there with you. All right, let's do this.
Oh,
You decided
oh,
that
oh, he kind of,
there
oh, she
were
got him there. Oh, she got him
a
there.
number of
Oh, she
persons
got him
that
there.
you described as comparable
Oh, I feel
in
cringe for
order
him.
to determine what what Ms. Heard
Oh, Catherine
was
did him
likely to
dirty.
make over time, correct?
Yes.
All right. Of those comparable actors and actresses, is there a single one who has had any press suggesting that they defecated in the marital bed?
I don't know. I have no
Okay.
idea.
You would agree with me that that is a negative influence.
No, they cannot switch on lawyers.
With respect to Hollywood.
They can't.
If one believed it,
Only
yes.
one can do
Yeah,
one
if one
witness.
believed it, you know, it was reported. Yes?
Yeah, it certainly has been discussed. We don't have any proof or video of anybody defecating on the bed.
I certainly do not have proof or, video of anybody defecating in a bed. I'll give you that.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. So,
So,
what you know is that Mr. Waldman didn't say anything
oh
about
my God, I'm so
defecating in
embarrassed
bed.
for him.
Correct.
Right. So all of the bad publicity around that activity has nothing to do with Waldman, right?
Waldman, as you said, didn't talk about defecation.
Okay. And you haven't considered how that story has adversely impacted Miss Heard's career.
That story, you're going to ask me for a causational link between that poop story and her demise of her career. I can't. No, I'm not going to do that, nor can I.
You couldn't do it?
Can I make it? No, I can't.
Right. And you can't do it with Waldman's statements either, can you?
Well, again, I did, and I have, and I stand by them. So
You did by just pointing out that time frame are relatively close.
the time frame and the instigation and if you will, the rallying of the forces, again, it's like a lit tree. It's going to ignite everything. It's like free game afterwards. So it was the instigating event, if you will, and that's what I looked at, yes.
All right, so from your perspective...
She's back to using her
anything
finger
that
for the
happened
hair.
after
She has the upper
Waldman
hand
that
now.
was
She's not
negative to
waiting
your
anymore.
client is
She's
attributable
winning.
to Waldman and therefore attributable to the damage analysis. you made.
Kuroyoru.
I
At
was
this point,
tasked
if
with
I was
looking
the
at that
lawyer, I
specifically,
would
and
just
that's what I was
pretend
asked to limit
to
it to. I
faint.
was not asked to look at anything else.
All right.
Living
Jason
for it.
Momoa,
Oh,
that's one of your comparables, right?
Yes.
He's
hey, pull a
been-
fall like happened to me
prominent
last
since
week. Just like go
1999.
backwards and fall.
He was in Baywatch in '99. 44 episodes on Baywatch. Do you know that?
You can look it up if you did. I'll go with that.
Right. But you remember him on Baywatch.
Actually, didn't watch Baywatch, but
All right.
he certainly had the physique for it. So
Stargate, Atlantis. He was on that.
She didn't
Many
watch
episodes.
Baywatch.
right?
Was she
Did you know that?
jealous
Yes.
of
Okay.
the hot bodies
He
on
played
the beach?
Conan the Barbarian
In TV or film?
film.
Okay. I don't have Mr. Momoa's resume memorized, so
No, I'm just trying to understand how you came to the conclusion they're comparable, because I'm just want to spend a few minutes talking about Mr. Momoa's career. Game of Thrones was one of the most popular things on TV for a
Or at
period
least
of
he
3
brought
years,
Game of
correct?
Thrones. She
Yes, he
didn't
was.
want to mention
And
it.
he was in Game of Thrones.
Good that he's
yes,
mentioning
he
it.
was.
Yeah. And he's Aquaman, right?
Yes, he is.
Right. He's the title character in Aquaman.
Yes.
Yeah. And he was actually Aquaman in a movie before the Aquaman movie started.
You mean Justice League and other things like that, yeah.
Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Justice. Wasn't he in that as Aquaman?
I didn't see that one.
Didn't see it.
No.
Miss Heard wasn't in that movie, was she?
Not that I know of, no.
No. And he was in both Justice League movies.
Correct?
Yeah. And he's in Aquaman 2.
Yes.
They used him in the second Lego movie, right?
Yes.
He's one of the most heroic characters in the recent Dune blockbuster.
Which happened post Aquaman.
Right. In fact, likely his character...
He's not the lead, though.
No.
In Dune, no, he's not the lead.
Did you ever read Dune?
Pardon?
Did you ever read Dune?
No, but I've seen the movie.
Okay. Do you understand whether his character will come back from the dead in the third movie?
As again, I didn't read the book, so he might. I don't know. We're just talking about that one movie.
That might be a bit of a spoiler.
Oh, man. Dude.
She called him dude.
He's one of the principal leads in the new Fast and Furious franchise movie Fast X, right?
I don't know that for sure, no.
Okay. But that's not the career path that Ms. Heard has had. She's never been the title character in a movie. She hasn't spent years on television. She did, what, 8 TV shows? 8 single episodes of TV?
Again, I don't have her resume. If you want to show it to me, we can count them together.
All right. Mr. Momoa remains well-liked even though he's engaged in a recent divorce from another actor. That's correct, right?
I don't know. I don't follow his fan base.
You don't follow Jason Momoa, but you use him as a comparable to come up with a $45 million...
I said I don't follow his fan base. I understand him as a prominent actor in the business, but I don't follow his fan base.
Isn't fan base one of the things that you analyze?
Of course, you can look at numbers, but I don't keep a watch on his social media feeds.
All right.
And yet you keep using him as a comparison to Amber Heard.
All right.
And you don't know anything about him. So how can you compare him to her?
Gal Gadot is
Look, I
in
said
Wonder
it,
Woman.
and I'm not a lawyer. Why can't he do it?
Yes, she's a star.
She's in fact Wonder Woman.
Yeah, no, she's good too.
Yeah. All right. She's the title character. And there's been now multiple Wonder Woman movies.
Elaine
right?
is kind of like, okay, cool,
Yes.
I don't have to
Yeah.
object.
And even before that, she was in franchise films.
Which one are you referring to?
Fast and Furious.
Excuse me, I honestly don't remember her being that as one of the main characters. I know it's The Rock and
You
that whole group.
didn't even know she was in the Fast and Furious franchise.
I've seen it on her resume, but I didn't. Again, I'm not a fan of the Fast and Furious.
All right. You'll agree with me that Wonder Woman is a more prominent role than Mira?
If you're going to talk about apples to apples in that exact movie, yes.
All right. What about, does Mira have any, self-titled franchise films?
Not yet.
No. And Ms. Gadot played a much bigger role in the movie they were in together, the Justice League movie.
In what movie they were in together?
Guys,
Oh,
I'll be
Justice
right back.
League?
The door is ringing. I'm going to leave this
I haven't
on. Just
counted
give me
the
2
screen
minutes.
time, so I can't really say.
Okay. You indicated that another person that you compared.
Hold on,
Ms.
I have
Hurley
to,
is Zendaya.
Zendaya, yeah.
Person so famous she goes by one name.
Hold on, you guys. I gotta go.
I guess when you have a name that's a Z, it works, I guess.
Be right back.
All right.
I'll leave this running for
She's
you.
been on the Disney Channel since she's 13 years old,
Right?
right? She's won an Emmy.
Yes, she did.
Right. She was singing and dancing and swinging from trapezes in The Greatest Showman, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's now been in multiple Spider-Man movies.
Yes?
She's 10 years younger than your client.
Right.
Yeah. But this is a person that you deemed comparable.
Well, as I was explaining to you how I chose them, when you look at the superhero characters, there's not that many to pull from. So I just I worked on pulling characters that were in superhero movies that were about the same age range within 10 years, as you've noted to me, thank you. And also just where her career would have gone. I said that they were comparables, they're not identical. So you can just look at what their career has done either before that superhero movie, then in others, or the one they were in, and then you look at where her career should have gone. Even though she may not have been at the stature of a Zendaya at that time, you can still look at it as a comparable trajectory of what happens when you're in a blockbuster movie. It's just a reference point. It's not meant to be identical. They're not meant to be the same people, or not even have the exact same career. It's meant to be a reference point. Simple as that.
So far, everybody we've looked at have been in more blockbuster movies than Ms. Heard.
But Ms. Heard was also in the biggest blockbuster movie, and the light that shines on Jason Momoa will also shine on her. So you have to look at it in context of the biggest movie that DC Comics is, and also one of the biggest box office films ever, probably within the top 10, because I've looked at it, right? So that light was going to shine brighter on her than someone who wasn't in that movie. And again, it would have just helped her in her career move forward, not stalled it and be, in her world be silent afterwards.
For the jury to accept your damage analysis, they would have to agree with you that Ms. Heard was on the precipice of a meteoric rise. That's the word you used, right?
Actually, no, I didn't. I did use meteoric with someone like, let's say, Gal Gadot or Zendaya, but I actually gave you a range and gave the jury a range that they weren't all going to have a meteoric rise. Some of them would be smaller, right? And so what the numbers that I gave you do not represent a meteoric rise. A meteoric rise is when Jason Momoa goes from, I don't know, $4 million, $5 million to a $50 million payday. That's a meteoric shift in our business. But when someone has contracts that actually go from $1 million to the first one, $2 million, and then $4 million, that is standard for a franchise that is perceived to do well. And so I based those calculations on very specific numbers that were already contracted. I wanted to stay within reality and look at the numbers that were already contracted for Ms. Heard and just move out forward on one film a year, maybe a TV show here or there, and some endorsement contracts, which is very typical for an actor in our business to make that kind of money. It just is what happens.
So the example you just used is somebody went from $1 million to $2 million to $4 million. Your client has never had a contract that exceeds $2 million, correct?
Incorrect.
All right.
In the Aquaman it's actually the Justice League contract because they're associated. So Justice League, Aquaman, she was paid $1 million. Then in Aquaman 2, it was written that she was going to earn $2 million. And if there's another one, it was written in the terms that she would get $4 million. So it actually was a contract that Ms. Heard signed with the studio.
Right, but the movie hasn't been made.
Aquaman 2 hasn't even come out yet, so the third one is still on deck, as they say.
Yeah. Okay, let's put it differently. Your client's never been paid $2 million for a movie she appeared in.
She was paid $2 million for Aquaman.
Right.
Aquaman 2.
And she's never been paid $4 million.
She was contracted to be paid, and when the movie goes, that's what she will be paid. So that's what I said. She was
if
on
she's
the
in the movie.
Right, but if Aquaman 2 does even nearly as well as Aquaman 1, there's going to most likely be a third one. So we can look at that as a precedent that was set in writing, actually.
If a movie makes $795 million, you think there's likely to be a next one?
If it was the first or the second one, but if it's the fifth in the series, I assume that you're referring to Pirates 5. It performed well at the box office, yes, but certainly not in comparison to some of the other ones. And that's what a studio like Disney will look at to say, has that franchise had its run? Or do we need to change it?
A studio like Disney wants to walk away from an $800 million payday?
Well, an $800 million payday has to be put into context to the budget that it costs to get that movie and then the marketing thereafter. And with the increasing costs of not only Mr. Depp's fee or any of the, and plus the other actors' fees, plus general production costs that are getting more expensive, then you put in the marketing costs, which are sometimes 1, 2, or 3 times the budget of the film. A film like that, a studio can spend $600-800 million just making and marketing the film. So $795 million is a lot of money, and it seems like a really good box office, but you have to put into perspective of what's spent on production, marketing, and the overhead costs that the studio takes. So you have, again, it's all in context of what the budget of the film and the marketing of the film is.
All right, let's put some more things in context. Ana de Armas, that's another one you used.
Yes.
All right. She's most recently, I guess, in Deep Water with Ben Affleck.
I don't, again, I know some of the movies that she's been in. I don't remember about Deep Water. I don't even know if that's out yet,
Okay.
to be honest.
She was in the last James Bond movie.
Yes, she was.
Yeah. They were talking about making her the next female Bond, right?
Right, after her big Stars Born moment, yeah, she's gotten a lot more big roles, which is what we had hoped for Miss Heard.
Yeah. And you said that her breakout role was Blade Runner?
It was like the first big, studio movie that got a lot of attention. I believe that was the one that we can look at as a marker for her, sure.
Did you watch Blade Runner 2049?
I did.
Do you know what she did in the movie?
It was years ago. I don't remember exactly what she was in, what role she played, but she was in that movie, and from that, her agents used that as leverage to get her more movies.
You have no knowledge that her principal role in that movie was as a gigantic naked billboard?
Are you saying that's the only thing she was? She was a gigantic naked billboard. She wasn't in the movie.
That's the principal role in that movie.
I don't remember the movie well enough to know.
Okay. And did you know that she was, I talked a little bit about Ben Affleck, right?
Right.
He's an interesting example because he's been in a role that's been recast multiple times. You know that role?
Are we talking about Batman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Batman.
Sure.
All right. So the title character in that DC series has seen how many actors?
Several.
Oh, hey, Andrea.
Michael
Hey,
Keaton.
Steven.
He was Batman.
Hey, Harmony
Val
Cho.
Kilmer.
You're a movie buff, yeah.
Yeah. Christian Bale was Batman.
I think he was, you're right.
George Clooney was Batman.
Definitely.
Yeah. I guess Robert Pattinson is now Batman.
Don't know.
Okay. But you're taking
doesn't know.
an absolutely iconic role that the DC universe has recast 4, 5, 6 times, correct?
Correct.
So that just because you have the role in the first movie or the second movie doesn't mean you get it in the third movie or the fourth movie.
Unless it's contractual.
Right. Unless it's contractual.
Thank you,
So-
Harmony.
Now, let's look. Ana de Armas, she's like the new Marilyn Monroe on Netflix, too, right?
I believe so. She was also in Knives Out, which is probably even a bigger breakout role for her. But
Right.
again, I chose Blade Runner because it's a similar thing. You have to start somewhere. But Knives Out probably was her big moment in time.
Yeah. All right. The other person you picked was Chris Pine. Chris Pine is in a superhero movie, Wonder Woman.
He is in Wonder Woman. He's also, well, Star Trek being a blockbuster, but not necessarily a superhero, right?
Yeah. He was in both Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes, he plays the love interest to Gal Gadot, yeah.
Yeah. On Star Trek, in the Star Trek franchise, he plays Captain Kirk, right?
I don't remember exact role that he played. I didn't see it in the movie. I just know it from his resume, to be honest.
Do you know who Captain Kirk is?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Well,
But you
I
didn't
know
know that
characters.
Chris Pine is Captain Kirk in Star Trek?
I hate to say I'm not a Star Trek fan.
Okay.
Okay,
But
done.
you used
We're done
Mr.
here.
Pine as an example, irrespective of the fact you didn't even know he starred.
Of course, she
in
would
this
not be a Star
franchise
Trek
film.
fan.
I did know that he starred. That's
A
why I
TV
used
show
it again.
that talks about
In fact,
humanity.
We can go over.
being
We can
kind
go over
to
this
each
a couple
other,
more times, and
saying
I'm
the
happy to do
truth,
so.
not being aggressive
All I wanted
to
to
each
do
other. Of course
was
she
look
would
at
not
from a
like
small
Star
pool
Trek.
of people that have been in huge franchise movies or superhero movies, and give you a sense of what the range is or what someone's trajectory can be. Again, they are not apples and apples. They're not both green apples or both red apples. I just was looking at a range. It's what we do. It's what we do in the industry. It's what you do to kind of get a sense of how much you're going to pay an actor, what they're worth in the foreign markets and the domestic
Ma'am, I think my
markets.
question was, did you know whether he was in Star Trek?
Yes, and you were asking me why I chose him, which is what this conversation is about. And again, I chose him because he was part of Star Trek and Wonder Woman, but mostly because he was in Wonder Woman. And I don't know the exact time frame of which came first, but the fact that he's in both of them is consistent with what actors of this ilk tend to do once they're in a movie like this.
But you talk about breakout roles, but you don't know which was his breakout
That
role.
grin on her
Chris
face.
Pine's been an actor. He's been a well-liked actor. He was in both Star Trek and in Wonder Woman. And
Did a
Star
movie
Trek.
with Denzel Washington?
Pardon?
Did a movie with Denzel Washington?
He's had a good career.
Yeah, great career.
Yeah.
Yeah, much longer career than Ms. Hurd, right?
She was on the precipice of a great career.
Yeah,
She hasn't had the chance to negotiate for that yet or be in those movies yet, so we don't know yet.
We're getting back to precipice. Didn't you just deny precipice a few minutes ago? I thought your testimony was she was on the precipice of meteoric rise. You said, I guess.
I didn't say meteoric. I said consistent. I don't know. She could have a meteoric rise, but I was talking about consistent with Ms. Hurd.
All right. So
What
the
lips,
of the
Debbie?
actors
What
you
lips is she
selected,
biting? She ain't got none.
Two of them are the title characters in their DC movies. One of them,
One is Aquaman. Who's the other title character?
Gal Gadot.
Wonder Woman, right.
Right.
She's Wonder Woman. And you mean Jason Momoa? Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So you
She's
get
biting
two
her
title
flaps,
characters.
says Jack.
You got James Kirk, and those are the people that you thought were most representative of Ms. Hurd.
Again, there are not that many in the pool to pick from. I'm not going to put comparable actors that haven't been
She's
in
literally
either
annoyed
large,
at
what
him.
we call tentpole movies or franchise movies or superhero movies. So I wanted to work within those parameters, and that's what I did. So those are the actors I chose.
So you
yes.
wanted
And to show what
to
type
work.
of work
So it's
happens
a
when you're in a
subjective
big movie
thing.
and what happens
It wasn't an
afterwards.
objective
When
thing.
you say comparable,
Come on, I'm
every
doing
one
a
of the
better
actors
job
you
than him.
chose
Come
had
on,
a
you
much longer
guys.
TV career than Ms. Hurd.
Again, they were all in superhero.
Oh my God,
or
Nicole, the
franchise
Karen is
movies
eating the
that
lawyer
did
up
very,
alive
very
on
well at the
Cross,
box office.
And there are tons of actors and actresses who are in superhero movies that don't have meteoric rises thereafter, correct?
Not when they're the lead character with Jason Momoa, but to your point, there are many actors that have no career prior to a breakout role and then have a meteoric career and have had no career prior. So you don't always just look at the past. It's helpful, and with Ms. Hurd, she had good reviews, so that's what I looked at. But if you look at other actors and they have their first role and all of a sudden they become a superstar from one role. So that happens in our business. It just does.
All right.
Yeah,
With
but if that happens in your
respect
business,
to your
one role could make it or
comparable
break
actors,
it. Her following role she could have gotten terrible reviews,
You
and she could have
have
messed up her
no
career that way
personal
too.
knowledge
You can't just go
as to how much any of them were
on the
compensated.
speculation that she's
over the
rising
period
more and
you
more,
reviewed.
and because of
Incorrect.
Johnny, she's falling.
You have personal knowledge as to who?
Jason Momoa.
I think she's doing a pretty
And you
fine
derive
job
that
at
personal
destroying her
knowledge from
own
talking to
career.
somebody?
Thank you very
Yes.
much.
He didn't tell you.
Say that.
His agent did.
This dude.
So what you will rely on what Mr. Momoa's agent told you, but you have no knowledge. You didn't see the contract.
No, his agent is at William Morris as well, so they told me that.
Right. And you've never seen anybody else's contracts as to what they were making.
No, but in 25 years of being in this business, I understand the basis of which actors are paid when they're in blockbuster films and then they're in large budgeted studio films. So it's not a leap to kind of understand where the actor's making. And again, I really didn't want to try to be speculative in my analysis. I wanted to work with the numbers that Amber had contracted for already and just take it from there and said if she had done one movie a year and one series and done product endorsement, that's how I got to the number. So I wasn't looking to take her on a meteoric rise. I wasn't looking to give her the same career as Jason Momoa. I took her numbers that her agents had actually negotiated and worked from there.
When you say you weren't trying to give her the same career as Jason Momoa, the TV program that she most recently did, The Stand, she made $200,000 an episode. That's what you testified to.
Correct.
And in your damage analysis, you give her $1 million an episode had the Waldman statements not occurred. And you do it only because you believe Mr. Momoa has gotten that in something that he's in.
Right.
So you are giving her the same career as Jason Momoa.
Well, again, with someone like Ms. Heard, who was in a blockbuster film with the team at William Morris, in my discussions with William Morris, that's what they were looking to negotiate for her on other projects. So I got some of that information from her management team directly.
If you were in the biz, you would have known the franchise of Star Trek, and you would have known that Pattinson is the new
job of an
Batman.
agent. They usually try to get the most
That's what I would have
money as
also
possible.
answered back. Oh, you've been in the business for 25 years doing this job, and you don't know that Pattinson is the new Batman?
Willing to pay on the other side of that deal, don't you?
Right, but agents are working with people in the industry and have a pulse on have a finger on a pulse of what's going on, so they know who's marketable and what the prices that all the streamers are paying these days.
You haven't seen a single one of the endorsement contracts that you referenced, other than Ms. Heard's?
No, other than, again, what I was talking to William Morris in terms of the pricing that they are aware of, not only for their own clients, but what's out in the marketplace, and it's pretty consistent. And I've also worked with other actors on other cases that have gotten similar contracts, so I'm familiar with the rates of endorsement contracts.
You haven't made any reference to the actual earnings of any of these actors.
Again, as you do an analysis, you put together the numbers that you know from both your experience and the marketplace and the agents that are working in the marketplace. So together, that's how I created those numbers, and mostly using Ms. Heard's numbers specifically and giving her a very steady career, which is what she had had prior to Aquaman.
Yeah, and you don't have
But not
the
prior to Johnny
earnings of
Depp.
any of the actors you looked at other than Ms. Heard's.
No, I don't have all the contracts now.
You don't have any of that information.
Jack says
You
someone
don't
in the
have any of
courtroom
that
said some
information.
of the jury have fallen asleep
Okay.
previously. Look at her suck that bottle. Oh,
In fact, that information,
that swallow. Oh, honey, that
I guess
swallow.
aside from Mr. Momoa's, is confidential, right?
Usually it is, yes.
Yeah. And the only reason you know anything about Mr. Momoa is that Ms. Heard shares an agent? Or an
Right, but
agency?
look, I've also been in the industry for many years, and I know what actors get paid. I talk about budgets constantly, so it's not a secret within the industry the amount that actors in those types of movies are paid very, very well.
You're not currently working as an agent for anyone, are you?
No.
All right. So, the salaries of these comparable actors, did they form some basis for your opinion?
No.
Okay. So your opinion, as I understand it, is that Ms. Heard should have been able to renegotiate an existing contract.
Which is standard in the industry as well as with her agent
Do
specifically.
you know if it's standard with Warner Brothers?
I'm sorry?
Do you know if it's standard with Warner Brothers?
I don't know if it's standard at any of the studios, but it is standard for agents to renegotiate, and oftentimes are successful when the film is done so well.
Right, but what you're talking about is there's an existing contract where Ms. Heard has made a promise that she will do the next movie for, in this instance, $2 million, right?
Right.
And the agent is trying to do is to get Warner Brothers to say, hey, you should pay her more than your contract says because you like her?
Well, as Ms. Kovacevic said, also, it's standard in the industry. As again, I've been in the industry, I've worked with agents, and I've worked with lots of lawyers, and we have conversations about what is an actor getting, or what can they do, or what are they going to do the next time. So again, it's a standard in practice in the industry, especially when a film is as successful as Aquaman, that the agents will go back and renegotiate. In fact, that was conversation.
Isn't the standard practice is that they would try to renegotiate, but it's up to the studio?
Sure, but oftentimes in a movie of such of the nature of Aquaman, they're very successful, usually.
But the entirety of your analysis assumes a renegotiation with a studio for terms that are double what the studio had already got a promise from Ms. Heard she would work for.
Correct.
All right. Have you talked to Walter Hamada?
Michael is behind me, Dacob.
Have I spoken to him? No.
Oh,
Do you know
here,
who he
Michael.
is?
Michael
Yes.
Myers?
Who is he?
He's a senior executive at Warner Brothers, or I think he still is there, but certainly at the time of the renegotiation, he was a senior executive.
And do you know whether he's the president of DC-based film productions?
I think that's exactly his title, yeah.
Yeah. Who's in a better position?
Oh, Nicole Popinchuk.
to
Okay, it
determine
is not.
whether Warner
Agents will
Brothers
try, but
would
it's not
renegotiate?
standard to renegotiate.
You or Mr. Hamada?
Otherwise,
As
what's the
again,
point
I
of
based this on the agents that
pre-negotiating
were talking
terms
to Warner
for
Brothers
sequels?
about Mr. Momoa,
This is
and
what I do
they
for a
were
living
wanting
as
to
an
talk to me about
entertainment
Ms. Heard as
lawyer,
well.
says Nicole Popinchuk at a studio.
So I
So
based my
infuriating.
information on them. So the connection should be
Thanks
Mr.
for the
Hamada
intel,
or the agents,
Nicole.
not Mr. Hamada and me.
Let me gulp.
All right. Who's in a better
Oh.
position to know whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Just asking.
Frickin'
I'll
shit.
sustain the objection. Next
Sorry.
question.
My shoe got stuck in my
Repeat any
microphone.
testimony from Mr. Hamada?
I did.
Did you understand that Mr. Hamada says that they don't?
Nicole does
that
not
they wanna
work
hold
at
the
Warner
lawyers-
Brothers for
hold
the bunker
actors to their
record,
deals?
LOL.
That was
Duly
the
noted,
philosophy
Nicole.
that he said Warner Brothers had, yes.
Yeah. Did you understand that Mr. Hamada said that nothing Mr. Depp did impacted her compensation?
I have to
I don't
practice
remember
the
that part
Gulf
of the
War
testimony.
scene.
You have it available for me to read?
Oh, honey, I gulp elegantly and affluently,
You don't know
if you know
whether
what I
Mr.
mean.
Hamada testified. Did anything Mr. Depp said about Amber
All my
Heard
years of
affect her
practice have taught me to
compensation?
be very silent when I gulp.
Again, I don't.
If
I
need
don't-
be,
I
if
don't
need
recall- I don't
be.
recall that testimony,
Sorry.
no.
Do you know whether Mr. Hamada indicated whether he even knew who Adam Waldman was?
Some like it
Again,
silent,
I
Jack.
don't remember the
exactly.
conversation
Who am I
about
to
Hamada
judge?
and Waldman or Depp.
And you don't remember whether Mr. Hamada made
We
any
aim to
statements
please
as to
here in the
whether
bunker.
anything Mr. Waldman said affected Ms. Heard's compensation?
In my experience, studios don't talk about how or why they make decisions based on publicity or conversations. They're not going to try. They're going to be very protective
Some
of all
like
the
it hot.
relationships.
Yeah, or
so that's just
yeah, best
natural.
believe.
Yeah, unless you can get him to testify under oath at a deposition, right?
Well, even so, they're not going to say anything negative. They may bypass it by being positive, but they're not going to do anything that could potentially damage a relationship that may change or be worthwhile in the future. So that's just what a studio person does.
Mr. Hamada is in the best position to determine whether there were chemistry issues with Ms. Heard.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
He's the president of the company.
All right, overruled.
I don't know how
Elaine,
involved Mr. Hamada
you
was on a
tried.
daily basis in terms of chemistry, but I do know that Warner Brothers did a chemistry test with
Objection,
Ms.
Your Honor.
Heard and Mr. Momoa before she even got the role. She went in and
He's
did
the
what they call a
president.
chemistry test.
Oh, that company.
So that was to actually see whether there was good chemistry between them, and evidently there was good chemistry because she was then hired to be the romantic interest.
It takes
So
a turn when you're a human toilet,
whatever
though.
Mr.
Yeah.
Hamada said during his deposition, I
Yeah.
look at what actually
In
happened
my
in real life,
Julia
which
Fox
is she got the
voice.
chemistry test and then she got the job.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's look what happened in real
Right.
life. She went in before and took the test. Then she made a
Oh,
movie.
come on. Yes, Catherine.
Then there was an existing movie under which
How she does that.
Warner Brothers could then decide whether there was chemistry, right?
The movie worked. It made over $1 billion, and they're all over the poster. If they didn't
Honey,
think
I
that
ate a
there was
Big Mac
chemistry, they
more
wouldn't have put
affluently
Ms.
than
Heard
you
on the
drank that
poster
water out of that
next
bottle.
to Mr. Momoa. So,
You know there were multiple posters for
said.
the Aquaman movie.
yes,
And
there always are. That's standard.
And that 3 out of the 4 posters, the standard posters for Aquaman, didn't even feature Miss Heard.
Right. So when you make a poster at the studio, it's normal to have 3 or 4 variations because you want to appeal to different people's perspectives. So you want the romantic poster, you want the action poster, you want the superhero poster. So it's normal for them to have many posters, but the romantic poster was of Ms. Heard and Mr. Momoa.
Right, and everyone, and all the others are just of Mr. Momoa.
Like we talked about, it's Aquaman, but she was prominent in the ones that that Warner Brothers wanted to appeal to women and to the romantic interest of the
So
consumer.
I was Mick Jagger's human toilet for years. Allegedly. I don't know if she's drinking Italian water. What is it? San Benedetto? Is it
What
panna? Acqua panna? I don't know.
Movies would Ms. Heard have gotten absent Mr. Waldman's statements?
Well, the ones we know about specifically that she was in conversations with was a movie with Gail Garcelle Bernal, I believe that's how you say his name, at
No, that's
Amazon,
not how you
which
say
is
his
what Ms.
name.
Kovacevic said. And she was also in consideration for a movie called Ambulance with Michael Bay. But again, after the Waldman statements, nobody would talk to the agents, and so they weren't able to garner more. Oh, she also had a movie that she was interested in producing that a good friend of hers, or a friend of hers or colleague was doing. So there was at least those 3.
I don't know if it's San Pellegrino or
but I don't know.
Fenerelle.
Those
I don't
were
know.
3 movies that
Looks
she
like
was being
Acqua panna.
considered for, but you don't know what movie she was going to be in.
Well, again, they stopped the conversation after the statement, so we don't know where they would have gone, of course. But she was in consideration for all of them.
I need
and
Amber
given her
from
fame from
Savage.
Aquaman, she would have that would have helped all those movies. So it would have made a lot of sense.
You're projecting movies way out into the future that you have no knowledge would ever have gotten made.
Well, that's
She
what
also
we
has
do
no
when you
knowledge
talk
of the
about
ones that were
comparables
made.
and-
She obviously
and
doesn't know that
economic damages.
Pattinson
You
is the
talk
new
about the
Batman.
future. That's
Why are you
standard
even
in our
talking to
industry
her?
as a forensic expert and in the
she's a
industry.
total baboon. The woman is
That's how movies
phony.
are financed, as a matter of fact, is by forecasting what happens in the future.
What connection do you draw between Mr. Waldman's statements and the reported reduction in Ms. Heard's Aquaman 2 role?
She's writing, "Dear Diary,
Again, it's
tomorrow
it's the timing of
I'm
it all.
gonna
It's
drink
the timing of it all.
that
And also, they were
bottle.
going to take her out of the movie after the statements, and then they put her back in, and then there. Can I talk about the emails that I read? I'm not sure at this point, but
So,
I missed the fake
when
side.
you say they're going
Damn.
to take her out of the movie, when you have an option, you literally have the option whether to include the actress, right? That's what it means.
Yes, Harmony, it's Sauvage.
Correct.
We have it in honor
So
of Johnny.
they can choose to exercise
This
the
is
option
the
or not
smell,
exercise the
the
option.
smell of
Entirely up to
justice
them.
for Johnny.
Correct.
Not the best
And
smell,
they have
but nevertheless,
that particular
a smell.
studio, to your
there you are.
knowledge,
Amber.
has repeatedly recast
Amber.
even major figures in their DC movies.
We talked about Batman.
The Holy
What about
Spirit of
Superman?
Johnny Depp.
No, I'm not. I think I'm more familiar with the Batman actors. I think there have been a couple actors of Superman, but depending on how the movie performed, if the movie doesn't perform, they'll look for other actors. If they want to go a different direction or reboot a franchise, they will look at different
elixir is
actors.
a dad thing.
So
I can
if
see
the movie's
that.
successful, they're not likely to change the
still have to
actors,
get the
especially
elixir.
not in the second one or the third one.
Another reason they'll look for a different actor or actress, if the actor or actress is charged
She might be
asking
using that,
too much
Jack, but
money
I'm sure she
to
has like
play
a
the role
glam
again, correct?
team for her every day.
Yes, not in
Aqua di
figures under $10
Johnny,
million,
right,
but
RN?
yes.
Yeah, if you're asking for too much money, you might not get your role again.
Harmony says, sad to
And
hear that you
your
don't enjoy the
analysis
scent.
assumes
Why is
that
it
Ms.
sad?
Heard
I
could
enjoy
double
other
her
scents.
money.
It's okay. We can't all
Well, her
love the same
contracts
stuff.
double her money
It's
from
fine.
each one to the next, so it wasn't that large a leap to do that, especially when the agents had told me that that was what had been, they were considering and what they'd been discussing.
All right. You seen the script of Aquaman 2?
Personally,
Yeah.
I did see a draft. I don't know what the date was or when it was or where in the succession of the rewrites it was. I did see one draft, yes.
You don't know what Warner Brothers has in mind for that movie in terms of the kind of movie it's going to be?
It's a superhero movie.
Right. It's supposed to be like a buddy comedy, right?
I don't know. I don't know about a buddy comedy. It's an action movie, superhero movie. I don't know.
Who's Patrick Wilson?
Patrick Wilson. I've heard that name in terms of an actor, but I don't know Mr. Wilson.
All right. Do you know if he appears in Aquaman?
Again, I don't know him by name. If you want to show me a picture, I can, or a clip from the movie.
All right.
She has no
Do you know
clue.
if Mr. Wilson appears more frequently in Aquaman than your client does?
I didn't count the screen time when I watched the movie. It was a long, even when I watched it again, I didn't count the screen time of anybody else.
All right. Did you read the testimony of Mr. Hamada?
We discussed that, yes.
You disregarded all of it in your analysis as to her ability to renegotiate, correct?
Well, I remember the part where Mr. Hamada said that from time to time they will break their philosophy and renegotiate. It's what they did with Jason Momoa and with Gal Gadot. So, it coincides with what we know in the industry, which is it can be done.
It's what they did with the two title characters in the DC universe.
Again, I've worked in the business for a long time, and I've seen a lot of actors renegotiate their careers. I'm sorry, not their careers, renegotiate.
Yeah,
their,
Pump-a-Shek. It's very
their
much.
fees. It's common practice.
Mariah Carey. I don't know her.
And it's
moment.
certainly
Yeah.
what the agent will think about first when a movie makes $1 billion+.
Right. Again, you focused on the agent, but it's the studio that pays the bills.
Yes.
Right. All right. Your Honor, I have a fair amount more to do.
Continue.
I'm sorry?
Continue.
Okay. I didn't know if we were going to 5:30 today or not.
Every day is 5:30 day.
Okay. No, we may not even need to get there.
Every day is 5:30
All
day.
right. Perfect. All right.
What the hell? Dude, you're paid a
We
lot
talked
of
about
money. Do
Ms.
your
Heard's
job
endorsement deal with L'Oreal.
till the end of the day.
Yes.
What the hell?
And that L'Oreal has concerns about using her
what
because
the
every
hell?
time they try to use her, people respond negatively to her.
People don't.
I don't like this guy.
The Depp fan base has responded, have posted negative things about Ms. Heard.
He's probably paid at the
on their
beginning of every
campaigns.
hour.
So,
So if he
Did you
starts,
say the
you know,
Depp
if he
fan
enters
base?
the 5 p.m., he's
Well,
paid
people that were
all
using
that
the
hour
hashtags
until
that
6
were
p.m.
consistent with
But
the
if
rest
they
of
end
the
at
Depp fan base.
5:15,
yeah, but
He's still paid the full hour.
Negative things that,
Cheapo.
other than
Don't
things
like
that
this.
came from Mr. Waldman, correct?
I haven't seen all. That was. I was just looking at what L'Oreal discussed and what L'Oreal said in their communications.
All right. They may.
Trina says you don't stop in the middle of
Do you
cross
see
unless
where
the
I'll
judge
make a
says something.
word
Hey, Catherine of
cloud the
Sweden.
words that were
This is
most,
Johnny's lawyer.
commonly associated with Ms. Heard in its marketing campaigns?
I knew they did that. I didn't see it myself, actually.
Do you know what words there were?
Again, no.
Okay.
Oh, Andrea, you like him? Well, you must see something in him that I don't.
You didn't talk much about this, but in order to get to the damage analysis that you got,
Hey,
the
Tony.
$45 million, I think at least initially you suggested that Ms. Heard would have a role
Welcome,
producing
Catherine.
and starring in a movie, and that she would make $12 million.
I've talked about that, but in the latest calculation, that was really less what I considered and more about what films and
Oh,
TV
okay,
and
Andrea, no
endorsement
too many
deals
lawyers
that
in my
she
life.
would do. The producing was something that she had wanted to do, and again, Mr. Momoa got that, so that's
But
where
Jackie
the
said I
agents
have a
were
lot
discussing
more to
those figures
do.
with me.
The last
Say,
movie
but should we
that
cut it
she has
here?
a
And then she
production
said, no, we
credit
go until
for
5:30?
is in 2013.
And now he doesn't have any more
right?
questions?
Again, I haven't memorized her resume.
There's a movie called Syrup. Did you ever hear of it?
No,
Well, they can't change
aside
him.
from having probably seen
She
it on her IMDb.
cannot be
And
cross-interrogated
Soon
by
in the Darkness,
anybody
that's
else
her other
but him.
production credit, right?
If you say so. If you're reading it off of her resume, I will believe you, yes.
2010,
Okay.
12 years ago. But you, at least at some portion of at some point in this analysis, were of the mind that
Exactly,
she would
Harmony. If I were in the
recover
jury, I would have the
$12
same
million
feeling. He stutters a little
with a
too much,
producing,
says Harmony. Maybe he has great points,
role
but the way
and a
he's
starring
speaking
role
is
in a
not
movie.
making me feel
because
confident
that's what
about
Mr.
him.
Momoa got.
Again, the agents were just saying that those were the kinds of numbers they were looking at to help her as she moved forward in her producing career.
Right. Those are the kind of the numbers the agents would
By the way,
like her to
subscribe, you
get.
guys. Let's try to
Right, but again, I didn't
reach
use that in the final analysis of my 45 million, so it was just
1K.
a discussion point because that's what the agents wanted me to consider.
All right. All right. You have testified that the breakout role for Miss Heard was Aquaman, right?
I didn't say the breakout role, but I used it as a movie that it was a superhero kind of super box office success. I think that, some of her other critically acclaimed movies probably helped her break into that role, which would have been The Danish Girl, and then her work in Justice League, which was a natural progression to getting to star in
He says this is
Aquaman.
bad karma for what Johnny Depp did to Vanessa
But
Paradis. What did he do
I
to
used
her?
breakout, perhaps you didn't, but this is the movie that springboards
What did he do
her
to Vanessa
the
Paradis?
kind
Vanessa
of money
only has
that
good
you
things to say
are
about him. They
suggesting
have two
she
kids
should earn.
together.
It should have, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Andrea. So sweet of you. Thank you.
Other than Aquaman, which was released in 2018, how many movies has she booked?
Well, she booked Aquaman 2,
Right,
and she did The Stand, which was a significant television show.
right. But outside of the Aquaman franchise, she obtained only one movie role, since 2018, right?
Right, the industry also knows that she's planned to be on the next movie, and they understand her production schedule, so she's not going to go after films that would conflict with a mega box office movie. So there's scheduling and conflict issues as well that she and her team would consider.
So when was Aquaman released in 2018? It's December.
It was either December 2018 and then it depends on where it was in the world. It was started in December 2018 and then it moved out, into 2019.
How many months
She's
between
a
December
no.
2018 and the Waldman statements went by?
She did. Don already had hers for the day.
12, I think 15 or 16 if my math is correct.
Honey, you're paid for this deposition
She
because
got
you're
one role
there
during
as a
that 15
professional
or
witness.
16-month
So
period.
do your job, girl. You're
During the
paid.
entirety of the post-Aquaman boost, right?
She got the stand,
Right.
and then she was in discussions for the films as they were getting ready to go.
But she didn't get another role for 16 months between the release of Aquaman and what you say are the Waldman statements.
Well, she got the stand.
Right. She got one TV role.
A pretty significant TV role, yes, for a Stephen King novel.
Right. She was in a movie, though.
I'm sorry?
She was in a movie that was released after Aquaman.
What movie are you referring to?
Gully.
Oh, well, I don't know when that was shot, so you'd have to tell me when it was shot. Movies get
Harmony,
released at
Johnny
different
was never
time frames.
married
Like,
to
they can be
Vanessa
shot
Paradis.
in 2016 and not
Harmony,
get released till
Johnny was never
2018.
married to
So
Vanessa.
You'd have to tell me. We'd have to look at, the actual filming dates of the Gully for me to talk to you about that.
She wasn't initially cast in Gully, was she?
So,
I'm not familiar with the casting process of Gully.
All right. Do you know who Alice Eve is?
Who?
Alice Eve.
Alice Eve. Sounds familiar, but I'm not recalling who she is.
She's an actress, been in any number of movies. You don't know who she is?
Again, I know her name, but I don't know her resume.
She's in Star Trek.
Great.
Right. She was in one of those breakout roles, Star Trek, but you don't even know who she is.
I talked to you about Star Trek before. I'm not a big Star Trekian.
Okay. Ms. Heard replaced Alice Eve in the movie Gully, right?
there's no more water in your bottle.
I don't know the casting process.
You're
I
still
don't know
gulping?
who's starring that movie.
Do you know what she was paid?
Who?
Ms. Heard.
For Gully?
Yeah.
Can you tell me when that was in? No, I don't. But what was the filming date of, and what was the start date of Gully?
You didn't look at the Gully contract when you were making an analysis of Ms. Heard's damages?
I don't recall whether I looked at it or not.
Did you understand that she was making $2,190 per week for Gully?
Can you tell me when it was shot? When does that contract get negotiated? It's relevant.
The contract is negotiated prior to the release of Aquaman.
Okay.
So she signs this contract for $2,190.
Yeah, Catherine of Sweden,
there
I agree
any-
with you. He shouldn't say
you
right.
know what?
He undermines himself when he
The Screen
qualifies her
Actors
statements with saying
Guild
right.
low budget.
Yeah, that right, he got to take that out of his.
Minimum scale is.
I agree with you, Catherine.
It changes from year to year. It depends on what year and what the size of the budget. There's actually 3 or 4 different scale, benchmarks. So when there's a low budget, it can be a micro budget, it can be a minimum budget. At low budget, there's like 4 or 5 different scales that
A
they
mega
use when
budget,
it
like
gets
a
to
mega
anything other
pint?
than a studio film.
Yeah.
And oftentimes actors do passion projects, and that has nothing to do with, or something that they really love to do, or they think that would be good for the career. It doesn't have anything to do with the fee made on the film.
All right.
Yeah, he did it again. All right.
What's a loan out?
A loan out? A loan out is the corporation that an actor will use so that their money comes in through a corporation, and then that corporation technically loans out the actor's services to the production. So the loan out is the corporation that the actor uses, and then they loan out the services to the production company. It's just really for tax purposes.
Do you know of any movie that Ms. Heard booked immediately prior to Aquaman other than Gully?
Well, I know she did Justice League. Right. I don't remember the dates and times of the filming of the other ones. You always have to look at the filming dates.
You talked about Mr. Schnell. Gully was in his chart, right?
I don't remember where Gully was.
Right. Did you look closely at his chart?
Pardon?
Did you look closely at his chart?
At Mr. Schnell's chart?
Yeah.
I looked at the numbers with respect to the social media campaigns is what I was looking at Mr. Schnell for.
Okay. Do you know whether any of the dates of the Waldman statements even appear in Mr. Schnell's chart?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would have said, of course you don't remember, instead of okay. I would pull the
Talk a
Camille.
little bit about
Oh,
Q
honey,
scores
those. Oh, honey.
and Mr. Banya. Do you
Oh,
remember
honey.
that?
Don't even.
Yes.
And that finger again. There we go.
For Miss Heard, Mr. Banya
Oh,
used
honey.
Q scores from immediately after Aquaman, right?
Again, if you want to show me something, I can answer it. I don't remember every word of Mr. Banya's, but I remember talking about the dates with you earlier.
All right. But you don't know as you sit here today whether the Q scores that Mr. Banya used were after
5:30
Aquaman,
p.m.
but
is
before
when it
the
ends.
Waldman statements.
He used a couple different scores based on dates. He didn't. I don't remember if they were correlated to the statements or not. I remember years more than anything else. Again, I looked at thousands and thousands of pages of documents, so I don't remember exactly what he said.
Even before the Waldman statements, Ms. Heard had very high negative Q scores. Isn't that correct?
Very negative high Q scores?
No, very high negative Q
As
scores.
I said, very high negative Q scores. I remember discussions of a lot of Q scores. I don't remember exactly what or when, which score, or whether it was.
So in your analysis, you didn't consider Ms. Heard's negative Q scores as a restraint on what she might earn on a going forward basis?
No, Q scores change all the time. Ms. Heard's IMDb score has been 1, and it's been 300. Mr. Depp's Q score has been 1, and it's been 253. You know, Q scores change all the time. Scores change all the time. They're based on current events and movie releases.
You talked a little bit about Mr. Depp's damages. Did you talk, who's Jerry Bruckheimer?
Who's Jerry Bruckheimer? The producer of the Pirates franchise. Well, he's a huge producer of a lot of movies, but he happens to be the producer of the Pirates franchise.
You didn't talk to him prior to your testimony?
Personally, no.
No. And you didn't have other people talk to him on your behalf, did you?
Me personally, no. I did not talk to Mr. Bruckheimer.
And you've never spoken with Mr. Bruckheimer about why Mr. Depp has not appeared in a 6 pirate movie?
There has been no 6 pirate movie. There is not a Pirates movie titled Pirate 6 yet.
Right.
Forever.
But you haven't talked to Mr. Bruckheimer as to whether Mr. Depp was going to appear in the movie?
From things that I've read in
He's looking at her.
newspaper publications and emails, I've read that Mr. Bruckheimer was uncertain
looking
whether
at her.
Mr. Depp would star in.
Right. But you haven't talked to him. And you've never spoken with Sean Bailey about this, right?
No.
Or anyone at Disney?
I actually put a call into someone at Disney, and they didn't want to talk on the record.
All right, you called somebody at Disney and they didn't want to talk to you.
No, again, as I said, studios don't want to talk about their stars, whether they want to preserve a relationship that may or may not be used in the future. So it's their tendency not to talk about people they are in business with.
So you have no personal knowledge why Mr. Depp hasn't made a 6 pirate movie?
Well, as I said, there is no 6 pirate movie.
Right. But you don't know why. You have no personal knowledge why.
I don't work at Disney now.
Okay. Did you listen to Mr. Wiggum's testimony in this trial?
I read Mr. Wiggum's testimony.
And Mr. Wiggum said Mr. Depp had a deal for the movie, right?
I think Mr. Wiggum did. The other agent, Mr. Carino, said he did not. And as there is no Pirates movie, there have been no deals negotiated, and that's what Ms. Jacobs also testified to.
But Mr. Wiggum testified to something else.
It doesn't correlate, as we say.
Look
to
at
the
Johnny.
other
He's like,
two agents'
gotcha.
testimony.
But at this point, no. I think the jury is asleep.
You've indicated that a portion of the reason that Mr. Depp has received a variety of negative comments in Hollywood is that he engages in lawsuits.
One of the elements that has contributed to a lot of negative press and attention is due to the lawsuits, and the activity and the behaviors that we talked about earlier have been brought into the limelight.
Mr. Depp's lawsuit here has generated negative publicity.
Yeah, she will
for
be
Ms.
coming
Heard,
back.
correct?
Catherine is coming back tomorrow for
Yes.
redirect.
That lawsuit,
If there is a
until
redirect.
she's filed a counterclaim, didn't relate to the Waldman statements, did it?
Mr. Depp's lawsuits?
Yeah.
No, we talked about that. It was pertaining to the her op-ed piece.
Right. It related to what
Pardon?
Ms. Heard said.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Depp's lawsuit relates to what Ms. Heard said and not to what Mr. Waldman said.
Not what, well, it related to the op-ed piece that Ms. Heard wrote.
Right. So Mr. Waldman's statements have no connection to the negative publicity that Ms. Heard has received relative to this trial, correct?
Objection calls for speculation, foundation, hearsay, and outside the scope.
Any response?
We're looking for a causal connection here.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't fight back. It's a pity because he could have had her in that moment. Elaine
When
blocked
was the
him,
last
and he
time
didn't fight back.
you met with Ms. Heard?
Like, why would he do that? Why would
I
he let
only
her
met
have
Ms. Heard
that?
at lunch today.
Okay, that's the first time you talked to her.
First time I met her.
Okay. What's your compensation for testifying here today?
For testimony, it's $650 an hour.
An hour.
What has been your compensation to date for providing the assistance that you have in this case?
I've been working on the case for about 3 years, and
3 years, and she doesn't know shit about all the
over the
details.
3 years, I believe it's around $60,000.
You said 60?
Yeah, over 3 years.
They paid her
I have no further
$60,000.
Redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'm going to make it definitely fit within that 5:30.
Oh, it's done. We're done. Okay, now it's redirect. So if she
Ms. Arnold,
finishes
you
redirect
asked a
like Elaine
number of questions
promises,
about
then Catherine
the
is not
different
coming back
social
tomorrow.
media, the negative, and how do you know that it relates to the Waldman Depp statements? Do you recall all those questions?
Yes.
Okay. The social media that was connected, and some of that was your testimony, some Jessica Kovacevic, and some of it was Mr. Schnell, actually tracked the language from the 3 statements from Waldman, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay. What, if any, efforts were made to track the negative social media that caused the damages that you've attributed?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
So L'Oreal did a lot of research. William Morris did a lot of research. Mr. Schnell did a lot of research. And in those conversations, those were also connective tissues
Sylvie.
to the negative social media campaign and the Waldman statements.
All right. And they connected back to those 3 statements, correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And what, if any, connection did they have to those 3 statements?
Again, we talked about this earlier. We talked about some of the hashtags being similar. We talked about the Waldman or the Waldminion. So there were a lot of connective tissues between the negative social media campaigns and the Waldman statements.
Okay. And I'm going to jump because I think this is part of this. So you were asked some questions about Mr. Hamada. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And asked whether he testified that whether anything Mr. Depp said or anything Mr. Waldman said had anything to do with their initial decision not to exercise the option to Aquaman 2. Do you recall that testimony? Or those questions?
The questioning, yes.
Okay. Now, the testimony from Mr. Schnell tracked the 1.2 million tracers to January 2021, correct?
Objection leading.
Do you remember what month that was until?
Right, so when Mr. Schnell did his analysis, it was from April of 2020 to January 2021.
And when did Warner Brothers tell Amber Heard and her agents they were not exercising her Aquaman 2 contract?
It was in February of 2021.
All right. And what, if anything, did Mr. Hamada say about whether the reason they did that was because of the 1.2 million negative social media tweets and Instagrams and other communications?
Objection, no foundation.
Had any impact?
Sustained. Next question.
Are you aware of whether he said anything about that?
I recall in the Warner Brothers
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Oh, Audrey, you and I together. I need a mega pint too.
Whether that had any impact?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking now, she's allowed to rely on hearsay.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. You were asked a whole lot of questions about the different comparables. And so I'm just going to go to this again. Of all the different movies, of all of those comparables, which movie was the highest grossing of all of them?
Again, I believe it's Aquaman. I mean, everybody talks about Aquaman being one of the highest, if not the highest grossing films. Certainly the highest DC comic film or in that superhero world. But again, I don't want to say it was the highest, but I think it was very close to it.
Do you know whether Walter Hamada admits it was the highest grossing DC film?
And the judge needs a mega pint too.
So when you're looking at all the
Last stage
comparables,
sounded
what
tired,
if any
says
relevance
Harmony.
is there to the degree of success of that DC superhero movie?
Objection, foundation.
Yeah, Odyssey, I was going to say
She
the
can
same
speak
thing.
to
He
that,
seems
Your
much
Honor.
better
That's
with
the foundation.
objections than with the actual
Do you know? The answer to that
interrogation,
question.
whatever
Do you
you want to
know?
call it,
I'm
examination.
sorry, can you repeat the question?
I forgot it. Now I have to.
Witness
Okay,
squishing.
so let's go backwards. So what if, do you know whether it makes a difference? Whether how
she's
successful
happy.
that DC superhero movie is in what types of films they'll be able to get in the future?
Objection, foundation.
I'm asking the foundation.
If you want to ask the foundation, go ahead.
I'm sorry, that's what I thought I was asking. Do you know whether that plays any role, the degree of success?
Customarily, when a film...
Objection, foundation.
Ask her how she knows.
How do you know?
Oh my God, the judge is telling her what
25
question
years
to
of
ask.
Being in the film industry, it's customary for when a movie does such an extraordinary amount at the box office.
The judge is like,
very
look,
bright light on
let
the
me tell
actors,
you what
especially
to
if they're
ask
in
her.
lead
I just
roles.
want to go
And
home.
It's customary
I just
that
want to
they
go
will
home.
get-
It's
not
almost
customary, it is,
5:30. Elaine, ask her this.
I don't want to use the word standard, but it is
Embarrassing.
very frequent that a star in a movie that has performed so well at the box office and with a role model character that Mira was, that she would have gotten other roles and worked quite a bit afterwards, and that movie would have helped her career. I mean, that's no question.
Okay. And with all these comparables, when you gave the range to this jury of 45 to 50 million in estimating this over this period of time, did you put Amber Heard's estimated damages ranges above all those other comparables?
No, again, I was very specific in using the actual negotiated rates that Ms. Heard's agents were able to get for her in that contract and use that as a precedent. So again, I always wanted to be grounded in what Ms. Heard actually was in contract for and what her agents negotiated. And I used that as the baseline for the financial numbers of her loss. I used the comparable actors to show how consistently they all worked and how their careers moved forward after being in a box office.
You asked about Disney and the Pirates 6 again. What, if any, knowledge do you have of whether Disney is willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and a million alpacas?
Objection, no foundation.
I'm asking her, what, if anything, does she know about whether Disney is?
If you can lay a foundation.
Okay. Did you listen to or did you read the Disney testimony in this case?
I did, yes.
All right. what do you recall Disney saying about whether they were willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and give him 1 million alpacas?
They would not be willing to pay $300 million and give him alpacas.
Thank you. You were asked about the defecation. What, if any, recollection or knowledge do you have about whether that social media negative campaign that you've testified had the words defecation in it or poop?
Objection, no foundation.
I know that
or
the word
poop.
poop and the hashtag poop is used.
Okay. Was that in any
Move to
one?
strike.
Sustain the objection,
Okay.
move to strike. Next question.
Okay. In your review of the social media campaigns and the
In your
negative
review of the
social
shit.
media campaigns that you testified to with this jury, that include the L'Oreal, that include the WME, that include Mr. Schnell, and include what you've done, what, if any, recollection do you have of how many of those that are influencing your connections to the defamation statements include the words poop or defecation?
Objection, compound.
Overrule.
I don't believe poop was one of the hashtags that was connected to the statement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. It wasn't poop, it was turd.
You were asked about the
And
time
Camille
period
took a picture with an
between the,
alpaca in
defamatory
front of the court
statement
the other day.
Between the release of
It's on Twitter
Aquaman 2
or on TikTok.
in December 2018.
Aquaman 1.
Aquaman 1, thank you, and the defamatory statements that were in April 2020 and June 2020. Do you recall that testimony?
I remember that questioning, yes.
Okay. During that time, were you aware of whether Aquaman 2 was in discussions with Amber
You guys see Camille with the
about
alpaca.
scheduling the filming of Aquaman 2?
Camille, the lawyer with the
In the
alpaca
period
in front
between
of the court.
the statements and...
Before. I'm going before.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
talking about the period of time when they released Aquaman 1.
Okay.
And
Yeah, alpacas are
the
outside the
April
courthouse,
8th
yes.
First
Yeah,
of the
Debbie.
defamatory statements.
Right.
Do you know whether whether Warner Brothers was in discussions already with Amber Heard about scheduling her for Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Do you know? I'm asking her whether you know.
I'll sustain as the hearsay.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of whether Aquaman was in discussions with Amber during that period?
Objection, hearsay.
I don't know how to, I'm asking
Ask her foundation.
I don't know how to do my
Right.
job. And then the judge is telling her how to do it.
How would you know?
She's like, I don't know how to phrase this, judge.
Well,
Help
Amber
me,
received
judge.
an early draft of the script. Amber's agents were in discussions.
Objection, hearsay.
I think she can say that.
Sustained.
Okay.
Oh my
What is,
God.
in your experience, based on getting scripts, what does that mean? I'm asking for experience.
In my experience with the movie as high profile as something like Aquaman, they keep the scripts very tight. You know, they don't let anybody read them. They're numbered. They have your name on it. So if you're getting a script for a movie such as Aquaman that's kept tightly close to the vest, if you will, by the studio, you are going to, they want you to be in the movie. Otherwise, they would never give you the script.
Okay. And so if a script was given to Amber Heard before the first April 8, 2020 defamatory statement, what would that suggest?
Objection,
Based on your knowledge that you've just testified to.
Even
Objection,
Nicole says this is
speculation.
embarrassing.
It's not speculation. Your Honor.
Overruled.
Again, if she got the script, they were going to use her in the movie. That was their plan.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so
Oh.
you're still an expert, so you can have a seat in the courtroom.
I'm still
okay.
okay.
You still are.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's come to the end of our day. All right, so
It's a green
please do not do any
suit.
outside research
Elaine has
tonight,
a
and,
green suit.
don't
On
talk
my
with anybody
screen,
about
it's
the case,
green.
okay? And we'll see you in the morning.
And I'm living
bright
for
and early
it.
at 9 o'clock, right? Okay, thank you.
I love this judge. He's such a cutie. And look, she's looking at the jury leaving, and I think she feels for them. She's like, oh, bless them. Poor things. They had to stay in silence for like during 8 hours of this
All right.
crap.
Just a few planning notes, okay?
Yeah, Papa
After
Pink looks
testimony
nice on the
tomorrow,
judge.
when we excuse the jury, we'll go ahead and have the proffers that you requested, Mr. Rottenborn. We'll do those tomorrow after. Is that okay? Does that sound good? All right, we'll do those right after, like right now, tomorrow. Okay, that should give you with all with the proffers that you need to do for the record, okay? All right, and then whenever all the testimony is done, possibly at this point it would be Thursday afternoon after the jury is excused, we'll go over the remaining jury instructions. I have 3 under advisement. We'll take up those, and we'll also, if there's any other from the evidence this week that we need to talk about, we can discuss those as well after the jury's gone on Thursday evening, or if earlier, if the evidence is done before then, okay? And just as times up to this minute, the plaintiff has used 45 hours and 24 minutes. The defendant has used 57 hours and 6 minutes, which means the plaintiff has left 15 hours and 51 minutes, and the defendant has 4 hours and 9 minutes left, okay? So that's where we're at. All right, anything else for this evening?
Your Honor, the last witness, it appears that is on the plaintiff's witness list is Mr. Depp, and I was just hoping we would get an answer as to what.
Defendant's witnesses?
Yeah, defendant's witness list.
I don't know. Are you still changing witness? I mean, I'm not sure.
We're discussing.
Okay. Making a decision in the morning, okay? All right, everybody have a good evening. All right, thank you.
Okay, they took the sound off. The judge is leaving. Judge is gone, and now they are gone too. The jury already left before. Okay. Oh, look, we have the chairs of the jury. We see a little bit of the chairs, the empty chairs of that poor jury that had to endure this crap today. And Johnny is leaving. Oh, the chairs turn, so it doesn't matter. So, now, okay, so Jack says 4 hours to try and fix the mess, Elaine, says Jack. The judge would have been a cool roomie at uni. Her color matches your background color most of the time. Yeah, yes. Well, my background color is kind of like a lavender, not really pink, but I do love pink. I love the color pink in all of its facets and hues. Popumshek says sorry about that one. Catherine, the judge would have been a cool roomie in uni. Trina says, wow. The Reels 360 says, Johnny said not even for, all right, let's go. Not even for 300 million. 100 alpacas, would he work for pirates, is what allegedly Johnny said. So fans brought live alpacas to the courthouse in support of Johnny. And this is why we see photos of Camille with an alpaca. Nina says, today was the most painful yet. It was painful. Catherine was painful. For me, Catherine was painful. Maria says, who has the 4 hours? I think Amber has the 4 hours. Harmony says, oh my God. Wow, that explains some of the comments I've been reading about the alpacas. Okay, Jack says, yeah, Amber's side has 4 hours. Nicole says, oof. Maria says, thanks, Jack. And how much for Johnny's team? Debbie says, Johnny has 15 hours left. Now, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So there's only 3 days left. $15 hours. That's 2 days, 2 full days of Johnny's lawyers and a half a day of Amber in the courtroom. It's going to be tight. I don't know how they're going to play this one out. Fascinating that they have time restraints. Of course, it's like chess, darling. It's like chess. You have to have time restraints. You can't give one party 20 days and the other party 1 day. Has to be fair. So painful, says Ellen. Maria says they're going to waste a lot of time with Johnny because he's very slow talking, LOL. Jack says, I think Amber's bad acting was more painful. Oh, than Catherine today? I don't know. I still think watching Amber's testimony or Amber taking the stand was more entertaining than this. This got me very tired. and I only watched half of the trial today, so I can imagine that the jury was like gone. You know what I mean? Did Dud gone had hers. Trina says 4 hours is not long. Unboxed Beauty says this trial is causing me too many megapints. And Sunset Moonlight says thanks for the info about alpacas. That's cute. Harmony says I missed most of today's except this last part. Saw some funny footage of the last expert witness being weird AF though. Sunset says agreed to Jack. Orsi says today I watched the whole 9 to 10 hours from this. I'm like slipping. Entertaining but painful, says Jack. Arn says that judge was being way too lenient with Amber's lawyers. Yeah, twice at least I've witnessed the judge tell Elaine, like, Elaine, if you don't want Johnny's lawyer to pull an objection on you again, then rephrase the question like this. And I'm like, is the judge allowed to give hints to the lawyers, like how to phrase a question? I think that was like mega unprofessional and cringe, to say the least. I did not watch All Stars yet, Jack. T-Pal says, they spinned out of the jury chairs, LOL. Yeah, they did. Madame says, hi, D. Hey, Madame. Just arrived. Did you watch that specialist shocking guy? No, I did not. But I'm thinking, who else didn't watch it? Because technically, maybe we could watch it now if you really wanted to. But a lot of you already watched it. I was locked up at Chanel. So that's why I'm late to the game today. I had some issues there. So I missed him. But we could maybe watch. I can see if I can find the link to that. And by the way, we're 125 subbies away from 1K. You guys, keep subscribing. Thank you so much for all of you who have already subscribed. 125 subscribers. Come on, we can do this, you guys. Keep subscribing. And do you know why they want Johnny back on the stand? Did they run out of witnesses? I think they want him back on the stand. And a few times Elaine didn't let the judge overrule or sustain. That is also true. That's now towards the end, says Jack. Tipa says, I don't think Johnny will go back on the stand. I think he is going back on the stand. It's Amber counter swinging. But he already went back. Is he going to come back again? I don't think Johnny will go. Madame says, asking the judge if he had to answer the questions, WTF. Trina says, in her courtroom, a judge is a god, says Trina. Catherine Osina says, Kate Moss will join over video link, I think. Yes, so it seems, Catherine. Kate Moss is going to be there on Wednesday through Zoom, as Jack told us. Maria says, yes, let's watch it. I didn't watch it, but have to go after this. And yes, please, I didn't watch it early, says Sunset. I didn't see it, says Debbie. Andrea said, I missed it. Orsi says, oh my God, that was painful. Harmony says, what a mess. I feel like the future movie on this trial won't ever, I want to say even, trial won't ever feel as exciting as the real thing, to be honest. I completely agree with you, Harmony. Aaron says, Dacob, did you get carried by Chanel security? No, I did not, but it was a doozy, and I have to go back tomorrow. So Saturday we're going to talk about it. What about Kate Moss? Kate Moss is coming on Wednesday and will be testifying or taking the stand virtually, apparently, through video testimony, which is a pity. I really want to see her live in that courtroom with her little cutesy self, on the stand. Maria says, yes, they want Johnny Depp back. They were just talking about it now when the trial ended with the judge. Jack says they won't have to make a movie about it when we already have this. Dacob, we will get to see Kate's home decor. Unless Kate isn't testifying from a hotel room or something like that. And Amber's team listed Johnny as a witness. So we're going to see Johnny again taking the stand and I guess taking up the last 4 hours that they have. Amber's team. But they're going to want to have some time also for Kate Moss. Amber's team listed Johnny as a witness. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. It doesn't seem like everybody's too keen on watching the other dude of testifying before Catherine. Kata. Merci pour l'info about Kate, Dacob. You're welcome, darling. So yes, so Wednesday, as I said, come hell or high water, no matter how early I gotta wake up, we're not gonna miss Kate. Even if she's just doing an online thing and testifying online. And I wanna, listen, we're gonna be here for Kate. I mean, like, you guys, obviously, internet permitting, could you imagine if internet collapsed right when Katie hits the stand virtually? Imagine if Kate's internet collapses. Our internet keeps going, but her connection collapses while she's being on Zoom. Palm says, search Johnny Depp's team is shocked after the expert starts spazzing out on YouTube to react to the prior testimony in a nutshell. Wait a minute. Madame, so did he make this video right after his testimony, or did they use that video of him against him while he was on the stand? Do you think they will get nervous talking to Kate? I don't think so. I don't think they're all fans of Kate Moss like I am or like we are. I mean, I would be like, if I were the lawyer interviewing Kate Moss, I'd be like, so Kate. Kate. And she's like, yep. And I would be like, Kate Moss. And she would be like, yes. And I would be like, yep. Moss. The Kate Moss. And then she would be like, yeah, that's me. And I'd be like, yep. Yep. Kate Moss. That's you. And she would be like, yeah. And I would be like, so. Katie. I would just go, just keep going. And then the judge is going to be like, can you get to the point? I'm like, no, we got 15 hours left. I'm on Johnny Depp's side, right? We got 15 hours left, Your Honor. So, Katie, cutie patootie Moss. It's like, yeah, that's me. Yeah, that is you, isn't it? You look really good on camera, Katie. You look mighty fine. Cute as a button. So, Kate. She's like, yes, Dacob. Oh my God, you said my name? Stop it. Kate, stop it. Let's take this one step at a time. I'm establishing foundation, Your Honor. Speaking of, Kate, your foundation is flawless. So let's set the foundation straight. I think you woke up like this, right? Kate, are you using foundation right now, or is this au naturel? She's like, oh, it's au naturel, Dacob. Kate. Moss. Now that we've set foundation, there is none. Kate Moss doesn't need foundation, Your Honor. Kate Moss does not need foundation. Now that we have set that truth straight, now that we know, she can say whatever she wants because we don't need foundation with Kate. She looks flawless without it. Your Honor. Hashtag no makeup. Kate Moss is the foundation. Okay. Aisha says, "Oh, Kate Moss would love you." She would think I'm a total freak. And yeah, woke up like hashtag woke up like this, hashtag no makeup. That's gonna be all the hashtags on Wednesday when we see Kate Moss. Harmony says, ask her if she's still using Rimmel after modeling for them years ago. Aisha says, you'd end up going out clubbing with Kate later. Oh my god, I'll be like, Kate, 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 Kate. Veuve Clicquot or Roderer, Roderer, whatever it's called. Which one? Which champagne, darling? Because I have to prepare it for later, for the party, you know. And then the judge is like, what does that have to do with the case? Oh, Kate, 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 Kate. No, 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 no. We gotta figure out what you like to drink. Prepare a little potty later, a little bolly. You know, yes, Chanel champagne, of course. How do they call him in Ab Fab? Oh, actually, we have the transcripts of the case right here. Oh my God, I'm losing all my paper. I have the transcripts right here, right here. You know the Bible of the Day Cult. So when Adina, how does she call her guy who gives her Chanel? If you know what I mean, for the party. Do they say it in episode 1? When they're talking about finances, Patsy and Eddie says, oh no, it's not episode 1. Jack, help me out. Which episode was it? Because I have all the transcripts here. And in which episode was Adina telling Patsy what the business expenses were for Colombia? Someone de Colombo. I have them scripts, the receipts, no, it's not the court episode, Jack. It's the episode where Adina has to go through all of her money that she's been spending, and there's this kind of the tax thing, and there's a tax person typing in, they're trying to do a tax return or whatever, and then she's justifying to the guy what she spent money for. Season 2, episode 5. Damn, you're fast. Okay, hold on. Hold on then. Let me get season 2. The transcripts for season 2. Okay, transcripts for season 2. Yeah, the courtroom, episode 5. Oh, it's Paul. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Hold on. You gots to be kidding me. The episode is called Paul. Oh my God. I can't believe it's called Paul. Well, Anna Delvey, you're welcome, honey. We're here to entertain you too. And episode 5. Oh, here it is. Okay. In fact, Jack is saying the truth as per transcripts, official legal transcripts. It is called Paul. There you have it. And the Anna Delvey episode. I can't believe it's called Paul. Oh my God, you guys, this is insane. And let me see when Eddie when Eddie says which part. Okay, let's see. So it begins interior Adina's bedroom, interior Adina's kitchen. No, she was not. She was in her office for that scene. Then there is interior Adina's office. Patsy, Adina, Bubble, Adina, Saffron, Patsy. Oh, Malcolm. Okay, interior Adina's office, day 1, 20 minutes later. Malcolm is Adina's accountant. And Malcolm is seated at Adina's desk. He's in his mid-30s, gray-suited, enthusiastic. Saffron is beside him. Patsy is on the sofa. Adina enters. Now, then they start talking. Obviously, we can't read the whole thing because, But First of all, let me say the question of alimony is settled. Payments. I wonder, hold on, businesses. Why will you never tell me all the businesses? Malcolm says, oh yes, your businesses. Businesses, he calls them. And then she's like, what are you doing with this? How dare you? And talented creative people, yada yada. Planet Hollywood, profit, darling. Where is it? Oh my God. Scene 6. Business, business, business. Ah, there it is, you guys. So Malcolm is going through all the things that she spent, right? And then he's like, pedicure and nose plucking. And then she says, I need that for my business. Stop it. Don't look at me like that. This is for my business. And then he's like, jitsag. And then she's like, that's my shiatsu. Joffrey Weinbaum. She's like, decorator. And then Malcolm says, oh yes, this one comes up again and again. Don Alfonso de Colombo. Edina and Patsy look super guilty at each other. And Edina says, that's wicker baskets. Saffron says, parasite. So it's Don Alfonso de Colombo. Don Alfonso de Colombo. Season 2, episode 5, entitled Paul, The Transcripts Don't Lie. Just saying. Holistic. Isn't this holistic? Harmony says, oh my God, Nina, now I want to watch too. Maria says, yes, Dacob, let's watch the guy before. I'm sure there are highlights snipped and compiled neatly everywhere, says Harmony. The Law and Crime Chanel already has a few videos, but I'm not so sure if that channel is friendly when it comes to sharing their content. I'm not so sure though, but gotta be careful. Which Kate Moss walk was the most iconic? Oh, honey, all of them. You name them. It's Katie. It's good old Katie. OMG, says Trina. Yas. Wicker baskets, darling. Just little pretty things. Yes. Wicker baskets. The transcripts don't lie. They never, ever lie. Subscribe to my channel, you guys. Let's reach 1,000 subbies so we get this baby monetized and on the road. Let me show you again the oil that I've been dealing with. I'm letting it sedimentate. This thing is so hypnotic. So the gold is now down here. You can watch the unboxing coming soon to my channel. But as you, shake it, the gold comes up again. But it's so fluid that when you move it a little bit, the whole surface of it's like the surface of the moon, and it keeps doing this. It's so hypnotizing to look at this. Like, I can't even tell you. This is freaking amazing. Anyway. You ordered yours, Maria? This thing is amazing. I love it. We gotta see the weirdo together. Okay, fine. Let me see if I can find the weirdo. Is he really that crazy, Nina? You guys, no, seriously now. Was he really that cuckoo? I mean, fine, then let's see him. If he was that cuckoo, all right. Was he that crazy? You really hope that they say he's a psychiatric patient and not the psychiatrist? Cha. Yes, he is. He's even crazy looking. Yes, I saw how he looks like, but I didn't know that the testimony was so... He was that cuckoo? All right. Can I have that? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find a video of him. And so it's the beginning of the case. Oh, you're going now, Jack? He called Johnny an idiot. Really? I don't know if it's possible to find it, though, you guys, now once that it's over. It doesn't seem to be possible. No. All right. Everybody wants to see it, though. Bye, Jack. Thank you so much for popping by. And I wonder if there's anybody. I'm just checking quickly, you guys. Was it that insane? And when he asked the judge if he had already answered the question. Oh. Oh, when he asked the judge if he should answer that question. Yeah. All right. I mean, I'm looking at it. I'm looking for it. Looking for it, Aisha. I'm looking for it. And lovely having you, Orsi. It's been a long day for you. Yeah, me too. And but he does look cuckoo. I'm just seeing some snippets now. Let me see if I can share something. Looking for it. Trina says, got to see it in the boutique over the weekend. It just shimmers. Oh. It shimmers. Yes. When you mix it. Now it's not mixed. But it's so beautiful on the skin and it smells divine. Divine. It really smells divine. And all right. Is this possible? Let me see. We're getting there, Trina. We're almost there. Hey, Zara. How's it going, sweetie? Welcome to the chats. By the way, you guys, subscribe to my channel. We're doing something that I guess nobody else did before, and that is we watched the end of the trial as the first part of the live stream, and now as the second part of the live stream, we're going to watch the first half of the trial of today, which is with the psychiatric gentleman. Oh, hold on. I have to put my, you see, I always forget doing all this stuff. Hold on, you guys. Okay, for some reason, oh, I plugged in two. Where is my, I don't know where my headphones are. Okay. All right, I got my headphone. Back in. So let me see if I can hear anything. I don't hear anything yet. You guys, was there any real evidence that Amber Heard was in fact abused or attacked by Johnny Depp? Asks Kuroyoru. It's like irrefutable evidence. Not that I've seen. Not that I've seen. So, all right, let's see this if it's possible. But then again, what the jury believes is a whole other story. What they believe or what they think is the truth, or the evidence that is presented to them, how they take in consideration that evidence, but also how much that evidence is really groundbreaking. all telling. I mean, how much that evidence manages to, first of all, be presented to the jury, how it is displayed to the jury, how much it will affect the jury emotionally, because we always, I talk about this in my other live streams, and I always say it's about emotions. We are human beings and we are emotional beings. So a lot of this is about how we feel. So I'm sure that the jury, yes, they're asked by the court, by the judge, to go through all of the evidence and just stick to the facts and to the evidence. But there's a reason why the lawyers also push on, the tear ducts from time to time, and why they push on the emotional aspect, because they know that at the end of the day, it's the emotional side that is going to make the jury, veer one or the other way. So having said that, from what I have seen thus far, as an emotional human being that I am, the evidence I have seen thus far does not make me believe that there is irrefutable truth about him molesting her physically. I didn't see it. I didn't see that evidence. But maybe the jury did. So, I think we really don't know. Like, who's to know up until the moment when the jury delivers their verdict? Who's to know how they're gonna, veer or bend in which direction, or if they're just gonna stay in the middle and be like, sorry, both of you are cuckoo, none of you win. And Catherine says, is the jury even deciding about abuse though? Like if the trial is about defamation? The trial is about defamation. But however, Amber is countersuing Johnny. And if she has proof that he indeed did hit her, then she's not lying in her op-ed. She's being sued for the op-ed. So if her lawyers manage to prove at least one account of physical abuse before the op-ed from him to her, then he cannot win. If her lawyers cannot prove any physical abuse from him to her before her op-ed, then Johnny can win. So it does become about abuse, the trial, because it becomes, amongst other things, it becomes about proving that there was some abuse happening. You know what I mean? Sometimes juries are only allowed to vote on parts of the evidence, says Michelle. I don't know what the case is going to be here. I would expect them to have access to the entire evidence, which is a lot, if they wanted to. If the jury even deciding about abuse, though, right? Nina says, also the surgeon examined today. I respect he is a doctor, but I died when Camille confronted him. He charges $1,000 per hour in this case and $5,000 per day, if I understood it correctly. Aisha says, we can't ever really know at this point. To be honest, Johnny Depp does sound like a nightmare as well. He does sound super insecure and really annoying. I agree. Nina says, wow, I need to watch that too. Michelle says, sometimes juries are only allowed to vote on parts. Maria says, Dacob, is this confirmed? Because I heard that in this case, all the jury has to agree. I think the whole jury has to agree in this case. All right. So I don't know if this is him like correctly. We can try, but I can't really find a specific moment in a 6-hour stream, but let's see. Okay, guys, here goes. I don't hear anything though. Oh, I hear it now. So, but Camille was supposed to cross-examine him, right? Oh, the whispers. Oh yeah, that's him. That's Elaine talking to him, right? That's the doctor guy, right? He's about to come. I mean, about to COME.
The doctor can be sworn?
The doctor can be sworn.
You solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case in penalty of law.
Oh, Maria, the same guy? Cross-examine? Oh boy, we're in for a treat. He looks like he just woke up. The hair is all messy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please tell the jury your full name and business address?
David R. Spiegel. I'm a physician. I work at 825 Fairfax Avenue in Norfolk, Virginia, as part of the Eastern Virginia Medical School.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a physician psychiatrist.
And where do you work? Do you work at?
I work at Eastern Virginia. I'm employed by Eastern Virginia Medical School, but I also work at Norfolk General Hospital, which is the teaching hospital in Norfolk.
How many years have you been practicing as a psychiatrist?
I entered residency in 1989.
He entered the asylum.
I graduated residency in 1993. So from 1993 to today, I've been physician practicing.
So that's almost 30
That's 30 years, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Please describe for the jury the nature of your clinical practice.
So my clinical practice is comprised of both inpatient care at Norfolk General Hospital, as well as my outpatient practice at Eastern Virginia Medical School.
Everything I say is for entertainment
85
purposes
to
only.
90%
Just my
of my
opinion,
day
not
is
rooted
clinical
in any
between
facts.
the two components.
Just for giggles. Allegedly, allegedly,
And what is
allegedly.
involved in a comprehensive evaluation?
So in a comprehensive evaluation, in addition to reviewing the historical information that you receive from collateral other sources, you undertake a history from the patient. You get, whether it's the history of current illness, the past psychiatric history, family history, social history, legal, substance history. Then you do what's called a mental status exam, which is the psychiatric version of the physical exam, where you're actually giving a description of what you see in front of you. Then you can do cognitive testing, which tests the patient memory, attention, concentration, etc. Then you come up with a working and a differential diagnosis, describe any other additional testing you may need or not need, and then you come up with a treatment plan.
Something about him is
How many
sweet,
patients have you treated over
but also
the 30
like
years?
super unstably dangerous looking.
Quite a
Just
lot.
my opinion
probably
only.
in the tens of thousands.
Like, I don't know if I would
And
trust
how many
him
patients
as
do
a
you
doctor.
regularly see?
He's normal
So
right now. He starts getting
inpatient
wild. Oh, Maria.
is
Okay.
generally about 5 to 8, sometimes more. Outpatients probably 5 to 6, sometimes more. I should point out that my inpatient work is divided between
Come on, guys,
consultation,
subscribe.
psychiatry, and I believe we're going to talk about
Let
that.
us reach
as well
1K
as working
while
on the
we're,
inpatient
we're
service.
going.
So
We're doing
we'll talk.
after hours here. Court after hours, you
What,
guys.
if any, differences are there on how many patients you see on weekends as opposed to weekdays?
So when I'm on call, which is on either a Saturday or a Sunday meeting, I have to be in the hospital and around. That's probably an additional 35 plus patients.
How frequently do you treat patients who abuse drugs and alcohol?
Unfortunately, drugs and alcohol are part of psychiatric practice. And so probably 3/4 of my patients have substance abuse problems.
Does this include both legal and illegal drugs?
Yes. If you put them both together, probably 75%.
And how frequently do you treat patients who have suffered from someone in their lives who abuses alcohol and drugs?
On a regular basis, like I said, on a daily
Yeah, night
basis.
court,
This is
Zara.
part of what psychiatry is.
Night court with the fashion bunker.
And as part of that treatment of patients who abuse drugs and alcohol, do you evaluate the impact of the abuse on their brains and personal interactions with others?
Yes, substance of abuse, both in the short term and the long term, can affect the brain in terms of mood, behavior, cognition, meaning attention, concentration, memory, ability to control your behavior, as well as your overall level of functioning. It can affect it in the short term, such as alcoholic blackouts. It can affect it by causing strokes, such as stimulants can. And so at the end of the day, it's a rather lengthy list of what substance abuse can do to the human brain.
Dr. Spiegel, how frequently have you treated patients who have suffered intimate partner violence?
Again, it's very unfortunate that probably 50% of my patients suffer from trauma. If I had to guess of those 50%, probably 25% of my practice is people who have suffered intimate partner violence.
And how consistent is that with the national average?
In America, unfortunately, it's about 20 to 25%, depending on the study, of women have complained, have reported intimate partner violence.
And how frequently have you treated patients who have perpetrated the intimate partner violence?
So again, in the outpatient setting, I don't see it quite as much, but in the inpatient setting, again, it's a really relative common phenomenon that I will see perpetrators of partner violence, and they're patients who need treatment too.
And overall, how many patients have you treated who have been perpetrators of intimate partner violence?
Perpetrators?
Yes.
Probably 5 to 10% of the patients I do is perpetrators.
He looks like your brother,
Would you
Debbie.
say tens of thousands over the 30 years?
Yeah,
Yes.
Trina, something about him is a little off. It feels like that to me, too. It's the hair,
As
the
part
eye,
of treating patients
the one eye up,
relating to
one eye
intimate partner
down.
violence, do you regularly evaluate these patients?
Do I regularly evaluate the patient?
Evaluate the patient, yes.
Oh, yes. Yes, regularly. I mean,
trying
they
to
get
look
the
like
same
him.
comprehensive evaluation that I described before.
Are you licensed in Virginia?
Yes, I am.
The way he
And
looks
when
back,
did you
like not
first
sure where to
become
look.
licensed in Virginia?
Interesting body
1993.
language.
Have you been qualified by courts as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
In how many states have you been qualified as an expert?
3, which would be Virginia, Maryland, and South Carolina.
Dr. Spiegel, can you please review for the jury your educational background, beginning with your undergraduate studies?
So I went to Duke University undergrad. I went to medical school at the State University of New
Welcome
York
back,
Health
Jack.
Science Center in Brooklyn, formerly known as Downstate Medical Center. I did my internship and residency between
T-Pal
Dartmouth
says he
Hitchcock
paused when
Medical
he
Center
said,
and
do
Penn
I
State Hershey
evaluate
Medical
the
Center.
patients? No, he just writes the
And-
script and
I'm also
dopes them up,
fellowship,
says T-Pal.
board certified.
Debbie
in
says, I have no
consultation
idea what
liaison
color the
psychiatry.
brother's hair is now, but
And,
he was
uh,
balding fast. Maybe
did
this is your
you-
brother, Debs.
so where did you do your
She
residency
says,
and your
Miss
internship?
Ma'am,
So
that's
So I did
Frankenstein.
my residency
Frankenstein.
at Penn State and internship at Dartmouth.
Says Jesus.
Okay. And what is your current title and position?
So I am in the acting chair, endowed chair, and professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Eastern Virginia Medical School.
Are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
And what are you board certified in?
General adult psychiatry and consultation liaison psychiatry is a subspecialty.
Okay. So you have 2 board certifications. Okay. Can you explain to the jury what's involved in board certifications in those 2 fields?
So board certification
Well, that's a good one.
is the
Amandeep
standard
Bueller says, I swear
we
when Johnny
strive
is
to
looking at him, he is
in,
doing a character
being a
study
physician or any
of
other,
him for his next
mental
role.
health practitioner. It
Oh,
involves
Debbie, the brother is a loan
taking
broker?
a very comprehensive
Wow,
test
Jack,
at
that
the
was a
beginning of your
quickie.
career to initiate board
Quickest
certification.
shower of
Then you
skincare
get tested
ever.
again every 10 years. Then you have to go through continual medical education throughout the entire period. You have to do what's called performance in practice, which is basically ways to improve things in your practice. And again, this occurs always throughout the years.
Okay. Now, are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I am.
Could you
I'm
please
a
tell the
member
jury?
of the American Psychiatric Association, as well as the fellow of the American Psychiatric Association. I'm a member of the
Harmony says,
Medical
I saw someone
Society of
comment,
Virginia.
did he
I'm a
prescribe
member of
Amber's
the,
tissues on a
Psychiatric
TikTok? I
Society of
lost
Virginia.
it.
I'm a member of the Tidewater Academy
You know, when
of
she was kind of
Psychiatry,
snorting the tissues.
and I'm a member of the Academy of Consultation Liaison Psychiatry.
Do you have any teaching responsibilities?
Teaching? Oh, yeah.
Teaching, yes.
So, yes. So, teaching is a daily occurrence as part of my job.
Teaching.
When I
Yes.
do my inpatient rounds,
Yes, I
residents,
teach.
medical students,
That's right,
physician assistant
Elaine.
students are assigned.
Yes,
So, we round
teach.
together,
Yes,
and there's
yes,
teaching
yes.
with every single
I do.
encounter.
Sure.
In addition to that,
Sure.
I teach lectures to the residents, to the third, second, and first year medical students, as well as a fourth year medical student lecture as well. So I'm constantly teaching.
Have you engaged in any hands-on training of psychiatrists practicing in Virginia?
Hands-on training
Harmony
with the
says Amber's
residents.
makeup today
With
is noticeably
psychiatrists.
heavier
Oh, yeah.
and
So,
hair
again,
more done up
I'm
now that
teaching
she
at
isn't
bedside.
testifying
I mean,
on
we
the
don't
stand
speak in
as
front
a
of the
victim.
patient, obviously, but I'm teaching at bedside, meaning after we see a patient, we discuss the important
Yeah,
points
T-Pal
to
says, "I teach
learn."
everything, darling.
And again, that includes residents at every level. That includes medical students, third, second, and first year physician assistant students. So every day is a teaching explanation session to the students and residents.
What is your role at Eastern Virginia Medical School as the acting chair? Please tell the jury what that means.
So as the acting chair, you are not only accountable for your own practice, but you are accountable for your faculty members' practices. So I have to make sure that everyone is treating, seeing, evaluating a certain number of patients. I have responsible for their academic requirements, so in terms of publishing, et cetera. I'm responsible for their teaching assignments to other residents, to other students. I'm responsible for fiscally that they are accountable to their fiscal productivity. So, and a heck of a lot of other administrative meetings
Jack
that I go
says,
to.
"Are we sure he isn't the janitor at the school?"
Have you published in your field?
To the tune of about 80 manuscripts, and I have my own book on catatonia, the consultation liaison setting. I have a book
catatonia.
chaptering on,
That's exactly what I'm
current
going
and,
through right now, going
current
through a
current
catatonic
and
state
contemporary
listening
approaches
to this.
Temporomandibular disease, at least the psychiatric
Interesting that he
portion.
wrote a book about it.
I'm also in a dissociative identity disorders chapter on a wiki book.
And have you peer-reviewed literature?
Yes, so I'm
Wait, he wrote a
I'm
wiki book.
reviewer on.
So
I've
technically
served
it's
as a
for free
reviewer
for everybody to
on,
read, right?
Lancet. I've served as a reviewer as.
He does look like the doctor from Back to the
Innovations in,
Future
clinical
with the
neuroscience.
cut hair.
I've served on reviewer for
Debbie's
clinical
catatonic too.
neuropharmacology, and I'm actually editor in
T-Pal,
chief
hungry for a wiki book.
at this point of clinical
Should be free if it's a
neuropharmacology.
wiki book.
Have you lectured on the effects of drugs and alcohol on the human brain?
Yes, I teach to the residents. I teach lecture to the second year medical students, third year medical students. So I am fully aware of not only what I teach, but what I see in the emergency room and the consultation and inpatient settings.
Have you published and lectured on the causes and effects of intimate partner abuse?
Yes, I punctured, I believe, 2 articles on the effects of trauma, and in that trauma was intimate partner violence.
Are you familiar with the hallmarks of intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what causes intimate partner violence?
One more, excuse me?
What causes intimate partner violence?
There's a multiple explanation that cause intimate partner violence. And if I can just mention at this point too, that when we are discussing intimate partner violence, I think it's imperative for the jury to know we are talking about repetitive behavior over periods of time. And the type of abuse can be any physical, psychological, sexual, but just as important is for somebody, one of the parties, to maintain some uneven element of control or to maintain power, control, or authority. So there are a lot of facets to intimate partner violence. I know people tend to think of it as just the actual abuse act, but there's more to it than just the actual abuse act. Abuse act's important, but it's not the sole thing.
Your Honor, I'd move to qualify Dr. Spiegel as an expert in the field of psychiatry and behavioral sciences with specific emphasis on drug and alcohol abuse, intimate partner violence, and the effect of these as they pertain to the issues in this case.
All right, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
You wish to voir dire?
I do.
Okay. To his qualifications.
His qualification.
Okay, thank you.
He stretches the S's. Snake-ish.
Sir, you talked about 2 board certifications, general adult psychiatry
Yes.
and liaison consultation psychiatry.
Other way around, but consultation
liaison psychiatry.
Subtle point.
Right. Now, that is
His eyebrows are very
not
expressive.
intimate partner violence. That deals
Jack says
with
they're
the-
objecting him as an
with the
expert. Yes.
Issue of comorbidity between people who have medical problems and health problems.
So you're saying it's subspecialty?
Yes.
So consultation liaison psychiatry does have that, but you're also treating patients who have medical illness who have comorbid psychiatric illness, or people who have psychiatric illness that have comorbid medical illness. And many of the patients that I see on the trauma service have tried to take their own life, and unfortunately, as part of that, intimate partner violence and trauma in general is part and parcel of that. So it's very, very narrow to say it's just the medical psychiatric interface. It's much more of psychiatric patients who need medical help, medical patients who develop psychiatric problems, but also that interface.
So, as a subset of your trauma patients, which you say are about 50% of your practice, as a subset of that practice, some people have been involved with intimate partner violence.
So as a subset of my overall practice, 50% have suffered from trauma, about half of that number have suffered from, I'm sorry, about 20, so it's 20, about 20% that suffer from IP, intimate partner violence.
All right. You've never conducted any empirical research on individuals who experienced intimate partner violence, have you, sir?
If your definition is trials, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Like pharmaceutical trials, or what are you saying? Is that what you're saying? Because I've done review articles on patients who suffered from trauma. So the answer is, oh, I haven't done any studies like where you give them medication for treatment or try one treatment versus another. I've reviewed the body of literature on intimate partner violence to get 2 review articles, yes.
So you've read about it, is what you just testified to.
I would have to disagree with you on that, sir. Reading about it and writing a review article are completely 2 different things, sir.
All right. You haven't authored any articles specifically on IPV, have you, sir?
As a subset of trauma, the answer is yes. In terms of in the name of the title of the article, the answer is no.
You've never written any books specifically on IPV?
I've never written any books on IPV, although temporomandibular disease, okay, in terms of psychiatric issues, does have a higher frequency in those patients who have suffered from trauma, including intimate partner violence.
You've never...
And I am part of that book.
Okay. Temporal mandibular disease deals with problems with the jaw?
Is that a question, sir?
We'll go.
Temporal mandibular disease problem with oral issues, yeah, but there are many patients who complain
Problems
of
with
oral
the
issues
jaw?
where the oral surgeon cannot
Oui,
find
baby, ahora
a
sí.
reason
Ah.
for it, and the reason why they can't is because people who have suffered from trauma and intimate partner violence are prone to increased sensitivity of somatic sensations, which can manifest in temporomandibular disease. Thank you, I appreciate that. Nice plug for my book, too, thank you.
Didn't hear it, but there we go.
Oh my God!
You haven't written any chapters of
You're
any
paying me
books
$1,000 an hour.
specifically
Thank you
about
for plugging
IPV.
my book.
Again,
Cheerio.
I think I've gone over that. I've written 2 articles on that, and I've written
And
parts
the
of
lawyer's
chapters
like,
in dissociative
didn't hear it,
identity
but
disorder.
okay.
I should add, where I did write a chapter on, is completely based on trauma and intimate partner violence.
Right. I'm not asking you about trauma because you want to talk about trauma. I'm asking you about IPV specifically.
I will reiterate again, you cannot separate intimate partner violence and say that is a separate rubric.
Oh my God, Nina says, I
Aside from
believe his
trauma.
office with new trauma.
Is overall.
T-Pal says
intimate partner
disqualified.
violence
Jack Dean
is
says
part
today was
of
more of a
trauma.
mess than we
And
knew.
the answer
Right?
to the
Who
question
knew?
is, any individual
He is
who
funny,
suffers
though,
from a
to watch.
dissociative disorder, which I am the author of chapter,
child, this is
suffers
Justin,
from
right,
trauma,
Patrick?
whether it be at the hands in childhood or it be at the hands of an intimate partner.
Right, but you've already testified that half your practice is trauma and a subset of that practice is IPV, correct?
Which is actually, I treat the national average of patients. About 20% of patients suffer from it, and that's about my practice number.
Except you're discounting the fact that half your practice is not trauma at all. So 10% of your practice is IPV.
I don't know if the numbers add up exactly like that.
I'm just using yours.
I don't know if I'm doing, I don't know if those numbers add up like that, because I'm not sure if that's the case. If you say 25%, then maybe 12.5% of my practice, that's being rather specific. So again, a significant number of my patients have suffered from intimate partner violence. I see it on a daily basis, and I'm not sure exactly why I'm getting asked the same question again.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You listed 60 references to articles. I guess you said
I'm not
80
quite
now,
sure why
and
you're taking this,
publications.
why you're even, why you're
I
here.
said around, sorry, I said around 80. I said around 80.
Look, 60, 80, whatever it is, right?
No, 60 and 80 is not. If you go to the PubMed, actually, why don't you go to PubMed right now and Google, not Google, put PubMed Spiegel DR, and you'll find that number is 72
Hey,
with
Asia.
2 waiting to be impressed. 1 submitted, so that'd be 75. So it's around 80. So again, what's on my CV is not necessarily the most updated version, because I still publish since the CV's been given to you, sir.
Right. And not one of the 72, 80 articles has IPV in the title, right?
Correct. Not one of them has IPV. It does have trauma, but not IPV.
Right. And you've never presented on the topic of IPV specifically.
As a function of trauma and as a function of somatic illness, again, I would say to you that it's part and parcel of these illnesses. So the answer is yes, I have. Okay. The answer is yes, I have.
And IPV doesn't appear in your CV at all.
If you say it's not in my CV, I will believe you.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that are not in my CV that I do. So.
Oh, you do it, but it's not
And
on
you're
your
not
CV.
associated with any professional literature on IPV.
You have dinner sometimes. That's not on
I'm
your
sorry,
CV.
repeat the question,
right?
sir?
Is there any
you take a
professional
shower
literature that you've
from time to
contributed
time.
to
Is that on your
relative to
CV?
IPV specifically as opposed to trauma generally?
That's also stuff you do.
The answer to the question again, sir, is that you cannot separate this artificial separation you are trying to do between trauma and intimate partner violence. It is part and parcel of trauma. We don't thread it like that.
Your Honor, plaintiff would accept this witness as an expert on general psychiatry, but and with respect to the drug usage issues that Ms. Bredehoff referenced, but not with respect to IPV.
All right, over objection, he's entered as an expert as stated on the record. All right, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
So what is the objection?
Dr. Spiegel, at our request, what have you
Sustained or
reviewed
overruled?
in this case? And just go ahead and give me more
So it's a lengthy review, but court filings, psychological testing that was done on Ms. Heard by both Dr. Hughes and Dr. Curry, other physicians, medical records, other physicians,
Yeah,
Dr.
Nicole,
Kipper,
he's totally Back to the Future.
counsel,
Back to the Twilight
counselors and
Zone, but
therapists that both parties and psychiatrists that they went to, text messages, depositions.
Yeah, Jack, I don't know
snippets of,
why that is being
the
implied
UK trial.
here, that trauma has to be part with intimate partner. I got trauma, honey.
And I'm sure,
And it ain't
pictures
because of intimate-
physical injuries. So
Whatever.
I've seen
I mean,
a lot.
maybe some, who knows, but.
What, if anything, have you seen in terms of emails?
A lot of trauma in my
audios,
life did
videos,
not
things-
stem
So
from
I've seen
partnerships.
videos of Mr. Depp. I think the video was showing Ray of Mr. Depp destroying, slamming cupboards and breaking glass and yelling at Miss Heard while having a wine glass in his with wine in his hands. I've seen videos of destruction of property in the house.
Okay. And what, if any, review have you conducted of the deposition and testimony of Mr. Depp's hired witness, Dr. Curry?
Objection.
Sure.
So now she wants to make our beloved Dr. Curry sound like she is not profesh. We all loved Dr. Curry. Dr. Curry was fabulous on the stand. In fact, we believe, some of us believe, that Amber Heard tried to do her hairdo, tried to imitate her because she saw how Dr. Curry was so loved by the jury. Amber Heard's sister is in the back, sitting there also with a beige jacket, front row, not front row center, front row right. And the photograph is fading. Hurry, says Nicole Babinchak. Was he yelling at her though, or did she follow him? Definitely Nicole, he will probably get Michael Jackson. Okay. Johnny Depp's hairstyle is getting annoying. Well, I'm fine with Johnny Depp's hairstyle. What do you mean? He's doing his little ponytail to be clean. Kurioto says he hit his kitchen, showing that he let the anger out on objects, Kuroyoru said. And he wasn't even really hitting it. Like, come on, you guys. That was more of a, I'm done with it. Come on. Patrick says, Lord, I'm going to need an increase on my Lexapro dosage after this. Well, hire him as your doctor. You might get triple the dosage because he doesn't seem to. Anyway, Maria says, haha, yes. Anina says, trying to discredit Dr. Curry while having this sitting there. Nope. Right? This discredit attempt was really sneaky, but good that the lawyer... hello, sweetie darling, living for your glasses. You're a cutie patootie. Boop, 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 boop. Bop, boop, boop, boop. She's so adorable, this lady. I like her a lot. She's a cutie. I forgot her name again. Somebody said the lady's name. I think Maria, you know her name, right? Trying to discredit Dr. Curry, right? Yeah. Sunset and Moonlight says, I love Johnny's hair. Looks very easy to style. I mean, Johnny's quite easy on the eye, too. And, Michelle. Thank you, Maria. Hi, Michelle. We're fans. We're standing Michelle, you guys. Michelle is a cutie. Very patient lady. Does her job. We'll go. Maria says, look up the video of Michelle and Johnny talking and laughing, LOL. Sunset says, true, Dacob. Yeah, she a cutie. I love her little cat eye glasses, little pinched upwards, little 50s moment there, you know. Michelle's a cutie. And I repeat, Elaine, in my opinion, is wearing a green jacket today. This could be black. On my screen, it appears to be a very dark green. And if it is a dark green with that mustardy beige dress, I think she nailed her look. Today is really beautiful. Elaine really found a nice outfit for herself, like matches her hair color. I like how Elaine is dressed today. I really do.
Do you remember my question?
No.
Did you review the deposition and testimony of Dr. Curry?
Dr.
Curry.
Yes, I've reviewed yes, I'm sorry. Yes, so I reviewed testimony of Dr. Curry. I reviewed Dr. Curry's reports. I reviewed Dr. Curry's testimony.
Okay, and what if, did you review the deposition and trial testimony of Dr. Hughes?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
I'll allow that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did you interview Mr. Depp?
No, I did not.
Did you request to interview?
I requested to interview Mr. Depp twice, and both times Mr. Depp and his lawyers refused.
I would
Dr.
too.
Spiegel, I'm going to ask you some questions in this case respecting your opinions and the opinions you have formed and the bases for them. And I'm going to ask you to provide me with, in a reasonable degree of medical probability or certainty. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. On what were you requested to analyze and opine in this case?
Oh my God!
So
is
it's
Elaine's
fourfold.
jacket going to become the
One,
new?
I
Is
was
the
asked
dress
to
black?
opine
Is
about
the
the
dress
risk
blue?
factors
Oh, white or
that are
gold?
associated
Black
with
and white or
intimate
gold
partner
and
violence
blue? Remember? Is this going to be?
Behaviors that are shown, risk factors that are shown in intimate partner violence to be consistent with
Patrick says
behaviors
Elaine
that
is never
Mr.
going to get
Depp
hired
has
again.
demonstrated.
I don't know. I think.
Two,
I
I've
think
been
she
asked to
might.
opine about the acute effects on alcohol and substance use, and I mentioned that including mood, behavior, cognition, functional impairment. Three, talking about the psychological profile, if you would, of, is there a question? I'm sorry. Oh,
No.
Okay. Of psychological
There was total
and
silence.
medical
He's like, is there a
sequelae
question?
of patients who have suffered intimate partner violence and perpetrated intimate partner violence, and whether or not Mr. Depp's behavior is consistent with that. And lastly, about alcohol and other substance use disorders, their diagnostic criteria, their medical and psychological effects, psychiatric
I need,
effects,
something
their cognitive
sweet.
effects, and their functional effects.
Tender
And I
chocolate or
think I would like to just go with the jury one other thing. When we talk about, when psychiatry talks about substance use disorders, it's imperative to understand we're not talking about someone who rarely uses and happens to have a bad night. We're not talking about someone who uses on a weekly basis.
Yeah,
and
right,
has a
T-Bell,
bad
he was
night.
hearing voices. He's
We're
like,
talking
well,
about
who asked the
repetitive
question?
patterns of behavior
Nobody.
that meet a list of 11 criteria that can be deemed mild, moderate, or severe.
Amandeep says, I read that
Because
Elaine
I
and
think
Amber
people
were
get
besties
confused when they
today
hear the
as
word
she's
substance
wearing the
abuse,
beige
that
brown
they think of, oh, I
outside
may have
and
used this
Elaine
because
is
I
wearing
used
the
it twice.
dress.
There is a
Oh,
whole
Matty,
criteria
Matty.
of behavior and sequelae and consequences that go with a substance use disorder. I'm not just talking about someone who will occasionally smoke a joint or smokes a joint or snorts occasionally coke, okay, or has alcohol on weekends. So I really need to reiterate that, because I think when you look at psychiatric behavior, we tend to people look online and say, my gosh, I have all 7 of these, right? And they're reading it not quite the way the psychiatric literature is supposed to go. So please, when I'm talking about this, I need you to understand, one, that's what's going on. As I told you about intimate partner violence, it's horrible that anyone would strike anyone, okay? But again, we're talking about repetitive behaviors for means of control. Right. So that's real important to understand when you're moving forward. And I may say occasionally substance abuse, but what I'm referring to is substance
Objection
abuse.
beyond the scope of the question.
I don't.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, could you please just summarize
Elaine's
for the
jacket
jury
is green.
the conclusions you came to with your opinions, and then we'll take you through the specifics.
So in my opinion,
Maybe it's not. Maybe
based
it's
on
black.
my a review of the evidence, based on my clinical experience, based on my publishing
Trina's like,
experience,
oh,
based on my teaching experience.
If eyes could kill,
Mr.
says
Depp has
Kuroyoru.
behaviors that are consistent with both
So the
someone
poor jury
who
has
has
him looking
a
at them,
substance
says
use
Debbie. Gloria
disorder,
says, I'm going to
as
need
well
some
as consistent
substance right
behaviors for
now.
someone who's
Cheers,
a perpetrator of
Firidale.
intimate partner violence.
I see it as a dark green, says Gloria. I see
Thank
it as
you.
a dark green,
I'm
too.
going to start with the impact of drug and alcohol abuse
Mandeep
over
says he's
time.
now become the teacher.
First of all, based upon
Yes, Forest
your
Green
review
maybe,
of
says
the
Debbie.
record
Yeah, that's how I
evidence,
see it,
what
too. Forest
type of
Green.
drugs has Mr. Depp used?
So, Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about use, we're talking about a substance use disorder here. We're not just talking about use, okay? So we are talking about alcohol, we are talking about amphetamines, we are talking about marijuana.
Trina says for
we
a
are
head
talking about
doctor, he
cocaine,
does not exude a
we are talking
person
about LSD.
who would
we
be
are talking
easy to
about
talk
ecstasy,
to, cray-cray.
We are talking about
Yvonne, how's it going,
opiates.
Yvonne? Yvonne
We
says,
are
why
talking
does he
about
keep talking to the
prescription
jury? I would feel so
benzodiazepines.
uncomfortable. Patrick says, I understand where
And we'll get into a
he's
separate thing about the
where he's coming
abusability of
from,
Seroquel
but a person
and
can hit many
orgabapentin and
qualifications of an
And we are talking
STD
about
and
much of the
still
time
only use on
concurrent use,
weekends or multiple times a
meaning
week. It's a
simultaneously.
case-by-case basis and depends on the substance.
In your practice, do some patients suggest to you that drugs and alcohol actually help them?
So I think it's patients who lack insight or are in the very early stages of recognizing they have a quote unquote problem will sometimes actually say that they have this medication actually calms me down. This medication makes me feel better. And in actuality, they may not acutely feel anything, but chronic and continual use will take its toll on the brain. So the answer is yes, but again, people who have substance use disorders have lack of insight and a lack of judgment about what's going on. They're very poor moderators of their own behavior.
I mean, that depends what
Has Mr.
drug you're
Depp
taking.
suggested, based on your review of the record evidence, that alcohol and drugs actually help him?
In review of
Okay,
the
Maria,
evidence,
yeah,
he has
Google the
suggested
pictures
that
of the trial. We gotta know if the
alcohol,
blazer is
I'm
green
in
or
the
black.
list of medications do help. Although I will also tell you on review of the evidence that there were at least 2 times I can remember that Mr. Depp was referring to at least short-lived periods of sobriety, and I cannot exactly tell you what that included. That both times he said that he functioned better and that he recognized that alcohol and drugs was at the root of his problems.
Now, there's been testimony
But Johnny
that Mr.
Depp never
is
accepted to
quite
be analyzed
charming,
by him.
both
So how
off
can he
and
say this?
on the drugs and the alcohol. What is your answer to that?
So
Jack is looking at pics and it
let
seems
me
black on the
put one
pics.
thing clear here. I am not here to impeach Mr. Depp's acting skills or his persona. He has way greater skills than I do in that. What I'm here to say is talk about how drugs and alcohol affect what we all have in common. We're all human beings. We can all only get so much, take so much when something is going to happen. And that's what I see every day in the emergency room, on the consult service, on inpatient psychiatry. Bad things happen, not because of anything special, except we're all human beings and our brains, substance of abuse, are not titrated. They're not regulated by the FDA. We don't know what we're getting. We don't know how much we're getting. There is no control over what makes it to our brain. So it is not the actor. It is not the persona. Okay? It is a person just like the rest of us who are human beings who will have these effects, and that's what we all share in common. Everyone in this courtroom shares that in common.
Well, you're talking about the
When Mr. Depp
FDA,
was
but I
in
mean,
his
his doctor
relationship with
prescribed
Amber
all those
Heard, was he a polysubstance abuser?
What's he in? What substance abuse?
medication.
Polysubstance
Well,
abuse?
minus the coke.
Can you explain
Leaving your
what that is?
All the other meds were
Overruled.
prescribed.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay, so
Michelle Crawford, a little
polysubstance
fashion bunker
abuse
judging
is
the
the
fashion.
use
Love it,
of
Dacob.
3 or
Oh,
more
yes, we're living
substances.
for it. What are
And I
you
answer,
for
like I
it?
said, concurrently, he was. Even while I was getting
Here's
ready
this.
for rehab.
Yvonne says, you nailed it, Dacob. He never personally assessed
island,
Johnny.
he
Right?
was.
So why would he say
Yes,
something
he
like that
did
about
engage in
it?
that.
Did Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse affect him cognitively?
Yes.
T-Pal says they should have asked
So,
this doctor if he was against legalizing
nothing else to look
marijuana.
at, Dr.
Patrick says he's
Blaustein,
contributing to
a
stigma
psychiatrist
that
at
people
Mr.
with
Depp,
SUDs are all
did a mini mental
junkies, for
state
better or
exam on
worse.
him.
His model of
And
analyzing
as part of that
SUDs
mini
seems
mental
to be
state
extremely
examination, you're
outdated.
asked to remember
Jack
3
says,
words.
"Oh, I just got a spoiler
and then
of what
come
he's
back
gonna say.
5
Crazy."
minutes later and repeat those 3 words. And in the meanwhile, you're getting other types of testing for attention and concentration and visual, spatial, and language. So
Yeah,
other
this dude
things are
cannot
being
speak on
tested
Johnny,
too.
Debbie. I agree.
Mr. Depp was unable to recall any of them, and that is very unusual for a 50-ish year old male. I don't remember how old he was when he took that. Generally speaking, that age group should be remembering 2 or all 3 of those words. One, I do know that his lines were also fed to him by earpiece. Again,
all
memory, I
actors
did
have
see
lines fed to them by
deposition-
earpiece.
I'm sorry,
Give me a
video
break.
deposition about having to have questions. I don't want to say repeat as much as completely forgotten. So the answer is yes. And you know, any one of us who use alcohol and cocaine to that level of degree, and I'm
Maybe
talking
he
about
was
a
just a
severe
method
level
actor.
of substance use
Jack
disorder,
Sparrow is
are
drunk and
going to
high
have
almost
effects.
the
It is
entire movie.
inescapable. Because
If you're a
we all
method
have
actor,
brains that are malaffected,
you're
by
gonna wanna be
extensive
cuckoo like that
substance
to
use,
get
and
into your
potentially
part.
Sometimes less, but certainly what we're talking about here is extensive.
What, if anything did you observe from the record evidence about Mr. Depp having difficulty focusing, his attention span, processing, whether he could function as an actor?
T-Pal says, Doc,
So-
you couldn't even recall you teach for a living.
Compound is
Paul
a
has his lines fed to him,
Thank you.
Jack says. Marlon Brando
So
had his
again,
lines
in terms
fed
of
to
the
him.
acting part, we do know that he needed his lines fed to him for movies. Part of that could have been also due to, and I don't know which movie, and please forgive me about that.
Kuroyoto
he
said, "I had
actually
one line in
confessed he did
drama
a
class
movie
back in
entirely
middle school,
wasted.
and I forgot
so
it."
I imagine it would be harder to do that. Additionally, like I said, when I looked at deposition, you can tell that the processing speed was down. His thinking rate
Patrick
was
says, I'm
down.
not trying to discredit
If
him
your
by any
thinking
means,
rate
but
is
we
down,
know way
and I'm not
more
talking
about
again,
STDs now
I'm getting older.
than we
I'm
did
probably
20
not
years
as sharp as
ago.
I was at 25.
And the
okay?
method of treating and
But I'm
diagnosing
talking about
SUDs
so
has
slow
changed
that when we're trying to
dramatically.
move on to other questions,
Says Patrick.
we're still trying to answer the original data that's presented to us. So attention span is very much impaired, and if your attention span is impaired,
The attention
your
span is
memory
impaired.
is
We're
going
living
to be
in the new
impaired.
century,
It is
darling. Fruit
inescapable
flies
that that's
everywhere.
going to happen. So all that comes into play, and that's what I witnessed in the video deposition.
He touches his nose every time he doesn't
For Mr.
believe what
Depp,
he's
I
saying.
do see that during
Did you
this
notice
trial,
that?
his cognition has improved somewhat, which will happen if you are sober.
Body language,
So I commend him on that.
allegedly.
But again, I'm specifically referencing the time with Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's relationship. So we're talking about that.
What, if any, observations from the record evidence did you have about Mr. Depp having alcoholic blackouts or foggy mind?
Again, there were reported times where he would be essentially, quote unquote, passed out drunk. You saw pictures of him passed out drunk and not being able to remember what he did, which is, again, if you look at the record evidence, you will see that, and this is linking intimate partner violence and substance use together. I know we're going to get to that, which is basically if you have blackouts and you're using alcohol or using cocaine, it's going to be near impossible to remember what happened the night before. I don't think I'm the first person that's ever told you that alcohol can cause blackouts. And basically, alcohol decreases a brain chemical, glutamate, which is involved in memory formation. If it blocks that to an extensive degree, the individual cannot remember what happened because they didn't have enough time for their brain to process the memory. You need this brain chemical.
Except
So, does
cocaine
alcohol blackouts
works against
happen
that and
every
wakes
time?
you up
No, of
and
course
makes you
not.
hyper alert.
But are they complication of a use
This
disorder?
is why allegedly a lot of
Absolutely
surgeons
yes.
and doctors use it.
There was record evidence of
Stay
that.
focused, not
Dr.
to
Spiegel, you
forget.
said at one point alcohol and cocaine. Is it possible to have blackouts with alcohol and different types of substances?
Yes. So my clinical experience, and I'll date it back within the last month, we had a patient who was using both, especially cocaine, and she had these kind of stroke-like lesions around the brain center known as the hippocampus, which is involved in memory formation. So
Objection relevance.
Debbie says, yeah, no proof he was drunk. Jack
giving an
says he wasn't
example.
passed out, he was asleep 12 hours on set
combining
days.
the two substances
I'm
together
over the time
increases the
traveling
likelihood,
doctor, right,
even if
Jack?
you don't get what is a major stroke. And again, we think of a major stroke as someone who has speech difficulties.
Kuroyoto, I
and
agree with
movement
you. Passing out
difficulties.
after work
There's
is
a
common too.
lot
Like,
of
there's a
different types of
long
stroke that can
ass
just
days
affect
of work
cognition.
acting.
They don't necessarily have
Oh, thanks,
to
Jack.
have
Subscribe.
severe movement deficits or severe language deficits. They can solely affect you in terms of your cognitive symptoms, and actually known as a
Trina, he's going into all of this because he was called as a witness for Amber Heard. Amber Heard's lawyers are letting him blabber
that you
on.
can have these insults, these lesions, these strokes
When
without demonstrating
Johnny's
physical
lawyers
features.
get a chance
And
at
at a
him,
minimal,
I'm interested
we
to
know
see
that
how
he
they're
was
gonna
using both substances
discredit
concurrently,
all the stuff
and
he
at a
said.
minimum, we know he had cognitive issues that we talked about.
When cross-examination
Or at least had some of
begins, then the
Thank
game
you, Dr.
starts.
Spiegel. What, if any, correlation is there between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders?
So,
Well, no, he did
risk
break
factors,
the
if you
HIPAA law.
would,
He did
for
mention the
intimate
name of
partner
the
violence,
patient.
Okay, and there
Did he
are
mention the
probably
name? I
many
didn't
of
hear
them.
'cause I was
I don't have time to
elaborating.
go over all of them, but the ones in particular, characters in particular, are one, having someone in the relationship who is jealous or suspicious. Two, having someone who has a higher than average acceptance of violence ideations. Three, someone who has rapid and extreme mood shifts. Four, someone who has limited self-control. One of the roles of cognition, one of the roles of our brain, is to prevent inappropriate behaviors and acting out on thoughts. We all get angry at people.
Sleep well, Aisha.
That's human. We all get angry at people. We all think things about people. The difference is when our brains are intact and working well, most of us don't act them out. Okay? Most of us do not act them out. So that's because your frontal lobe and other parts of the brain are involved in making sure these negative thoughts don't get acted on. Okay? So when you have the effects of alcohol acutely, it causes disinhibition, which means you are, by definition, losing control and having rapid mood swings. 2, you are affecting parts of the brain that are involved in what we call social processing cues. So you no longer can interpret what's in front of you that is, I would say, right or wrong, or what I should act on and what I shouldn't act on. So we act on them. Even though sober, and I've seen it with Mr. Depp's record evidence, I've seen it clinically, sober, we can contain that. We can contain that. But when you have these mixtures together, knowing, by the way, that about 40 up to 60% of intimate partner violence is done under the influence of alcohol and or substance use disorders, okay? Knowing that treating it gets it better, improves, I'm not saying removes it, but improves it. Hearing from Mr. Depp's own text to Dr. Kipper that he was better with that things are going better, will show you that given those confluence of factors, given them all lining up, the risk factors, combined with something that when any of us use to a certain amount, if we're novice at it, it'll be a lot less. If we're more experienced and have more tolerance and dependence, it's going to take a lot more. But inevitably will make us disinhibited and will make us act out, and acting out can be done in a lot of different ways in intimate partner violence, okay? With also remembering control is the end game of intimate partner violence. So that's how they basically interact in a nutshell.
Ms. Butterhoff, I assume you have...
I have quite a bit more.
Let's go ahead and take our morning recess, ladies and gentlemen.
That
Just,
nose shape.
discuss the case and don't do any outside research. We'll be back with you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In 15 minutes. We're just,
Sorry, I
we're
talked
just
too
taking a
much.
break. No, we're just taking a break.
He is something. Trina is like showing all the nuts. He doesn't need a microphone, Kuroyoto. No, we
All
all
right, let's just
hear
take a
him.
break till 11 then, and we'll come back at 11, okay?
Thank you.
Like a hawk. He looks like a hawk from the Muppet Show. Sam the Eagle from the Muppet Show. Let me see if I can fast forward this. Awa. Look, Elaine's jacket looks like it's green. Hey, Michelle. All right. Let me see if I can fast forward this. It's a 15-minute recess, so we can jump right into the continuation of it all. And, you know, okay. Okay, Maria says, Dacob, I confirm it's black. LOL, I Googled it. Okay. So, Elaine, I'm sorry, girl. If it were dark green, I would be like, wow, this is fabulous. Being that it's black, you don't get full praise from me. Just partial. Subpar praise, darling. And Gloria says, if you can fast forward to the cross, that's where it gets real good. Well, it's going to get to the cross soon, right? In it? Eating chocolate. Yeah, the pleated dress is pretty. Yeah, Kuroyoru. It would be very Miranda Hobbs if it were green. Oh, it's the same blazer she wore the other day, Jacques? Well, color me green. Oh, Trina. Little chocolate moment. Lily Bonfi, how's it going, sweetie? The cross is so worth it. I gagged. Everyone gagged. Oh my god, I can't wait.
All right, ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. Can we approach before the jury comes
Okay,
back in?
sure.
Oh, Tom. This little sugar load. Let me tell ya. Let me tell ya. You guys, subscribe. Let us reach the 1K subscriber mark so that we can monetize the channel and do a lot more pop culture for y'all. And, you know. Oh, Debbie says, if I want chocolate, it's a spoon and Nutella, LOL. We're at 882 subscribers right now, so we're almost at 900. We are 18 away from 900. So we are 118 subbies away from the 1K mark. Okay, here we go, we'll go. Oh, the jury's coming in. Okay, the jury's coming in. Is he gonna stand up? Ah, there he is. Tickle, 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 tickle. Thank you for subscribing, Virgie. You twinkle above us. Hey, Lynn's Moomin. Hey, Lynn's Moomin.
Thank you. May be seated. All right, your next question. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Spiegel, before we took the break, you were talking about the correlation between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders. Does the literature support your testimony on this?
Yes, the
Oh,
literature
sorry you're
fully
feeling
supports
sick, Lynn's Moomin.
everything
Hope
I
you feel
just
better.
said. Through that interaction.
Hi,
Thank you.
Vanessa.
Now, you indicated that you reviewed Mr. Depp's video depositions. Is that correct? The
Yes.
ones from November 10 through 12 of 2020 and
Oh,
December
Gatorade.
14 of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach
Get
any
those
conclusions
electrolytes
about his
in, honey.
cognitive symptoms, insight, and judgment in watching those?
So during the video deposition, what was readily apparent was a gentleman who had a significant delay in processing speed.
He's
And
coming
like I
for
said,
Johnny
when you
for
have
giving
a
slow
delay
answers?
in processing speed, many other cognitive functions are going to follow. You're going to be impaired attention, concentration, memory. All that's going to happen. In terms of having to, the speech process, if you heard the deposition, the way the thoughts were conveyed were much more in the way of kind of disconnected, disjointed statements. It wasn't that they were not necessarily understandable, but they didn't have any coherent pattern until he was more structured by Ms. Bredhoff to kind of get to the point of the question, which happened throughout most of the deposition. And so you could see there that there was
Again, you're not his doctor.
some form of cognitive issue that should not be happening.
He
in
never
someone
allowed
in their
you to
mid-50s. And it
diagnose him.
probably due to the alcohol and substances.
What, if any, observations did you make about impulse control?
So during the deposition? Or,
Yes, or
okay.
and,
or any
and
other
other
time?
record evidence either.
Oh, Courtney Love has
so,
spoken out and supported Johnny.
Again,
I believe
think
everything
that under
Courtney
the
Love says. She also
guise
spoke
of
out
not
years
being
before, about Harvey
acutely
Weinstein, and she was
intoxicated,
right.
I think Mr. Depp was able to control much of his
No,
behavior,
Dr. Curry,
much of his thinking,
however,
even if it was
Amber Heard
aberrant
was
or negative,
forced
he was able to
to be
control that.
analyzed by Dr. Curry.
I think
It's a
that
different case. That's
once you
different.
start getting to the point
Johnny was
of
never
adding
diagnosed
substances to that,
by
that
this
will
dude.
set it over. If you saw the video, I think you all did, about the in the kitchen where there was smashing of glasses, slamming of cupboards, and yelling at Ms. Heard that you don't exist. And throughout the deposition of Dr. Kipper, Mr. Depp is firing him and rehiring him and yelling and screaming. And I do believe that a lot of it had to do with the interaction of, hey, we're trying to help you get sober. Okay, and it is obviously something you are resisting, not ready for, not wanting, and so you saw a lot of yelling, a lot of acting out, if you would, which puts you on the state of, hey, this is a gentleman who has really significant trouble with delaying gratification, okay, delaying reward, and certainly one way to make that significantly worse is with substances. There's no question about that.
And you may have
No.
subsumed this in, but what, if anything, did you observe
Delaying
relating to
gratification?
erratic behavior based on the
Like
record?
delaying
evidence?
I mean,
reward?
I think, again, when you talk
I'm no
about
doctor.
erratic behavior,
But I see that with Johnny. I can see how that could be a thing. Just my opinion.
Where, and I think I made a particular note of this only because I'm a psychiatrist myself. There was a very large ranting about Dr. Cowan, who was Ms. Heard's psychologist therapist. And the language, you can be dissatisfied with your provider. I have no problem with that. You could be dissatisfied, and you have the right
Patrick
to
says,
go
I don't
to
think it's
wherever you want
appropriate to
go
speak on someone's cognitive
But
function,
the-
and as you
the
did,
texting
if you have never
that
done
were
a
involved in this in terms
consultation
of
on them,
erratic
he knows better
behavior,
than that.
was
T-Pal says his dog is good at
disturbing in
narrating
terms
for
of the
involuntary
verbiage used,
patient
the
lockups.
phrases used.
I bet a lot of people hate him.
Am I free to use some of the language, or should I reserve that, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
I can?
The jury, believe me, the jury's been hearing it.
Okay, all right, I want to make sure. Sure, I want to make sure. Okay, so it's something along the line that Dr.
Jack,
Kipper
I agree with
is an
you.
effing
Yeah.
charlatan.
Johnny has been sat listening to this BS for
he
weeks.
ought
I
to
see his
Objection, hearsay.
patience.
It was
He's entitled to rely on it, and he's to give his examples.
He can talk about what he developed from the hearsay, but not repeat it himself.
He's entitled to give examples of it.
I'll
from
sustain
hearsay.
the objection.
Without giving the exact words that you recall.
Oh, without giving the
Go ahead,
exact
just-
words?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, without giving the exact words, it was basically vulgar language directed towards Dr. Cowan throughout multiple texts, multiple things that Dr. Cowan were doing in therapy. It was, like I said, it was without relaying it, the exact thing. I'm trying to be as accurate as I can. And I think at the end of it, I think he was also talking about that Dr. Cowan was filling Amber with positive thoughts, a therapeutic.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's keeping it more general, and he's entitled to rely on. Thank you.
So more along the line of giving Amber psychiatric jargon to put on him, and actually what I read and interpreted what Dr. Cowan's was getting blasted for was he was kind of teaching Amber how to misheard how to use conflict resolution in a more appropriate manner and learning to express things more rationally rather than express things as irrational as they have been expressed. And for that, there were a lot of negativity being sworn at. So again, erratic behavior in terms of writing and text, but I have no problem people being angry. Okay, none whatsoever. It's just the expressing of it and the continual ranting of it was very uncomfortable for me to read. But regardless, I think we have seen in terms of erratic behavior, much of the psychological and the physical maltreatment we talked about.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I don't agree.
Sustain next question.
Okay. Mr. Depp is 58 years old. Are the
Look how happy
behaviors
the
that
lawyer,
you have been
Johnny's
describing for
lawyer
the
is.
jury,
He
are
was
those
actually surprised that
typical,
she sustained it.
And age-related?
She said
No,
sustained,
so-
and he was like,
Well, I don't consider
Oh,
58
okay.
years old. I'm 59.
Cool. I
okay?
got through with that
I will
one.
tell you that the age-related changes that occur in humans are they're very erratic, hit and miss. Meaning they'll occasionally
Hey, Yvonne,
bear,
I
be
didn't
there.
hear that they were
You
extending
may
the trial.
need a little bit
Maybe.
more time to answer a question or
I don't
pull
know.
things out of
Jack
memory.
says, no,
Just
they're not extending the
a little
trial.
bit slow and a lot more inconsistently slow. You wouldn't describe what Dr. Blaustein's changes were or what I saw in the deposition attributed to age.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Seroquel?
Seroquel or
Did he just snort?
quetiapine is actually an atypical antipsychotic, which is indicated for many things, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, adjunctive treatment for major depression. So it's indicated for a lot of things.
But what effects may it have? I mean, this is one of the drugs that Mr. Depp was taking,
Yes.
correct? It was a prescribed drug?
Yes.
Okay.
So-
Yeah, please
So
explain.
the effect of Seroquel is it's very often used as a sleeping agent because it doesn't have a lot of the side effects that are associated with conventional antipsychotics, movement disorders, tardive dyskinesia, et cetera, or at least it's a very low risk of that. So people
Patrick
have
says
used it
just because
off-label.
he has
Physicians have
30
used
years
it
of
off-label
experience and a
to help them
PhD.
sleep.
Thank you for subscribing,
The problem
Emma.
is the effect
That does not
is
mean he can assess
very
someone's cognitive ability without
barbiturate-like,
conducting
and
a
it
consultation.
really
And
knocks
to go on and
people
testify this in
out,
court
or
is
certainly
baffling
if you
to me,
use it
says
at
Patrick.
high enough doses it can, okay? And the problem is it also has
T-Pal,
street
the
value.
snorting, his favorite drug to prescribe.
So it's absolutely used on the street for that downer-like effect. And obviously it's a little bit more readily available because it's prescribed. So it does have that street value portion of it.
I mean, he's really behaving and talking
And Dr.
as if he had
Spiegel,
Johnny
what effect
in
would
his
this have on Mr. Depp based on the
hospital
dosages he
or
was
ward,
taking?
So
and now he's
I
making
think what
his
you're
assessment.
looking at
Like,
is
he's not your
Objection,
patient,
speculation.
dude.
Overruled.
Like,
Please continue.
dude.
what you will see in patients who have substance use disorders
Gavin says he seems very
are
humble.
people who
I hope you're being
unfortunately
sarcastic
kind
or
of
ironic.
wake up and fall asleep only through pharmacological assistance, meaning that their own circadian rhythms
Jack
are
says,
no
okay,
longer
is
in
he
control
on coke? 'Cause his
of
behavior is
that
changing since
behavior.
the break.
So you will take stimulants to
I think he's
quote-unquote,
becoming
get
more
you up
comfortable
in the
with the
morning,
situation.
and then you will take things like quetiapine, Seroquel.
Maybe
to
Doc's
knock
had
you
some
out.
Adderall, says Debbie.
So basically,
Clear says,
what
this
these are
trial
being
showed
used for
me that
is,
adults are
I'm
just
gonna get
children
up,
in bigger
and I'm gonna get
bodies,
knocked out.
especially
And
when it
that's
comes to their
very
egos,
characteristic of what would
especially
be
the ones that have made it this
actually
far in
legal
professional
prescribed
settings. You
substances.
best believe their egos
That's
are going
not
to be
illegal
bloated
at all. That's
like a
very
bladder,
legal.
like a full
And
bladder.
that's
after a
deceivingly
couple of
what
mega
these medicines
pints.
effect are on patients of substance use disorder.
Sunset says,
Dr.
I find
Spiegel,
this
what is
very
it?
unethical.
Neuron-
At least Dr. Curry
So
diagnosed them by
Neurogabapentin,
herself. This guy's talking
is
completely
actually
out
an
of turn.
anti-seizure medicine,
Says Sunset
which
and Moonlight.
I think it's indicated for seizures, and it might be indicated for one chronic pain condition, although I can't swear that to you.
Yeah, but
that
Kuroyoru-
said, again,
Same.
in a
It
substance
just-
use
this
disorder
trial also
population,
just shows us
it has
all grown-ups are
significant
just
street
kids
value,
in
and
big bodies.
people who misuse opiates often supplement that with Neurontin because it has this anti-pain calming effect. So unfortunately, it also can cause respiratory suppression. And so when you use it with opiates, there are people that are lucky enough to succumb to respiratory suppression as a result, but it has a very additive, calming effect that people use it for.
And what effect would this have on Mr. Depp and the dosages he was taking?
Again, I'm still waiting for the objection. Okay, again, what it would do.
Oh, Debbie,
is
he
have the
has
street
post-nasal
value
drift
of
now.
Using
Ooh,
it
child, the
with
shade. We've been reading
opiates.
We've been
The
reading
advantage
these
is you're using
witnesses.
with opiates,
Girl.
and it's because opiates in general, despite everything else it does, are calming. And you use it with it, it offers further calming, which is why
Patrick
doctors
says someone check
have
that
been
blazer for a
warned
dime
not to
bag.
prescribe medications like gabapentin and opiates together unless under significant, strict following, because it can cause serious problems, such as death, respiratory suppression.
And Mr. Depp was also taking Adderall, correct?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the jury what that impact would have, and particularly in connection with the dosages?
So Adderall is a psychostimulant, which is prescribed relatively regularly for ADHD.
Trina says there's definitely
the
something
problem
off
comes
and he's
again
exulting.
when
Says Trina.
you shouldn't be prescribing or receiving Adderall when you're already misusing cocaine. Okay, you're now doubling your stimulant dosage here. And basically what you are talking about, again, it comes down to in the substance use disorder population, you are using it to stay awake, have energy, keep yourself going, getting high, getting energetic. And then the only way to kind of combat that, because you have this effect, is to kind of
exhalating?
take
You mean
downers
exhaling?
during the day, and downers
He is-
being anything
you said
that's calming.
exalting, now you're
So
saying
anywhere
exhalating.
from
You mean
opiates prescription,
exhaling?
anywhere from Neurontin,
What do you mean?
anywhere from Seroquel, all medications that are
I'm sniffing
potentially
my
not
Dior
potential, which are
poison.
abusable.
This is
And so
my drug
that's
of
what
choice
this is going
today,
on.
my
That's what the
Christian
substance
Dior
use disorder
vintage
patient has.
bottle.
And
I kind of just.
it can't be.
This is
given
actually how I go
with
through my
somebody using
days. Like
cocaine,
if I'm doing something, I
because
always
that's
have a
an
couple of
extreme
perfumes on
risk
the side. I
for
just kind
death.
of
You can't be getting together.
smell
And
them.
What, if any, effect would these drugs have if they were
It's
mixed
like some
with
people
MDMA
eat snacks.
or cocaine?
I kind of.
So
sniff
when you
perfumes a
combine
little bit.
the two together, like I talked about before, there are effects where you are looking at, right, the predisposing traits of intimate partner violence. So jealousy, rapid mood changes, poor self-control, and to some degree condoning violence.
Yeah,
to
Patrick
a
says the
certain
biggest
degree.
thing that is bugging me is that he's
When you
treating this as
combine
an
them all
everyday
together,
lecture.
You get this disinhibiting,
But he's in
euphoric
court of
effect
law
from
and needs to
cocaine
treat
and
it as
Adderall. Then when
such.
you combine the two together, what happens? You
Bob
get too
says
much,
poison
and
is
then you
my
start
drug of
getting
choice.
irritable.
Christian Dior poison. We're
You
talking
start getting
perfumes now.
agitated.
And Gloria says, okay, no
You
one
start
likes this man
becoming
enough to tell him
suspicious,
about his hair.
jealous, potentially disinhibited, psychotic. And
Kuroyoto says,
these are the risks.
Anna-
Again, we're
Anna
talking
Bay reviewed
about
perfumes,
not
and her
your
video included
average
pure
everyday
poison.
use of
Oh,
these substances.
you've been watching,
We're talking
huh?
about chronic use together. And
Lovely.
we also know that
Good for
alcohol
you.
and cocaine use independently increase significantly the risk of intimate partner violence. These aren't statistics I'm coming up with. They all depend, anywhere from reports up to 7 to 27-fold. So you are, quote unquote, colloquially playing with fire when you're talking about substances and intimate partner violence. You are playing with fire.
I'm feeling
And
the
that's all of
poison,
us.
hypnotic poison.
And the substances that Mr. Depp was taking and the record evidence relating to those.
Living for that almond vanilla
Did you
right
draw
now.
any conclusions concerning whether he met this criteria or these risk factors?
So in terms of substance use disorder, when you look at it, so major role obligations not being fulfilled, don't have any evidence about operating under the influence or not. Social issues,
Kuroyoto said I
especially
had to. The
disagreements
clickbait
and
was
arguments
that topic
with your
with
spouse
perfumes.
or family. Obviously, there was tolerance and dependence for the amount he was using, because if anyone is naive to these medications, most of us would be dead.
Trina said I meant he's escalating. Oh, yeah.
Unsuccessful efforts, difficulty cutting back, using more than intended, giving up social, occupational obligations because this. I know there was party, right after
Hey,
the rehab
Paige.
on the island in Australia, when Mr. Depp went out partying with Marilyn Manson, and he used it.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Actually, so that's asking for the record evidence for
I'll
this.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Subscribe,
What
you
other
guys.
record
We're trying
evidence
to
do you
reach
have
1K
supporting
subbies so that we can get the channel started.
Psychological, using, despite the fact you know
Thank you
it
to everybody who has
causes
already
known
subscribed.
psychological, psychiatric, or medical effects, and I think that's been pretty well documented. So in this case, you're talking about someone who has a severe
Hey, Ingrid.
substance use disorder. I do want to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that intimate partner violence and substance use disorders are two scourges in this country. They're two plagues. This is very serious
Debbie
stuff
says he
we're
has no
playing
evidence
with.
of anything.
And when you are just getting someone closer and closer to the threshold.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, Kuroyoru?
Relevance.
Yeah, she dragged some of your favorite
This is
perfumes
highly
to hell.
relevant, Your Honor.
I'll overrule as to relevance.
Beyond the scope.
Go ahead.
Beyond the scope of the question.
Yes.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
All right. Tell me more about the relationships between substance abuse and IPV, please.
Yeah, so again, that you are talking about this and you may be able to control the risk factors for any of us may be able to control the risk factors for IPV. Any of us might be able to, okay? When we're thinking and we're not disinhibited, not having these hyper intense emotions from substances. Once you add that to this mix, your brain can no longer do what it's supposed to do, and it's supposed to prevent you from doing this, quite frankly, because it's wrong.
Did you arrive at any conclusions concerning substance abuse and potential self-harm that may have led to Mr. Depp injuring his finger?
So I think the physician before me explained that pretty well, but I'll tell you that Mr. Depp has a history of self-injurious behavior, meaning cutting himself. Mr. Depp has a history of burning himself. I know when the actual event happened, there was texting to Dr. Kipper, paraphrasing, not saying exactly, that Amber and him got into a disagreement related to her wanting him to be sober. And then as a result of that, he said,
You know what the problem is here, you guys? Because if the jury believes this
cut the tip of his
dude,
finger off. So if you're asking
Johnny
me,
is in trouble.
can someone who has, or have I seen, and can someone who cuts themselves, burns themselves, can cut a tip of their finger off with or without alcohol or cocaine or the rest? The answer is
if the
Objection
jury
beyond the scope of
believes
the
this
question.
dude, Johnny is in trouble.
Overruled. Thank you. Please
Was
continue.
it overruled?
It was overruled.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So that is not a very far jump. I've certainly seen patients do a lot worse than that who started out with similar.
Oh, Ingrid
risk
Davis,
factors
that's a
of,
good point.
you know,
It
burning
was
himself
self-injury
and cutting himself.
since he
I'm
married
not
her.
gonna get into
But
the
apparently the
descriptions,
cut
but
finger was before the
I've
wedding.
seen people do a lot worse
So-
than that.
Okay.
So the answer is yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn now specifically to intimate partner violence, and I know you've talked certainly about it. But can you tell the jury, please, a little bit more about intimate partner violence and what is included in that?
So
Exactly,
the
Kuroyoru.
APA
They've
task
said that
force
also in many other
on violence
YouTube
in the
videos, but
family
also Johnny said it
defined
as well.
more or less this topic of domestic abuse.
He loves
and
playing the
intimate
guitar. He
partner
loves
violence
music. The last
as
thing he would ever do to
recurrent
himself would be to cut his
abusive
finger
behavior
off.
by
Why would he
means of
Why would he not allow himself to
psychological,
play the guitar anymore?
sexual,
But again, that would fall into
or
his
physical
theory
maltreatment
of
for the purpose
delayed
of
gratification,
achieving control or maintaining power,
delayed
authority,
rewarding
and control.
oneself. Would that also
Can
fall
it
into the
include
reverse
threats and
psychology pattern
intimidation?
of
It includes
castigating
so in the part of
oneself.
psychological abuse, which is done essentially as a means of emotionally and mentally hurting someone, but with the same end goal to achieve control. It can be destroying property. It could be financial, which is part of that. Verbal outbursts, threats, intimidation, body language, all of that goes under the concept of psychological abuse. And you may be able to divide it, verbal, nonverbal, what's exactly emotional versus verbal, but they're all under that rubric, and they're all under the guise of maintaining control.
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Can you repeat the question?
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So survivors of intimate partner violence, and by the way, I should start out by saying, we don't expect, in psychiatry, we don't expect our victims to be perfect. We don't expect our victims to be unscathed by what they've received.
Our
So,
victims?
starting with
Interesting
that,
choice of
okay,
words.
it is not unusual as
It almost,
survivors.
it would almost
to see
appear,
substance
doctor,
use,
that your patients
substance
are
abuse,
your victims.
substance-induced symptoms, chronic depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, or a subsyndromal post-traumatic stress disorder along the lines of Bader-Weiss syndrome, and some emotional unpredictability. And again, you are a victim here. You are a victim.
Do perpetrators typically seek treatment or counseling?
No, perpetrators are not receiving counseling treatment. One, because they're going to be probably having to tell someone that they actually struck someone, which is what their thought is about the big problem that intimate partner violence is just hitting. Again, important, but not the sole part of it. So perpetrators very rarely will go into any type of formal counseling. Victims go into counseling. Victims are seeking actually couples counseling. Victims are seeking couples advice to try to repair what's happening. Okay, but in terms of actual perpetrators, no, they don't do that.
In your review of this case, is there record evidence of physical violence by Mr. Depp?
So,
Objection, Your Honor.
Which expert?
No foundation.
Do you want to approach them?
Amandeep says, honestly, both were doing drugs and drinking. It just seems to have affected Amber, where she became violent and Johnny was chill. So I feel she pinned what she did on him like they were done to her. Like it were done to her. I also feel, oh, there he goes. Drinky, drinky. Okay. Uh-huh. Ah, enjoying that Gatorade, huh? Yeah. Yeah, they saw. Yeah, you looked at. Yes, they did. They saw you. They saw you drink it. Yeah. You embarrassed now? Oh, you're like, oh, bad boy. Yeah. Letting that Gatorade kick in. Close your. It's working. Aha. Yeah, there you go. Gatorade is working. Eyeballs are open. Yes. Observing the body language. That tongue motion. Interesting. The fingers. Trying to smile. The finger movement. This whole thing. Processing. Setting. Serious look. You got to be taken seriously. So you need to, with age, get that focused look. Facing the jury the whole time. Hey, Michelle. Boop. So, Dacob, you and your commentary, I just can't, right? What's the Gatorade? Oh, Trina, we would all like to know. That is the question du jour. Nice pissy drink, says Debbie. Lily Buffy says, he gives me the Nurse in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest vibes. He know what people need. And do they realize... Okay, Ingrid says, do they realize they are describing Amber's behavior? I mean, I hope the jury realizes this. Trina says, Paige, you're right. It all applies to Amber too. Ellen says he's enjoying the moment. It does feel like his ego is being soothed. Plus, I mean, if we're going to get to how much they're paying him for this testimony an hour, which is apparently $1,000. Allegedly, but we'll get to that later. Then, you know, he's enjoying it. He's like, oh, take your time. I'm going to chill here and drink my Gatorade. I'm on your dime. This Gatorade is on your dime, baby. I'm sorry he is acting creepy, says Trina. Gloria says, sponsored by Gatorade. Jury is nodding off, says Debbie. So we were talking about this before, and somebody said that they heard that somebody in the, hold on, I'm pouring some water, that somebody that's sitting in the courtroom apparently saw the jury fall asleep. Now, while he is talking, quite frankly, I would have fallen asleep too. Because, like you guys said, he did turn it around into some sort of, let me give you a lecture, let me tell you where it's at, type of moment. And if I were the jury, for me, it would not work that way. Like, I would not feel motivated to listen because it's not interesting. And especially, I mean, I have morals. I don't know about the jury, but I would be like, hold on. They just clearly stated that you were not Johnny Depp's doctor. You asked him twice to assess him psychologically. Twice he declined. His legal team declined twice. And you're still allowing yourself a characterization and then some sort of psychological analysis of Johnny Depp here in front of me, the jury. I would be like, who the hell do you think I am? I heard it loud and clear that Johnny Depp's attorneys twice declined your psychoanalysis of him. So why are you acting as if like you did it? You did that analysis and now you're giving me your results. I don't want to hear it. Why don't I want to hear it? Because you never analyzed him. He was never your patient. So the audacity of you thinking that I'm dumb enough as the jury to believe you. So this is just me, okay? I don't know what the jury thinks. If the jury believes what he's saying, then Johnny's in trouble. The court is allowing him to say what he's saying. So if the court allows this, the jury probably thinks, well, if the court allows it, then it is admissible. And if it's admissible, well, that's the situation we're in right now. If it's admissible, oh, it's starting again.
So
then Johnny might be in trouble.
what have you reviewed that correlates with the risk factors for IPV that Mr.
No, Kuroyoru, the
Depp
jury's not allowed to
related
look
Mr.
this
Depp?
trial up at all, nor are they allowed to
So
talk
risk
to
factor
anybody
review
about
that
it.
correlate. So starting with I guess we'll start with the physical because that was a question that was put out there. What I have reviewed has demonstrated pushing, shoving, grabbing.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me see if I can direct this a little differently, Dr. Spiegel. Rather than giving the summary of what that was, what did you review that correlates? In other words, did you review witness statements? Did you review depositions, photos?
Yes. So what I reviewed was in terms of
They said at the beginning of his
witness
interrogation,
statements.
Maria, he
Dr.
said,
Kippers,
I asked twice Johnny Depp
notes.
to be evaluated.
Very
His legal team
interestingly,
declined.
actually,
He said it already.
early on in the
Amanda,
I think it was 2012 or around that time, circa
Amanda,
2012, 2014.
Yes, the hashtag Amber
Ms.
Turd,
Heard
we
was,
analyzed that
Action beyond the scope of the question.
What he reviewed.
already. Yeah, we went through that
All right,
part of the
let's,
testimony.
So I reviewed just the so
Like
Ms.
a couple of hours ago.
Heard's
Objection, there's no question pending.
If he's answering, go ahead and answer what you reviewed. Please continue with what you reviewed.
therapist's notes, counselor's notes, text messages, depositions, video, pictures, psychologists' notes and evaluations, and I said physicians' notes. That's what I reviewed.
All right. Now, you've indicated that intimate partner violence includes physical violence, sexual abuse, and psychological aggression. Can you please describe for the jury what psychological aggression is and what it entails?
So it says psychological aggression would be the engaging in behavior for the sole purpose of emotionally and or mentally harming someone, with the main purpose of, again, to maintain and control. So behaviors that can occur with psychological aggression include insults, intimidation, holding things financially.
Okay, Maria.
against
Yeah,
someone.
looking forward to that. That in crossing examination, Johnny's lawyers
jealousy,
clarify why they did
rants,
not let Johnny be evaluated by
property
him.
destruction. So all that is involved a nonverbal communication, so threatening looks, glances, things like that. All that is involved in psychological maltreatment and intimate partner violence.
What if anything would be psychological aggression if it was trying to control somebody's career? Would that be a factor?
Yeah,
Action leading.
Overruled.
So yeah, I'm trying to control someone here. That would be
Oh, Jack said
under
goodbye. Bye,
financial,
Jack.
trying to mistreat someone, especially someone wants to succeed and trying to have a career, and you're preventing them from doing so by maltreatment. That's another example.
Okay. So I'm going to ask
Oh, Jack, you're
specifically
here?
about
Oh,
the
because
risk
you waved.
factors
There's a wavy
for
hand you posted,
intimate
Jack.
partner violence.
So I thought you were saying bye.
Is substance
Sorry.
abuse
Welcome
a
back,
risk
Jack.
factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes, it is a risk factor as well as a precipitating
Maybe it's a
cause.
hello hand. You posted it like literally a couple of chats up.
What record evidence did you review that correlates to Mr. Depp engaging in substance abuse?
Yeah, I am
So,
confused on.
The record
Definitely.
evidence of, I'll just start with Dr. Kipper and the substances.
Oh, gotcha. It
that
was like raising
Mr.
the
Depp
hand. It was me. It was me.
using
Okay, Debbie.
and
Right.
misusing both in terms
He
of
said it was him
prescribed
that knew
and
about
on
the
your
sleeping
drug
jurors.
screen were
She
brought out
butt
to that.
typing.
Okay. Is lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness risk factors for intimate partner violence?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what, if any, record evidence were you aware of that Mr. Depp had exhibited lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness?
Again, threatening.
Hey,
Objection.
Miranda. I do like the Dreamer.
Record evidence.
Versace the Dreamer. The
that
first
correlates with I'm on
edition.
the
I
risk
do like.
factors at this point. Thank you, Your Honor.
Threatening, destroying furniture, property, breaking things, writings on walls, mirrors, writing in blood on furniture. All that would go with that.
Okay. All right. And what, if any, risk factor is narcissism for intimate partner violence?
So a patient, before we get into narcissistic personality traits or disorder, the overall, it's categorized under what's called cluster B personality.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the question.
He's explaining the narcissism.
Well, I'll sustain objection if you want
Okay.
to ask a question.
Can you explain to the jury what's involved with narcissism as it relates to the risk factors of intimate partner violence and
So
what that realm is?
So narcissism patients have, again, poor self-control, okay, rapid mood shifts, okay. As a result, they have an undue sense of admiration. They worship power, they worship control. They have lack of empathy, and people are generally kept around as long as they're useful to them. A large sense of entitlement.
Literally sounds like the
Anything else?
description of the United States of America.
Need for praise. So
Literally.
that would go under narcissistic personality and IPV.
What, if any, what if
Literally.
any traits would be requiring admiration? Would that fit into it?
Yeah, oh yes, I'm requiring admiration, need to be admired is part and parcel of narcissistic personality disorder. Yes.
Would being envious fit within that?
Yes.
Fragile self-esteem?
Yes.
Yes, the USA needs a
And,
therapy session,
what,
but not
if
with
any,
him.
record evidence do you have that correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic?
Well, I do think that the fact that he thought that Amber owed
Many,
him,
Miranda,
misheard,
many
owed
are
him.
watching
Objection, Your
themselves,
Honor.
are watching this and seeing themselves reflected in his
Go ahead.
words.
The fact that
Probably,
misheard
probably.
owed him and
Everything
only
is
wanted
just
to be
alleged
together with him
for entertainment
because
purposes
of
only.
his
Yeah, guys.
fame
Just
is
sharing
an
my
example of
opinion.
that. I do think the jealousy aspects are an example of that. I do think, as I think Mr. Tillett had testified that, being admired is one thing, but then behind your back saying something else about people is another thing. And I can probably say with a reasonable certainty that to some degree this whole trial is that. Because
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
That's not record evidence. Speculation.
Please continue.
That this whole trial, in terms of narcissistic insult, is what's going on. I believe that Mr. Depp was very much a mainstay appropriately in Hollywood, and then this was pulled the rug without.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be?
He's able to explain what
I'll
he's.
sustain that objection.
Can you explain what you mean by this whole trial?
Your
This
Honor, can we
proceeding will
approach?
go.
Yes.
This court case we're going through.
There's an objection, sir.
Gatorade. Go for your Gatorade, boo-boo. Yeah, sippy, sippy. Uh-huh. Oh, little. Oh, they cut off. I wanted to see the body language. Yeah, the objection did sound like the shut the F up. Amber is like, oh, I want some of that doctor's Gatorade right about now.
What other conduct is in the record evidence that correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic?
Yeah, he's
having those
diagnosing Johnny
traits?
based on hearsay.
What's the
Yes,
thing about
Sunset
the
and
trial
Moonlight,
rule? I
agree
can't
with
Yeah,
you.
you're not allowed to say
I'm
that.
not saying that.
T-Pal says, honestly, he is an unethical doctor, says T-Pal. As he's
The only other thing
saying
about
Johnny Depp has
narcissism, I
mental
think,
health
in terms of
issues,
the trial would be in
zero
order
about
to
Amber.
maintain any sense of control. A narcissistic person.
T-Pal says, I agree with him
really
there,
has to
but the whole
have
trial
lack
is
of
nuts.
empathy.
Uh-huh.
Because in order to engage in
Kuroyoto's his
behaviors
granddaddy.
that quote
But says,
unquote
look
are
at
used to
Amber
keep
relishing
individuals in
this
control,
slander of Johnny.
you don't really think about the other person. You're not really caring what happens to that other person. So I think that's another facet.
So are attitudes accepting or justifying intimate partner violence a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Do some perpetrators in intimate partner violence try to minimize the IPV?
Yes. So it is unfortunately not uncommon, especially during the calm phases of the abuse cycle where there is no increased tension, there is no acting out. Okay, you are talking about more of the honeymoon, apologetic phase, begging for forgiveness, telling them how you're going to change, maybe giving them gifts. And then when the dust settles later in the day, a day or two later, it is not uncommon for the perpetrator to kind of switch the blame over to the victim, saying that, hey, this either denial, this never actually happened, and trying to make me look bad, or an allopathic defense where you instigated it, or an altruistic effect where I'm doing it for you, transformative effect that society kind of accepts this. So it is very uncommon for all of a sudden for that to start shifting during that time, because it is during the calm phase and everything is relatively calm. This, of course, is when the victim wants to engage in treatment. But beyond that, the ability to kind of quote unquote, for lack of a better phrase, win people over, family, friends, the law. I mean, the very ability to do that is part and parcel of that calm, charming phase where it looks like the victim is, just fabricating this.
And is victim blaming a characteristic?
Yes, like I said, I mean, to blame the victim, that one of the defenses are the allopathic defense comes along with victim blaming. That's what sense you're doing. I'm blaming you for what you made me do.
Okay. And is there record evidence that you reviewed that correlates with Mr. Depp engaging in this type of behavior?
So I think for a lot of the issues seen, the big precipitant was going to be the need for sobriety. Coming back to that severe
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I think he's trying to explain it. Thank you. Please continue.
The severe substance use disorder, and many of their arguments, but what I reviewed in the record, stemmed
I don't even know,
around
Maria,
Ms.
if he's
Heard's
like even
desire
talking
for
about what he
Mr. Depp
thinks
to
of Johnny based on
maintain
the trials
sobriety.
we watched thus far.
And
It's like he's literally just
what was
kind of
happening. So as a
reciting
result,
parts of
she was blamed
psychology/psychiatry
for,
book.
bothering
This is what
him
narcissistic disorder
in a
means,
way he didn't
behavior.
want to be bothered,
Debbie's questioning narcissists
and
or psychopaths
that
stuff.
triggered what
And
was
he's just
going
like
on.
reading all of these
Are you familiar with the term
descriptions.
gaslighting?
or saying them by
I'm familiar
heart,
with the term
reciting
gaslighting.
them,
Okay,
and then like
what, if
attributing
any,
them to Johnny. I mean, it's a little bit
gaslighting,
simplistic.
is consistent
Lawyers,
with
you
intimate
could
partner
have saved
violence
a
and
lot
the
of
risk
money.
factors.
Well,
So
Amber
again, when
Heard
you
could have saved a lot of
start
money. She
being
just
able
read
to be-
a psychiatry
when a
book out
person
loud
starts
instead of
to be
inviting
able to
him.
be manipulative
Because basically
and
what he's
charming,
doing, yeah, Amanda,
you start to
exactly.
be able
It's like
to
he's literally
win
giving us
people
psychiatry
over,
101
and especially when you see someone who's
class,
a victim
and is charging
who is
$1,000
essentially
an hour.
vulnerable, emotionally labile, okay? You see that person, and then you see this calm demeanor in front of you who is very charming, very engaging, very personable, and then all of a sudden it starts looking
I
like
wonder
the
why he
victim
never
is just
he never says anything about the fact
essentially
that
losing
what
it.
I felt, but I'm no doctor. Obviously,
i.e.
this is
they
also
make- they're
something
being gaslighted.
kind of annoying. How
Is there
like,
examples
he's allowed
where
to
an
speak
intimate
because he
partner,
studied and he has
violent
degree.
perpetrator,
But I don't
claims
have a
that
degree in
the victim
psychology,
is
so
the
I'm not allowed
person
to
who's
speak in the court of
actually
law. But still,
committing the
emotions.
abuse?
We all have emotions. Even
Yeah, oh yes.
professionals
How
have
common
them.
is that?
Now,
That's very common. Again, that's part of the.
what
that
I
is
noticed
very
in
common in the
Johnny's
occurrence
in
of
those
the
tapes and
like
recordings, even when he was
honeymoon
drunk or
phase
high or
and the
upset.
calm period of the abuse cycle.
Even when he was slamming those
kitchen
kitchen
where the victim, where they shifting the blame or
cupboards.
anything along that line. That's
He was
very
never
common. That
aggressive.
happens.
And
His
you indicated
demeanor
that you
was
reviewed some
never
audio
evil.
tapes
It was
in this
never
case, correct?
aggressive.
Yes.
And what, if
His
any,
voice
evidence
is
did
always,
you review
there's
there
always
that
something very
correlates
passive
with
about him.
Mr.
There's
Depp
always something very
attempting to claim that Amber was
protective
the
of
one?
himself.
Well, I think that was
about
what
his
was
demeanor.
said.
I
that
never once
Amber,
felt in any of those recordings
was the abuse.
or
Objection, Your
heard
Honor.
or saw anything that
I
would
don't understand
portray
the objection.
Johnny as
What record
this
evidence?
aggressive, testosterone,
Thank you.
crazy,
Please
mad,
continue.
physical violator.
So
Never.
that claiming
Her,
that Amber
I heard her as a
was,
physical.
the
I heard
abuser
in
in
her
this
voice
particular
and in some of the
scenario.
recordings
And what
evil.
What I will
in her
reiterate
voice.
again
I didn't hear it
is
in
that
his.
one,
my
victims are imperfect.
5 cents,
and
my
two,
opinion on this.
It
as
is
a
not
non
uncommon in the
specialist,
context
obviously.
of being a victim.
But as
when
a human
you know
being.
that person
Allegedly.
is about to proceed or relapsing to a substance or going to a substance and anticipating what's going to happen, that you anticipate the next mood and start initiating self-defense. But by and large,
Yeah, Mandeep, I agree. When he said,
That's not what's
"Don't
going
tell me
on
how
here.
it feels to be punched and
By
hurt,"
and
like
large,
it sounded so sad
Mr.
and
Depp.
sincere. I agree.
behavior
Objection, Your Honor.
was consistent.
There's an objection.
Kuroyoto says, I
sorry.
think
I'll sustain
Johnny
the
being
objection.
calm
Okay.
made Amber even
All right,
angrier
we can move on to the
because
next
she
one.
wanted
Is
his
prior
attention
victimhood of
whenever he
abuse
wanted to have a break
risk
from her,
factor
says
for intimate
Kuroyoto.
partner violence?
Yes.
And what,
So-
go ahead.
There is something known as intergenerational theory of
Mariam,
violence.
psychology
which
101
is
class, but he
basically
doesn't
along
even
the
know what
line
gaslighting
of,
is.
Observation, imitation, reinforcement.
Deepak says,
you
Doc didn't
observe
know
a
what
behavior
the
that
term
occurred in
gaslighting
childhood.
was. Are his
You
cognitive skill
imitate
sets
it when you
slipping?
see that there's no significant negative consequences, but you do get the positive consequence of maintaining control of a situation, solving the conflict in your way, if you would. So that theory is, interestingly, it applies to not only the victims, I'm sorry, not only the perpetrators, but also the victims, because there are many victims who grow up in a house of abuse that are not abused, but they're the victims of abuse.
What are the warning signs of intimate partner violence?
So warning signs would be increasing the tension, escalations of tension. So that's when you start seeing, hey, partners getting angry, okay, starting to break down the communication, starting to engage in verbal, nonverbal threats. Victim concedes due to this tension, and that leads you to the actual acts. So these acts progressively build, and then they occur.
He's such a simplistic explanation of these instances. I can't
have
believe.
You seen in intimate partner violence about apologies and promises?
So again, the apology is part and parcel of the honeymoon phase, and promises are part and parcel of the honeymoon phase. And
it's like the starlet trying to recite Madonna's songs.
They want to believe their spouse is going to be faithful to this, and as part of the abuse cycle, it ends up, as I should say, in the calming cycle. Like I said, the victim tries to get some help to try to resolve this.
This is very Bernie Sanders.
The tension buildup phase where something bothers them. So again,
it's like a weird mix.
Bothering someone about substance abuse. It can be bothering someone about finance. It could be bothering something about your career.
Exactly.
Anything is liable
Escalation
to
of
build
tension.
up tension.
Like when Johnny wanted to leave during their argument, and Amber threw a temper tantrum and threatened things would get worse for him. Exactly.
So what, if any, record evidence did you review that reflected Mr. Depp engaging in these warning signs, including the apologies and the promises?
I think that was almost routine, that after it was all said and done, that he would apologize for letting this monster out, letting this anger out, almost routinely. And there's very well record evidence of that, starting as early on in the marriage, in therapy for Ms. Heard. So that's very common and very much occurred.
He looks like Sam the Eagle
what happened
from the Muppets a little bit.
And
Jesus
the
says,
other
what are the
part
dark
of this
triad
is, again,
online classes
when
going
you can
on?
recognize that when you're sober, even short-lived sobriety, when you could recognize
we're getting ready for him to fall apart.
Things are better, things are happening better, life is better, then even that should show you that, hey, there's an issue here. There are issues here that when I don't use,
Kuroyoro, I mean, do I feel
resolved.
for the jury? You feel for the jury. I mean,
the jury has
Spiegel.
some intelligence. I'm going to now move to the Goldwater Rule. Can you explain the Goldwater Rule, please?
So the Goldwater Rule is when Senator Goldwater was running for presidency, and I'm going to be honest with you, I think it was in the late 60s when he was, early 70s, because I was too young to even follow politics then, so please don't quote me on exactly when it was. But basically what's happening is clinicians, psychiatrists were making these quote-unquote armchair diagnosis from their homes or offices because they saw this person on TV, the way they acted, and were asked to comment about what they think their diagnoses are. And therefore, it was felt that that should not be done by professionals in these public settings.
Does it have any applicability here?
Yeah, he's a spring chicken.
No.
Objection.
He wanted to tell us he was way too young back in the day. Look how perky and young he looks now.
He was explaining what the Goldwater
You
Rule
want to
was.
approach?
Yeah, you approach about Goldwater, whatever. Oh my God, what a mess. What the hell is he talking about? Pure nonsense. They're paying for this? $1,000 an hour, Jesus, they're paying him, allegedly. Like he's doing now. T-Pal, you meant him or me? Him, I guess. How old is this dude? if he was too young in the 60s. You do the math. Let's say he was 10 years old in the 60s. So now he would be 70 years old by he's 58. Okay, then he was really young in the 60s. Lily Bonfi says he's 59. Yvonne says, and the jurors are getting $15 a day to sit through this. I feel for them. What? I had no clue. The jury is getting $15 a day? Why? Because it's their duty. It's jury duty, right? What the hell? Why
Dr.
$15?
Spiegel, do you remember the question?
Should be $15 an hour at least.
Does the old
minimum
water
wage.
rule have any applicability
California.
here to your
not in
testimony
California.
and your conclusions and opinions?
No, it does not.
And
For
why?
multiple reasons. One, the basics of expert witness testimony would almost be thrown away if you are not allowed to base things.
Yeah, so it's your
on
duty, jury
what
duty.
you
$15 a day.
evaluated
That's a
of an
joke. I would tell them,
individual,
you
what
know
you've read
what?
about an
Shove those
individual.
$15
So
where the
I'm not
sun
allowed
where
to
the sun don't
comment
shine.
on
Because that's
records
embarrassing.
or
What am I supposed to do with those
charts
freaking
or
$15?
information that I look at expert witness
Can't even
testimony
pay a cab
can't be
to go back
done.
home with that money.
But more specifically for this case,
Keep your money.
in the
What an
Golden Word rule,
embarrassment.
the pure
That's it.
version of
That
it was
is like
the
laughing in your
armchair
face.
diagnosis of watching someone on TV. Just, you don't make a diagnosis. More recently, I think
$15
that's
a
even
day.
more recent. We've had examples of that. So you don't make diagnoses like that. This is not the case here, because like I said to you at the beginning, I have reviewed a lot of professionals and their evaluations and their
No, they're not
treatment
keeping the
course,
jury locked. The jury can go back home.
video
every day.
deposition, picture deposition, court
this case.
filings, emails. I mean, I reviewed a whole lot of things that directly describe Mr. Depp and his behavior. So I'm not commenting on a public opinion.
They brought
and
him
I
in
have
to
absolutely
take attention
no
away from the actual matter,
knowledge
says Jesus.
of what's in Mr. Depp's
Caboose
history.
Juice says he's trying too hard.
If I was just doing that, it would be
to
like
feed his own
watching a
ego.
movie. That's not relevant here.
And in fact, I think you testified earlier, you invited Mr. Depp to.
Oh,
And
yeah.
they need to endure this,
Give it
Ellen
again.
says. And no
Objection
wonder that the
needed.
jury's just falling asleep. Honey, if they paid me $15 a day, I would also be
to
like,
be
bitch,
fair,
I would sleep.
for an evaluation, for my own direct evaluation. Again, I was offered twice that I can do an evaluation of Mr. Depp
T-Pal says, him
directly.
says, this is not the
and both
case
times,
here.
Mr.
Not doing
Depp and
that.
or his lawyers
Goldwater rule,
decided
liar,
that that wasn't going to
says
happen.
T-Pal.
Okay.
Toyota
And
says
in fact, the court
maybe
did
they
not
were
require
out
Mr.
of
Depp
evidence,
to.
No, and the court did not
so they
require
thought
Mr. Depp
experts
to
would
undergo
support this case.
this evaluation.
Gloria says,
Okay.
I will be very
Dr.
interested
Spiegel,
in the
these
interviews of the
opinions that you
jurors
have
after this
offered
trial.
here,
Are
do
the
you hold
jurors
them to within a
allowed
reasonable
to give
degree of
interviews
medical and
after the
psychiatric
trial?
probability or
Or
certainty?
are they bound to
Absolutely.
secrecy for
Thank
the
you.
rest of their lives?
Cross-examination?
Oh, finally.
Thank you, Mr.
Rip him
Anderson.
apart. Cross-examination, here we go.
Sir, I'm Wayne Dennison. We haven't met. But let me ask you, let's start with what you finished with.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Let's start with what you finished with. You understand that the court was twice asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court ruled on them, right? I don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had a motion to them, right?
No, when Ms. Heard's lawyers moved for them and asked for them and did not get them. Isn't that right, sir?
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding of was that you all did not want him to undergo one. They petitioned for it. The court said no. Yes, that's what my understanding of it was.
The court said no to ordering Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Right, that's what I said. The court did not require it, right?
And there was one that was ordered, in fact, right?
There was.
All right.
He wants to say the court ordered Amber Heard's psychological appraisal, not Johnny's botch. What botch code are we looking at here?
All right, so the last thing you talked about was the Goldwater rule.
Yes, sir.
Been around for almost 50 years, right?
Yeah, I'm 59. That sounds about right.
Yeah, and it's been around as a result of a presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
And who has that rule? What organization maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of?
Association that I'm a member of, yes.
Yeah. Aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so, and this is an ethical rule, right?
It is an ethical rule. Yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes, they're guidelines.
Mm-hmm. And you know that over time, the American Psychiatric Association has amended the rule so it's not just about diagnoses, but it's also about professional opinions.
Could you be more specific, say, about professional opinion in regard to what?
Well, let me read this and see if you're familiar with it. It is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual based on publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the
what
rule,
we've been
right?
saying all this
If
time.
you're reading it directly, I will believe you.
Okay.
Oh, you will you? You're
However,
unethical.
a diagnosis is not required for an opinion to be professional. So my question is, it's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again, I'll reiterate that would come down to essentially nullifying witness testimony, expert witness testimony, without a direct evaluation. And as we know, it didn't happen. But regardless of that, the whole expert witness testimony thing would be basically rendered null and void.
The rule, in fact, contemplates that issue, doesn't it, sir?
Again, I'm just telling you the answer to the question. When you're reading me those statements, I'm telling you the response by the other side, who publishes also, is that if that was the case, there could be no expert witness testimony in the courtroom.
Psychiatrists are ethically prohibited from evaluating individuals without permission or other authorization.
Look at Camille looking at him.
Such as a court
Camille is
order.
like,
that's the rule, right?
Again, if you're reading that, then I have to believe you're not misrepresenting it. And I would come back to, again, then this whole thing on we might as well get rid of all the expert witnesses we've had throughout all of time for court proceedings, because what you're saying is unless a court orders it, and that's what you just said, or the APA said, then therefore expert witnesses cannot do an evaluation based on an observation of the medical records. Insurance companies cannot do evaluations solely based on medical records where their doctors rendering professional opinions. So at the end of the day, you are essentially saying that unless someone has directly evaluated it, this whole medical system we have, this whole legal system we have is null and void.
I'm not saying.
No, yes, you are, sir. No, you are.
Well, give me a second, and I'll give you more than a second. What I'm saying and what I am reading to you is a rule by your organization that takes into account that there could be court orders that would permit the exact kind of evaluation that you say I'm eliminating.
And I think we're going in circles, because I think I just said
No, we're
that
not.
means expert
You're going
witness
in circles.
testimony would not be allowed, and the branch of forensic psychiatry would be especially hindered. And we know the branch of forensic psychiatry does not prohibit that. So I am a member of the APA. That doesn't necessarily mean every single thing they put in there, everybody has to uncategorically agree with, because clearly that's not the case.
Did you agree in your deposition that the professional opinions you rendered were inconsistent with the Goldwater rule?
My first place, if we're saying that if the Goldwater rule says, and I very much said that during deposition, that the Goldwater rule
I'm not going to fall. I'm not going to fall.
Presidents and public figures such as that. But regardless of that, because that's what it was made for. It's not made for Hollywood. But I'll even take that Mr. Depp's a public figure. What I'm saying to you is that the Goldwater rule is saying we cannot do any expert witness testimony in our field. That is exactly what the Goldwater rule is saying based on exactly what you read. And I'm just telling you what you are saying that rule encompasses.
What I'm asking you, sir, is did you comply with the ethical requirements of the APA when rendering the professional opinions?
Did he just get a lip injection while the camera was off of him?
It is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA. Secondarily,
so the answer is no.
Secondarily.
Anger management
again,
issues much?
In order to
Doctor?
We wasted our whole morning because there was an expert witness before me. There's an expert witness.
Somebody is
everyone brought
moody
it.
for a
So
psychiatrist.
all I'm saying to you, that means the whole field of medical legal law is
Somebody's
corrupt
losing,
and unethical
their
for engaging
nerve.
in an act that the APA clearly says we should not do. So if you're saying that, then the answer is yes, I'm agreeing with that statement.
You're agreeing that the APA would deem your testimony and your professional opinions rendered unethical.
I'm saying you are saying that I'm an expert witness. I'm saying as an expert witness, and
I'm an
as
expert witness.
That guideline is permitting that from occurring. I would say then that the whole field of expert witness testimony, again, would be disavowed by what you are quoting in the Goldwater rule, and we know that's not the case, because if it was, we would not be allowed to do it.
And you said the rule was for presidents, right? And
that was initially for presidents, yes.
And the name of the rule came from that. But the rule says it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual. That's right, sir. It's not just presidents, it's not public figures, it's individuals.
Funny, it was named after according to your logic, if you don't put something in the title, it's not true. That's what you told me this morning, I believe, at my intimate partner violence. So what I would say to you then, sir, is that if you say this about an individual, again, any court would have to render an expert witness testimony invalid. Any doctor that reviews charts would have to render it
so it's
invalid.
cutting him out because Sam the Eagle is
go on the list of docs that do not see or interview patients directly, and that's a violation. So basically, you are saying that unless you do a direct clinical evaluation, then all of the field of forensic psychiatry and all of managed care is doing an unethical violation because we are not seeing the presence. We deny patients medications all the time without seeing them. We deny patients treatments, unfortunately, without seeing them. And I'm on the receiving end of that. So the answer to your question, again, unless you are saying to me that all of this is unethical, which is what you are saying, this is how I'm interpreting what you are saying to me, that unless you do the evaluation directly yourself, therefore, it cannot be considered ethical. And I'm telling you how that's applicable to not just expert law, but also managed care, and applicable to multiple branches of medicine. Hospital duration of hospitalization stay, they get evaluated. So tell me where you want me to end this.
Well, why don't we talk about what you just testified to, because I didn't ask you anything about that. I asked you whether, under this rubric, under this principle of medical ethics, have you acted unethically? Yes or no?
No. As an expert witness, I have not acted unethically. And if you want the jury to believe that expert witnesses are unethical, then I guess that's for them to decide.
Yes or no,
for them
sir.
to decide.
You said no. Let's go to the next question.
Okay.
Right?
Ciao.
Psychiatric diagnosis occurs in the context of an evaluation based on thorough history-taking, examination, and where applicable, collated or collateral information. You'll agree with that?
I believe I said that earlier, yes.
Yeah. And it's a departure from the methods of the profession to render an opinion without an examination and without conducting an evaluation in accordance with the standards of psychiatric practice, correct?
Well, again, by the way, for the record, intimate partner violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that. Substance usage by themselves is not a psychiatric diagnosis. If you want to cut to the chase, psychiatry is not a diagnosis of that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. Ergo, I am basically commenting on the things that were brought to me, which are not diagnosis. But an evaluation, if I was going to treat a patient or anyone here, those are the steps I would take.
We, I think, started with the notion that this rule applies broader than diagnoses. It applies to professional opinions.
I believe you just
rendered
quoted
professional opinions relative to narcissistic personality traits, haven't you, sir? Relative to Mr. Depp.
Again, I believe you just commented on what it takes to do in a psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis. I'm almost certain that's what you said. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you didn't say that, but I'm sure you did. And therefore, what I'm saying is neither IPV nor substance usage, nor narcissistic personality traits a psychiatric diagnosis. And then under the rubric of expert witness testimony, you are saying I acted unethically under the rubric of expert witness testimony. So if you, sir, would like to proceed that expert witnesses are unethical, based on that, I am not going to sit here and disagree with you and waste everyone's time. I think it's fairly obvious. So thank you. Go ahead. These were your words. I'm just saying them back how they're interpreted.
Okay. Let's start with the easy question then. Maybe we can.
That was pretty easy. Go ahead.
All right, Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the questions.
Okay. Sorry about that. Getting into
Okay, the judge is
just
telling
answer the
him,
question.
you're being too sassy.
You are not rendering
about time she
any
did that.
diagnosis whatsoever of Mr. Depp today or ever.
No, I probably would say to you that certainly I would not say narcissistic personality, I would say traits. Certainly from what I have read, intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. So the answer is no for that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. The answer is no. But if you want to tell me that substance use disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes.
But that wasn't an issue, was it? Whether Mr. Depp used substances? I mean, you said you've gone through the record. That wasn't really an issue at this trial. He's said it from day one.
Oh, so you're saying he's already admitted to the diagnosis?
He's already admitted to the use of the substances.
Well, again, there's a difference between admitting to substance use and substance use disorder.
Let's go back to what you just said about narcissistic personality traits.
Yes.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a DSM-5 diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
Diagnostic personality, and you haven't testified that Mr. Depp has narcissistic personality disorder, have you?
I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm going to say he has traits which are characteristics of provisional diagnosis of, it's a provisional diagnosis of probably narcissistic personality disorder. But yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
Well, but when you say provisional diagnosis, you know the DSM-5 requires, in order to find that diagnosis, 5 of the 9 factors. Mm-hmm. And you haven't done that analysis. You've never made that diagnosis. You've just identified certain factors
that are criteria for the diagnosis.
Right. But you need 5 of 9 to get to the diagnosis. You've already told us that you didn't make a diagnosis. You're just identifying traits, correct?
I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis, yes.
Right. And did you testify in deposition that the existence of traits, as opposed to the disorder, doesn't have a correlation with IPV?
If I said traits do not have a correlation with the, if that's what I said, and I don't remember saying that, but that wouldn't be a correct thing. Narcissism has a correlation with the diagnosis. Yes, that part's true.
All right, how far are we going to back this up? Because there's a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder, right?
Yes, sir.
And that one is tied, has some correlation with IPV, right?
Narcissism has correlation with IPV. Again, sir, you're not allowing me to answer. You're splitting hairs. You're splitting hairs between the traits that are consistent with, which all I'm commenting on is behaviors and traits that are consistent with the diagnosis and Mr. Depp. Narcissism absolutely has risk factors associated with IPV.
Let's go back again, and maybe we can focus on the question I ask you, and we can get an answer that's addressed to that question. Narcissistic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV, yes or no?
Yes.
And you previously testified that there is no literature at which you are currently aware that the mere presence of narcissistic traits is a risk factor for IPV.
Am I answering the question?
Yes.
That's incorrect.
You didn't testify that.
Cluster B traits, which narcissistic personality disorder is part of, is a huge risk factor for intimate partner violence, which include, cluster B traits include narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, amongst others. So the answer to the question is every resource on intimate partner violence will support that cluster B traits, where narcissistic personality falls under, is a risk factor for intimate partner violence.
Any single trait is a risk factor for IPV.
Again, I will repeat, cluster B traits. I didn't say any trait. I said cluster. No,
let me be more precise then.
Okay.
Any
He's totally backtracking,
trait in and of itself is a risk factor.
Johnny is like
for IPV.
But you are mischaracterizing what I said. What I said, I'm pretty sure I said cluster. If you look at all the intimate partner violence literature, and it would behoove you to do so, you will see that cluster B traits, I didn't say narcissistic per se, cluster B traits, where narcissistic personality disorder is part of, are risk factors for intimate partner violence, part and parcel, uniformly true. And I'm not sure, the thing I don't understand is I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry, because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the questions.
Okay.
the judge is calling him out.
So you want to talk about
again.
cluster B, so let's do that for a minute. Borderline personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
As part of cluster B traits, yes.
Histrionic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
Less so.
But it
less so. It's good. Less so. I mean, it's a risk factor, but less so. Yes. Yeah. Less so. Significantly less so.
All right. So, which traits under narcissistic? Before I move on there, there's only been one diagnosis in court of personality disorders, correct?
I'm not sure who you're referring to. Are you referring to Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurt? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Do you understand that there was a medical examination done of Ms. Hurt?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand that the testimony was ultimately that Ms. Hurd suffers from 2 personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurd or Mr. Depp. So that's all I was asking you.
Yes or no to my question.
Which was there's only one diagnosis of, Ms. Hurd was diagnosed with that.
Yeah, and both of the diagnoses.
And he doesn't want to say with what.
And both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both those cluster B things are. I'm not allowed to comment on the testing, so therefore, all I can say is.
Oh, that's you're not allowed to.
Cluster B traits, and I'll tell you what they are. And by the way, I testified this before, which was.
Well, he's not allowed to comment on that because that would be detrimental to Amber.
Victims. 2, absolutely, there were cluster B traits Ms. Hurd had. Absolutely, Ms. Hurd had.
Given that you've testified to it before, let's move on to a new question.
Okay.
All right. You indicated, in your opinion today, that you thought, well, why don't we move a little differently? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American Medical Association is relative to doing clinical diagnoses about individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations under that rubric, right?
I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's rule?
You're saying the AMA is ruling under the rubric of not doing eval with someone you did not see, and I'm questioning, I'm asking, so you are talking about expert witness testimony?
No, I'm talking about, do you know the rule?
I'm not a member of the AMA, so I don't read the rule.
We can move on. You don't know the rule. All right.
Oh, no,
You rendered
he's
an
laughing
opinion
at him.
about Mr. Depp's purported cognitive
his ego is going to
impairment.
be very bruised that the whole
Yes.
courtroom laughed.
What do you use as a baseline?
A baseline for processing speed?
Yeah, for analyzing Mr. Depp before you watched
Debbie
his
says,
deposition.
yeah, not a member of the AMA. Kicked
What
out,
is a
probably.
baseline for that? I mean, I guess my baseline would probably be how I've seen him interact in public. How I've seen him interact with others. I've seen him interact in media. I've seen him interact and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials. His process speed was not slow.
At deposition, didn't you say that what you did was compare Mr. Depp's performance in lots of pirate movies against his deposition testimony here?
What I said was I've seen Mr. Depp do apology ads. I remember he did apology ad.
Why
with
didn't
Bad
the lawyer
Dog, no
push
delay in
more on the
process
fact
speed.
that
I've
the only
seen
one
him
diagnosed
interact
with
the
personality
media
disorder
regarding to that.
was Amber
I saw
Heard?
no delay in processing speed.
And
All I'm
according
saying-
to-
Let me ask you about pirates.
His
though.
theory, like, if you're
You
diagnosed with that,
compared
you might be
pirates
prone to
the
becoming violent
to the
in a
depositions
relationship.
given in
Then
this
I
case.
apologize for
Push
what I
that
said.
more.
Then I misspoke.
You misspoke. You didn't make the comparison.
Right now, just a second ago? Just a second ago, I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize, I misspoke.
Okay. Because you know you can't compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But you can, but as an aside, you can judge someone's processing speed at any time. Like I'm judging yours right now, you're judging mine. We all judge processing speed as a baseline because of what we know about each other. I would say your processing speed right now is not slow. So, I mean, we're judging processing speed. I'm just saying to you.
Yeah. But no, any of Mr. Depp's other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he wasn't in movies.
Right. But
Stuff is
Willy
slow,
Wonka doesn't
but
matter to you.
whatever's in that Gatorade bottle is speed, baby.
You see him in that movie,
Allegedly.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? Did you look at that one when you were comparing his processing speed?
Oh, yeah. Oh my God, the mouth.
Is that, do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened, whatever it was about. No, I did not.
All right.
And you know all those movies and names of TV shows?
You made a very kind admission, I think, early on in your deposition.
What was that?
You're not claiming to be a better actor than Mr. Depp. That's correct, isn't it?
Your Honor, I have to
100%.
answer that?
All right. But with respect to acting, you know that actors actually
He's a
rehearse
robot.
for their parts and work on
The bot just went into tilt.
diction, timing of their dialogue as part of that rehearsal.
If you say that, I'm not an actor, so I don't know what goes on. I can't tell you. I have no idea what goes on in acting.
Okay, but you don't know enough about acting to know whether actors rehearse?
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an actor does.
Okay.
Cha, this is intense, Cha.
During your deposition, what were the circumstances under which you decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
I'm just going to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot in your deposition. Why?
Oh, I think. Okay. So I think it was in the context. I think it was in the. You probably should read the context of it. 'Cause I think the context was, and I'm trying to think back. Okay. And what I thought it was related to was if you're coming to some deposition. Okay. And again, I'm thinking back. So you have it in front of you. I don't.
So I'm thinking back where he's coming in from Europe for a deposition, video deposition that he gave, and he took an overnight the night before. And what I think I said was that if you're going to do a major thing toward a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before. All right. So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words, so I mean he's an idiot, are mistranscribed?
No, I'm sure, again, if I said it in that, if you're just reading one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. But again, you have it in front of you, I don't.
Yeah. Is idiot a professional opinion?
I wasn't rendering a professional opinion.
Yeah.
No.
Is it a psychiatric opinion?
That follows the Goldwater rule.
How does it follow the?
Oh, you just said that I'm not rendering a professional opinion. I just said idiot. That's not a.
No, so idiot is not a professional opinion. Mm-hmm. Is it your practice to describe people as idiots?
My practice to describe people. In my practice? No, I don't describe people my clinical cases as idiots or patients as idiots or victims as idiots. No, sir.
But you sat for a deposition in this case and described the plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
You gave me 9 hours of deposition, and if I said the word idiot, it was an idiot in planning. It wasn't making him an idiot. I don't know Mr. Depp's IQ. I don't know his overall functioning. So therefore, if I said it, it was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
All right. So you did say you don't know his overall functioning, but you made some testimony today as to some evaluations you made relative to his functioning. You would agree with me that it's probably a good idea to think about the questions that are asked you in a court proceeding before answering them.
Am I allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. So what I meant by function, what I said by functioning, I believe that his agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now, would not have a job.
You're not an actor.
I believe the thing was in terms of
or are
walking
you
out of treatment for substance rehab that his doctor is prescribing for him. So if you're asking me if that's an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
I'm trying to understand how you got to this notion of cognitive decline. And I thought it was based at least in part on the manner in which he testified.
I'm sorry, what?
On the manner in which he testified.
On the manner, I'm sorry, I'm not being difficult, I can't hear, I'm sorry, on what?
I was asking you about the cognitive decline testimony that you made.
Yes.
And it was my
Maybe, Doc,
understanding that at least
you have
a portion
cognitive
of that
decline.
testimony that you rendered was that you derived some evidence of cognitive decline from the way Mr. Depp testified.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what I said, yes.
Right. And so all I'm asking you is, don't you think it's a good idea when you're in the middle of a court proceeding to answer questions carefully?
Again, professionally, we diagnose patients with a neurocog disorder by gross evaluation all the time with cognitive. On the thought that, again, age normal controls. I'm just saying, age normative controls does not put a 58-year-old gentleman at that processing. That's all I'm saying. That's all I said.
And you derived this without ever once talking to the man.
Me directly talking to him. Because we know how I derived it. So you're talking
You
about
ain't
me
your
directly
patient.
talking
That's
to him?
right,
Yeah,
Jack.
You never talked. No, I've never talked to him.
Right.
I'm itching.
And
Don't do this at home. I use a pointy thing to not destroy the makeup, so I just press.
Well, you did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
To not scratch off.
And you understand that the entirety of Dr. Blaustein's medical records are 12 pages of handwritten notes.
The important part was what I said. For me, as an example of cognition, which I'm trying to prove, which is what you asked me, the important part was what I said. And that was irrefutable.
The important part is that he gave the mini mental status exam?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk about the mini mental status exam.
Mini mental, like mini me,
scale,
mini
right?
me.
Yes.
From Austin Powers.
And it's an exam that basically is most often used for what, Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of testing?
It's an exam that tests cognition in all psychiatric illnesses, not just Alzheimer's. It was made for dementia, for Alzheimer's, but is the standard, has been the standard for testing cognition in all psychiatric illness, substance use disorders included.
Mini mental evaluation.
Okay. Now,
oh my God, you guys.
There is an element of that exam.
It's a mini mental evaluation.
Drawing, correct?
Evaluates just one part of your mind.
You don't know what drawing Mr. Depp did, or whether the drawing should have been fully scored.
T-Pal says mini mental. You know, like when he gives, to those involuntary lockup patients before he throws away the keys.
Know what score Mr. Depp received on the exam?
I was very specific. I know.
I did not watch the new Mike Myers Netflix show. Jennifer Saunders is in it. I gotta check it out.
Not remembering 5 minutes. And
mini mental, megapint,
right?
The vocabulary of the trial, Amanda.
All right. Memory on the exam. Out of the 30 points, what's it worth? 3. 3, right? Memory is 3 out of those 30.
Yeah, memory is 3. Okay. But again, the memory section in and of itself tests memory. That's the only question that tests memory, only section that actually tests memory.
So the memory section tests memory. It's the only section you testified about. And for all you know, that with respect to the exam that you're relying on, Mr. Depp scored 27 out of 30.
And that would be telling, though, cognitive, if you scored 27 out of 30 and you missed 3 points on memory. That would be very telling.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had been up all night the night before.
Again, you wouldn't expect to not recall any words at 3 minutes unless there's a cognitive issue.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was high.
And again, now that's, again, now that could affect memory, but I'm not refuting that. I'm not refuting that at all. He could have been high, he could have been drunk, he could have been using cocaine, and that would absolutely affect his memory, which is what I said. Yes, you're right.
So ultimately, you have no idea what state Mr. Depp was in at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
Short of what you just said about drugs and alcohol, okay, there shouldn't be a reason why a 58-year-old also with strokes and other neurocognitive conditions, but short of that, there shouldn't be a really good reason why someone at that age shouldn't come up with at least one. But an answer.
But wait a minute, you started that question with short of drugs and alcohol and spent 35 minutes talking about his use of drugs and alcohol. Isn't that right?
Oh, I'm agreeing. I thought I agreed with you. I think I agreed. I said that drugs and alcohol can absolutely affect cognition. I'm not sure. Yeah, I agree, but I'm not sure if that's a problem. I agree with you on that.
All right. So you don't know one way or the other how he scored on the exam. You don't know whether he was at the time on drugs and alcohol, but you're going to rely on it in your testimony to say that he's cognitively impaired.
Which is what we do in clinical medicine, sir.
Okay. You rely
thanks,
on tests.
Jesus. Yeah, guys, sorry, I'm like so busy watching this. I'm like, subscribe.
You don't know.
Let's reach 1,000 subbies
of the test,
so we can move on with the channel and get some really cool new stuff in. Thank you so much for subscribing,
but
you guys.
Rely on it anyway.
Again, if we had to know every test, when people get the mini mental state exam, we have no idea clinically if they are high, wasted, stoned, stroke. We have no idea. So if you're going to say that, that means everybody needs a drug test before they do a mini mental study, and that's not the standard of care. And I think you know that. So
let's talk a little bit about this word you kept using, correlation. You know the word, right?
Yes.
Correlation and causation aren't the same thing, are they, sir?
No, they're not the same thing.
No. How are they different?
Correlation is consistent with causation, means direct link.
Can you say that again? You were so fast I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry about that. Correlation is a risk for something happening. Causation is a direct link.
Right. So just because something's correlated doesn't mean it's going to happen.
100%.
Right.
100%.
Like lung cancer, for instance. Smoking is very highly correlated with lung cancer, right?
Yeah, and there's certainly a link to lung cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all smokers get lung cancer.
Not all smokers do. No one, like I said, no one fits the curve perfectly.
Right. And you made repeated testimony to all of us. All of us do this. All of us do that.
Mm-hmm.
Your
do
suggestion about all of us is you're just looking at the world as a sample and not at any particular individual, correct?
What I'm looking at is that I'm not talking about an individual, how they can or cannot be resistant. What I'm saying is invariably, when you use substances, this is going to happen. Now, is there a 0.05% chance that someone who does, absolutely there is. But is that medical degree of certainty? Absolutely not.
A 0.05% chance of what, sir?
Of eventually developing symptoms. If you're using excessively, eventually you're going to develop symptoms.
All right. But risk factors tell us nothing about any one particular individual, do they, sir?
No, again, risk factors tell us nothing except that if they have it, they're at a higher likelihood of developing it. That's what it tells us.
But you did a whole litany of risk factors relative to IPV.
Yes.
Right. And none of those risk factors tell us anything specifically about an individual.
Other than they're at higher risk. Right.
Right. So someone could have every single risk factor for IPV and never commit IPV, right?
It would be, again, if you're going to say a medical degree of probability, the answer is they will. But if you're saying uniformly, the answer is no.
Right. IPV can occur without substance abuse?
Oh, sure.
Someone can abuse substances without ever perpetrating IPV?
Again, absolutely. But, again, you are saying different than what I said. I did not say abusing substance. I said substance use disorder. Those are two different things, because there are surely people who use substances that do not engage in any violence, do not become psychotic, nothing at all. So
and that's
absolutely
equally true of people who have substance abuse disorder. There are certainly people who have substance abuse disorder who don't commit IPV, correct?
They are saying people who have substance use disorders, the majority of them, over 50% do. So over 50% do. So that's medical.
The answer is yes.
As you said, not everyone who smokes gets lung cancer.
So there are significant numbers of people. You said it was over 50. So you'd say 40% of the people who have substance abuse disorder don't commit IPV?
And those are the ones that do not have IPV risk factors, though, right? So we're talking about people
wait a minute.
who don't.
Isn't substance abuse disorder and IPV risk factors?
Oh, yeah. These are other people that don't have other risk factors, right?
Right. But again, we're talking about people in general. You don't know anything about any particular individual as to whether anybody's going to commit IPV.
If statistics follow through, all we can say is more than 50%, 70% will. If you combine more risk factors you have, the more likely you're going to develop the illness. If you smoke cigarettes once, that might not correlate to lung cancer. If you smoke it chronically, that might.
Right,
so that's all I'm
we're
saying.
talking about individuals here. You either have lung cancer or you don't, right?
If you're smoking. Right.
You either commit IPV or you didn't.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you either did or you didn't, yes.
Right. So you took some issue with me because I was asking about substance abuse generally, and you wanted me to talk about the disorder. I asked you earlier about narcissistic personality disorder, and you haven't made that diagnosis. You've just talked about the traits, right?
Yes.
And somebody can have these narcissistic personality traits and substance abuse disorder and never commit IPV, right?
So, along that line,
Right.
about 80 to 90% of people who commit IPV have a personality disorder. So the answer is less than about 10% obviously do not.
Right. There are more close links with IPV for borderline personality disorder than narcissistic personality disorder, correct, sir?
I'm not going to agree with that.
No?
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you, there are absolute. If you're asking me if there are links, the answer is absolutely. If you're saying to me more, I can show studies say yes, show studies say that. That has not been absolutely definitively correlated. No.
No.
Absolutely not.
Johnny is looking at him. Looking. And the lawyer next to Johnny's laughing and stealing
MDMA.
candy.
What is it?
Ecstasy.
Yeah. And what's the normal dosage of ecstasy for people who use ecstasy?
Again, I couldn't tell you the quote unquote normal dose because honestly speaking, no one knows what they're getting when they're using it, right? It's not regulated, so.
But the effects of ecstasy enhance sense of well-being?
At low doses, the answer is yes. I'm going to gather when you're using it at higher doses and develop tolerance, you develop the sympathomimetic effects, which are not so enhanced well-being.
Increased extroversion, that's a symptom?
Again, at low dose, you are 100% right. At low amounts, you are 100% right. It is an entactogen. We feel closer to people. That's what people who use it say. They feel close to people, warm to people, 100%. But with continual use and higher doses, it could be fatal.
Right.
So that's not well-being. I don't know if I call that well-being.
So continued use at higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
What if you took 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA?
What if you took again, you don't know what it's very hard to say that. You don't know what it's, what's the word I'm looking for? Contaminated with, okay? You can't just say, hey, let me just take 8 to 10 pure ecstasy and see what happens. That's not gonna happen. So what I would say to you, again, because substance abuse are unpredictable, they are not regulated, no one knows what they're going to. No one absolutely has any idea whether it's going to cause this empathic entactogen effect at very low doses, or is it going to cause the sympathomimetic, increase, it's like a stimulant, like cocaine and something we talked about like that. No one knows what's going to happen. It's not regulated. And no one knows if you're using with other
Mr.
substances
Philip
either.
Badelas says he couldn't be any more see-through. Where did they find him? Craigslist?
Or if you mix it with alcohol.
Or if you mix it with alcohol. No one knows if it's going to be potentially worse.
Right, but this is a potentially lethal combination, 8 to 10 MDMA tablets and alcohol.
This is a potentially toxic combination.
Right.
Can it kill you? Yeah, I mean, it is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own finger on MDMA?
Have I ever heard of it?
Yeah.
No, I can only give you one example.
I hadn't seen that one before. Okay. So, Seroquel. That one puts you to sleep, right?
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is yes.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Depp talking about sometimes being on the nod, right?
And again, I think I explained Seroquel very well this morning.
Good. I'm going to ask him a few more questions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. You kept making references to street value. Why were you doing that?
Because that's why people with substance use disorder use quetiapine and Seroquel.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
That's why people who use quetiapine or Seroquel can it sells on the street because it's so barbiturate-like in effect.
Right, but you said that Mr. Depp had a prescription.
There are many substance use disorder patients who have prescriptions for Adderall and quetiapine from their doctor, and that doesn't mean they're not getting high out of it. That doesn't take much. Doctors like to believe what patients have to say. They're not going to go in there being expert witness testimony.
I think with an I.
All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use disorder, it is not uncommon. And the thought was initially that because quetiapine was not addicting, that it's safe to give in people with substance use disorders, when in fact, we absolutely know it has street value. We absolutely know that for a fact.
Right, but my point about this is you made a bunch of testimony about street value, but you knew at the time you made the testimony that Mr. Depp, in fact, had a prescription.
He also had a prescription for oxycodone and roxicodone. Does that count? Because that's also probably not a good thing. It's just because you have a prescription doesn't mean that.
Mr. Depp would agree with you it wasn't a good thing.
Just because you have a prescription doesn't mean you can't abuse it.
No, I'm not suggesting you're abusing it. I'm just wondering why your testimony was in any way tied to street value when every single drug you referenced, Mr. Depp had legally.
Again, you can have prescription substance abuse, and we know that, correct?
That's not what he's saying, though.
We can have prescription substance use disorders, and that's not uncommon if you look at the opiate epidemic that we're living in right now. We can have that. That's not an uncommon thing. Unfortunate, but uncommon. Not uncommon.
So, Seroquel, I think you described as a sleeping agent when used off-label?
When I saw what?
Sleeping agent, Seroquel, when used off-label?
When used off-label, it's used.
Why would Johnny need to sell drugs on the streets, as Jack?
Right. So, Mr. Depp's use of Seroquel could account for some of the photos we saw in this trial, where he's asleep in a chair.
Again, what I would say to you is that if you have a substance use disorder, you are using it to be knocked out. Yes, I agree, but I'm not sure at the end of the day if you have vomitus over you either, because I've never seen Seroquel do that.
Or for bipolar disorder.
So when he was passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never seen Seroquel do that ever.
Neurontin is another one of the drugs you testified about. That one's also prescribed, right?
Yes, it is.
And what's the prescription for that?
What's it used for? And what's its indication, or what's its use?
What's its indication?
I mean, its indication is for seizures. It may have one pain indication. Again, I'm not a neurologist, so I can't tell you exactly if it does.
I don't think it's a street drug.
But it's chronically used off-label for pain. It's used off-label for anxiety.
Right. And what's its effect? That's another one that'll put you to sleep, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, sure, 100%.
Right. And you made reference to a picture. There's been testimony around that picture that Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand. That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
Okay.
Well, it wasn't. It was ice cream, darling.
You talked about the fact that Mr. Depp indicates that from time to time he uses an earpiece.
I read that, yes.
Okay. Did you read the testimony of Mr. Wyatt, who told you what was being pumped into that earpiece?
Catherine, the other witness? Look at her flirting.
Right. I mean, I think it was lines, right?
The witness that's coming in later?
No, it was music.
It was music, not his line?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's in the front row
if Mr.
talking
Depp
away
was
with
listening
Amber's
to
sister.
music rather than being fed his lines,
I think,
does that change your opinion as to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was, but read he was, and that may have been that example. Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the question is, were you having the music
to Amber's sister, but
during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
Well, you know, if you can do two things at once, that's a pretty high cognitive function, isn't it, sir?
You know, it's a very good point, actually. Divided attention is something humans have a lot of trouble in. Yeah. So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on the, using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention, humans actually are not very good at. I'll put that out there.
But Mr.
In general, not just Mr. Depp, in general.
But Mr. Depp is pretty good at acting. You acknowledged that early on.
Absolutely. Well, better than me, so I know that.
Because you don't act. In fact, you don't know about acting.
You're right. I have no idea about acting.
And you don't know how prevalent the use of earpieces are in acting.
Again, I know nothing about acting.
Irrespective of the fact you know nothing about acting, you've testified that Mr. Depp's use of an earpiece is somehow a cognitive deficit?
So if I was giving a lecture and I was fed my lines, I would think there's a cognitive deficit. So and maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe Hollywood stars get lines fed to them through earpieces all the time, and I don't know. That could be said. It sounded to me to be unusual if you're doing a movie and you don't know the lines. But like you said, I'm just judging it on what I do with lectures, and that would never happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody how to act.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I said if you gave lectures,
Say
you
what
wouldn't
now?
use an earpiece,
Say
but
who
you're
now?
not telling anybody how to act.
Right, I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But I don't know what the standard for standard as Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
Your testimony about the use of an earpiece, as maybe you were wrong. You're comfortable with the fact that you may have made a mistake there?
No, because I think in the basis of what I've read about it, I'm comfortable that I don't believe that actors are routinely given their entire script through earpieces. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, but not one whit of evidence that this ever happened here.
I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say it. I said I find it hard to believe. That's all I said.
Oh yeah, but what you found hard to believe, sir, was that every line of the script was pumped through an earpiece. Where did you ever get the idea that occurred?
That's what that's what I read in the court review, the court evidence. That's where I got it from.
Right. And you know whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So the answer is no. He does not use one now.
Oh, no, I used the past tense, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Johnny.
Again, I know nothing.
Sweetie,
I will concede to you, I know nothing about acting.
No, not him.
I will concede to you 100%.
Johnny.
If that is the standard and people are done that acting, then I apologize, and that was wrong on my part. If that's the standard, I'm wrong. I don't know.
Okay. Let's go with that. No further questions.
All right. How long is your return?
A bit. You may want to take.
All right, let's go ahead and break for lunch then, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do not do any outside research. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody, okay?
Wait, so is there going to be a redirect? Did Elaine say no more further questions? Or is there going to be a redirect? Oh my god, look at Sam the Eagle. That is a shape, honey. That is a shape.
All right. So let's come back at 1:55 then. All right. Is that fine? All right. 1:55.
All right.
So did they say there's going to be redirect? There is redirect. Okay, so after lunch. All right, so let me try to fast forward through the lunch. They're doing lunch, yeah. So what do you guys think? Okay, so it's lunch break now. Hold on. So just poured a mega pint of vodka strawberry watermelon, says Paige. This guy's a joke. Caboose Juice says that was beautiful. Okie dokie. So Maria says yes, there is, but she needs time. Chug that juice, Sam. Fiona says she said her redirect will be quite long, so they are doing lunch. I think they said yes, there will. I think the academic psychologist is an absolute effing idiot. Sunset says this was insane. Jack says excuse my French. I mean, this was would go. Like, for real. Insane. Like totally insane. I don't know what to tell you guys. I mean, this was worth staying in night court, lol. Was this really the best they could do? I don't know about, I mean, this in general, this cross interrogation is like bizarre. Because, well, it just is. I, I, I don't know. Like he could have done better. I think the thing is, it didn't go all the way. Like I would have done it shorter, more precise, more intense, more to the point. I would have done something very, very like. I think the jury got tired, and I think the lawyer lost the jury at a certain point. I mean, sure, he made some really good points. He pushed some really good factors, but it didn't. It didn't kind of like bomb the. It went well. There were moments when I perked up, and I'm just thinking like I'm probably just like the jury here. I'm meaning that my attention gets perked up. I wake up more when something interesting happens. When something less interesting happens, then I kind of ooze off. And I think the jury goes through the same. And quite frankly, towards the end of this testimony or cross, I felt like, oh, it was a bit long. It makes you tired. So I think you should have done it snappier, snappy, tighter, to the point, and move on, because I found my own attention waning, says Trina, right? Yeah, I'm telling you. So yeah, that's that. Maria says, I think for today, witnesses, they needed someone a little more aggressive. I think they should have used another lawyer. Maria said, I think for Kuriori says 4 hours left. I don't think something groundbreaking can be proven in such a short amount of time. Kuriori, we're replaying the first part of the trial. We filmed, we reacted in live, in real time to the second part of the trial. So the first part is what we missed. So we're not going to do all the 4 hours that are left. In the 4 hours that are left, they also had another witness, which was Catherine. You know, Fiona says, I think he forgot his place. It's not his role to argue back. He lost credibility with his sass too and came across badly. Paige said, it did take him a while to get to the main points. Yes. Jack says to Blonde and Chatty, so local police have had reports of attempted break-ins all around my area. They found the group that were allegedly doing it, and they have left the city, is what I was told. Oh, interesting, Jack. Well, I'm glad that they're gone. Blonde Chatty says, yeah, we need a highlights show every night, like with the football, as it's dragging on too much now. Well, there's only 3 more days to go, then it's over. Remember to subscribe to my channel, you guys. Let's reach 1,000 subscribers. It's been like pulling teeth with this channel. Getting new subscribers is like really difficult. And unfortunately, most questions weren't open-ended, and I only required yes or no answer, but the doctor kept rambling. Debbie says, I hope so, Jack, that it's over with these criminals. Paige says, and some things he did not need to reestablish, like that Johnny was using multiple drugs at once. Paige says to Zara, yeah, but then it's the examiner's job to say yes or no, please, sir, or something to that effect. Maria says, I think Johnny's lawyers underestimate today's witnesses, both of them. I think so, because they were really, really jerky, perky witnesses. Amandeep says, it was funny to see Johnny's reaction when mentioned Marlon Brando's death. Yes. Jack says, maybe this academic's career will be discredited because of this. I don't think so. White man, been in the business way too long, position of power, money. He'll be just fine. If he hasn't followed ethical guidelines by his own institution, says Jack, please, the law isn't the same for everyone, as they say in certain books. Jesus says, what career? Mr. Phil 5 says, what doctor? Blanchetti says to Jack, glad you're okay. Hopefully they will have moved on. They rarely return. I think as I had night break-in once, luckily only my garage, but the police said they don't go back. Criminals always return to the scene of the crime, they also say. And Jack says this to Jesus, unfortunately, this guy has been working successfully somehow for a long time. Baby Firefly, how's it going? When you go live over the weekend and you're on your other channel, ask everyone to come over and subscribe. That's what I do, Baby Firefly. I do it every week. And just as crazy, very true. So Paige says, Jack, that is not fun to deal with. I hope they are gone and stay gone. I agree. I hope that happens. So let me see if I can fast forward. Hold on. Let me see. I have to. It's not working from over here. All right. I'll be right back, you guys. Hold on. We have to get to the redirect. Hold your horses. Hold your turkeys. Hold your Sam the Eagles. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh. Okay. So I'm trying to figure this out with fast forwarding this crazy I guess it's a 1 hour break, lunch break. Okay. So that's faded out. I watched the entire live Saturday. It was great. I don't know how you do it, but you do. Well, thank you, Baby Firefly, all to entertain you guys. By the way, if you like the entertainment, you can obviously always drop a tip. Donations are happily accepted. They're not musts, but they do help the Fashion Bunker sustain itself. And it's been intense. Let me tell you, this past week, obviously we did live stream on a Saturday, and now this is the week of the trial, so it's every day going to go on until Thursday. I don't know. So obviously, as I said, we are looking forward to Kate Moss, coming to the stand on a Wednesday, delivering the delivery, zhuzhing the zhuzh, being the bee. But this is the last week. It's over on Thursday. I don't know if the jury is going to deliver a verdict on a Friday or if they're thinking to end court sooner on a Thursday to let the jury deliberate and let the jury come to a conclusion already on a Thursday. I'm not so sure about that. I mean, the jury might need a couple of days. What is there to do? The verdict, are they going to all meet up on let's say the jury needs time until Monday to deliver a verdict, and then on Monday they all meet up. Are they going to film everything just for 5 minutes? Because there's no more trial. So if they're going to do this next week, Kuroyoto says, Dacob, I was wondering whether there is going to be a membership on this channel. Mr. Phil Fabus says, is Kate Moss a confirmed witness? Yes, Kate Moss is a confirmed witness coming on Wednesday. Kuroyoto, for now, there is no membership planned for Totally Dacob. The membership is for my main Super Dacob channel. So that's that. If you're a member of the Super Dacob channel, you get access to everything. And tier 2 member. Closing arguments are Thursday. Debbie, I think so. Closing arguments should be Thursday. Now, if the jury needs time. Oh, thank you, Amanda Bueller says, thanks, Dacob, for all you do. Thank you so much. Maria says, I'm scared Johnny's not going to win. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. But the girl's got to eat, says Jesus. I mean, he might not win. He might not win. She might not win. They both just, this whole thing might be kind of dismissed in a weird way. And, here they are.
Yes, okay.
So, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't know if the jury's going to need a lot to deliberate, and then if they come next week with a verdict, I guess they're going to film that. It's going to last 10 minutes. What is it going to be? The judge is going to say this and that, blah, 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 blah. They come to a verdict, blah, blah, blah. Jury comes in. I guess then we're going to see the jury. Because then they're going to film the jury saying, we find the blah, 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 guilty or non-guilty. And the thing we find, blah, 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 guilty, non-guilty. And the thing we find that, blah, 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 guilty, not guilty. And then the judge is going to say, okay, well, then I give you that, I give you that, I take that, thank you, court is adjourned. It's literally a 5 to 10 minute thing. I don't know, they're probably going to transmit that live as well, because we haven't been investing all this time to not be able to see the verdict and finally to have the faces of the jury revealed. I don't know if they revealed...
Your next question, or redirect?
I don't know if they revealed the jury at that moment or if they're
Dr.
not going to
Spiegel,
reveal the jury.
You were asked about
Here
whether
comes
you were able
redirect.
to examine
Elaine
Mr. Depp. Do you
redirecting
recall those questions back and forth?
Sam the
And
Eagle.
so if I understand your testimony, you asked twice for Mr. Depp to be interviewed by you, correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And
Overruled.
And then, in addition to that, Ms. Heard requested twice of the court for Mr. Depp to be submitting to an examination of you, correct?
Yes.
And those were denied, correct?
Yes.
And now Mr. Depp is contending that it's unethical for you to provide an opinion in this case because you didn't get an opportunity to interview him. Do you think that makes sense?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding of it. yes.
Okay. Now, when counsel for Mr. Depp was reading to you the Goldwater rule, there were two words that he kind of went over pretty quickly, and I'm going to go over them again with you a little bit slower. And that was that the Goldwater rule was that you cannot make an armchair diagnosis, right?
Objection.
Based on, quote,
Okay.
publicly available records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the records that you reviewed in this case were private, were they not?
Yes.
And in fact, Dr. Blaustein's records were marked confidential, correct?
Yes.
And his deposition was marked confidential?
Yes.
Okay. And Dr. Kipper's records were all marked confidential?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And
I'll sustain.
okay, what if any labeling was there on Dr. Kipper's deposition?
All the documents I reviewed were confidential, and I also signed a confidentiality agreement, so everything I looked at was confidential.
Okay, so that in fact does not even comport, that doesn't meet the restrictions that we put.
Objection leading.
I mean, so would it be fair to
Oh,
say that
Elaine.
you have not, or have you rendered any opinions in this case as an expert witness based on publicly available records?
I have not rendered any opinion based on any publicly available records.
Thank you. Now, you were asked a number of questions about narcissistic traits and your
But
diagnosis
that's not
or
true
findings
because the
that
trial
Mr.
began. He was watching the trial.
narcissistic
That's public.
traits or
So
had that disorder. Do you
it's
recall that
misguided,
testimony?
misleading.
Yes.
All right, and the question was asked of you of the whether if you have 5 of 9 narcissistic traits. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the ones you testified before was for narcissism, it requires admiration, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, record evidence was there that Mr. Depp requires admiration?
Oh, baby
The-
Firefly, thank you so much for the
Love you,
donation.
Dacob.
people that
Thanks for
surround him
entertaining us.
need to admire him,
So
or they're
sweet,
no
thank
longer
you.
in his
We love the little
employment
bubbles
or
voice on
his,
Totally Dacob. Gonna pop
working
your
circle.
cherry.
Okay. The second one that you
Pop in a
discussed
silver
was
one.
sense of entitlement. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
All right. What record evidence
Thank you
is
so
there
much,
that
sweetie.
Mr. Depp exhibits behavior of needing a sense of entitlement?
So again,
Paige
thinking
says-
that
Paige
Ms.
says, I
Heard
think this is a waste of
was
time for both
marrying
of them,
him
just a waste of
solely for
money.
his
I also
money and his
agree.
influence, and that
Maria
that
says,
was
I've heard
the
a lawyer
case
say for sure someone
was,
is
in
going
my
to
opinion,
win.
very
It's
entitled.
not going to be
All
that
right,
both
and
are
the
guilty,
third one you
but who
discussed
knows?
was exploitative. Do you
Yvonne
recall
says no
that?
matter what the verdict
Yes.
is, Amber already
Okay,
lost in
and
the court of
what
public
is
opinion.
the
She's
record
done,
evidence
says
that
Yvonne.
Mr. Depp exhibits behavior
Mr. Philip Evans
of
says, my
that are
conspiracy theory is
exploitative?
that Johnny
Again, I
and
think the
Heard
whole
will
concept
cash
of abuse
in when
is
Netflix
exploitative.
buys the rights
Okay.
to film a
The
miniseries
fourth one
based on
was
the trial.
lacks empathy.
Maria
Do
says,
you
let's
recall
not
that?
forget.
Yes.
It's
And
a
what is the record evidence
defamation
that
trial.
Mr. Depp exhibits?
That's why I'm
lacking
scared he might
empathy?
not win.
To be
It's
able
hard to win.
to
And Jack also says
commit
this trial
intimate
is
partner
public.
violence and the control you have over
I've
someone.
had a sneaky suspicion, conspiracy theory,
Can I be heard?
just my opinion, that Johnny and Amber created all of this to become even more famous. Could you imagine if they made all of this up just to like become the most famous case, pop culture case in the world, and like after it's all done, like they come
I'm just
together
gonna ask
again
you
and they
to
make
give
movies
the
together
record
again and
evidence
they
of
remarry?
Mr. Depp's
Crazy thought. Just putting it
lacking
out there.
empathy that you know of.
Yes.
Allegedly.
Am I allowed to elaborate?
Yes, just
Okay.
just a little different than what you said before.
Okay.
Exactly, Jack. He said he
So-
rendered his opinion also on Johnny's testimony, which is public,
If
not just private.
one does, so I'll make it more direct. So if you're not agreeing with what Mr. Depp has to say, you are no longer useful. Okay, therefore, you don't really care about others for others. You care about others for your benefit. So off and on dismissing Dr. Kipper, for Dr. Kipper setting some boundaries on substance use protocol, substance detox, is an example of lacking empathy and not really caring what other people
Jack,
have
I
to
said
say.
pop culture, I didn't say criminal case. That's why
All right.
O.J. Simpson
Another one of
is
the
a different.
characteristics that you cited
That's
was
a criminal
envious.
case.
Do you
This
recall
is
that testimony?
Yes.
What is the record evidence
Civil-
that Mr. Depp
civil law.
Exhibits envy?
I think jealousy is a good start for that. I think that Ms. Heard wanting to have a career, start with that beyond what she has, and the jealousy parts of with Mr. Franco and I think others commented this week. Last week Ms. Burstyn commented about things about jealousy. So I think it's pretty apparent.
Okay. And the next one you listed was fragile self-esteem. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And what is the record evidence of Mr. Depp exhibiting that?
So fragile self-esteem would be more along the line of a cluster B trait. I should put that in. It's not necessarily the criteria for narcissism, so it's a trait. And basically what that means will be that the combination of poor self-control and rapid mood states is fragile self-esteem, fragile personality, so traits. So it would go in the line of cluster B rather than per se narcissistic.
All right. Now, we've seen Mr. Depp during this trial doodling and eating candy. What, if any,
she's going
evidence
there.
would that suggest that he has narcissistic traits?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah, I would sustain that too. Like, what the hell? We saw him being lazy, a blob.
We're asked
Elaine.
about the cluster B, and counsel for Mr. Depp came back and said, are you aware Ms. Heard has been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder? Now, you reviewed, I think you testified at the beginning, you reviewed the therapy and counseling and medical records for Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
What, if any, evidence was there that Bonnie Jacobs diagnosed Amber Heard with either borderline personality or a histrionic personality disorder?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's fair, Cross. He asked the question. That's fair. Redirect.
It's beyond the scope.
It's not overruled. Thank you.
So, I mean, if I could start,
Oh,
Ms.
Elaine,
Jacobs
I wish that
demonstrated
jacket was
no
green.
type of personality, sort of borderline or
Such a
otherwise.
missed opportunity.
And on a review of Dr. Curry's records.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I'll ask each of them separately. And you also reviewed the therapy records for Ms. Heard for Colonel Cowan, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, evidence was there at any time that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Not only did he not, he referred to Mr. Depp as a narcissist too.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed all of Don Hughes' records and her testing, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of that extensive testing and note-taking that she had found that Amber Heard had borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection leading.
What, if any?
Overruled.
None.
Okay. And you also reviewed Dr. Curry's notes and her testing, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of Dr. Curry's testing that Amber Heard had either borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
She had traits. She did not meet the full, on her own evaluation, she did not have the full endorse enough criteria to meet the criteria for borderline personality disorder and or histrionic personality disorder. She definitely had traits. She did not have the disorder by going by the strict number of criteria.
All right.
Did he
now, you
test her
mentioned in
after?
response to Mr. Depp's counsel's questions, you started to talk about battered
Our
wife
lady
syndrome.
tested her. What's her name?
What is your experience with battered wife syndrome sometimes being mistaken
'Cause
with
Amber could have
borderline personality
learned to
disorder
manipulate the test
or
more.
histrionic personality disorder?
By the time he
Objection
tested her.
compound and leading.
Overruled.
So battered wife syndrome, which is more subsyndromal or not quite PTSD, has many symptoms of PTSD. And if you hear some of them, you'll see why someone might think that. They do have reliving experiences as if feeling as if the abuse is happening, even if it's not upon reminders of the abuse, such as getting ready to use something, getting ready to use a substance or something along that line. They do have hyperarousal. They do have hypervigilance,
Dr.
which
Curry
is very
tested her
easily
years
mistaken
ago.
for the emotional reactivity
So if Dr. Curry
of
delivered
borderline
that
personality
verdict,
disorder. They do have
Amber
avoiding
then thought,
symptoms,
oh, okay, so I got to
they
answer this
avoid
way, that way, change this, change that,
emotions,
and then
activities,
if this
people,
guy
and if that can't be happening, they
evaluated
start
her after
becoming much
Dr.
more
Curry?
anxious, much more hyper aroused. They have disturbances in relationships, which clearly can be an issue. Intimacy problems, again, which could also resemble borderline personality disorder. So those description and traits that were there, A, did not meet the full criteria for borderline, and B, could readily easily be explained by battered wife syndrome, a form of PTSD.
Thank you. Now, you also indicated earlier that you reviewed the deposition of Amy Banks, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, determinations did you make based on her deposition from her meetings with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
So Dr. Banks is a professor who at Harvard, the leading institution in America for medical schools, who's an expert on intimate partner violence. She had a chance to meet them in relationship counseling.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
That's not non-responsive. I said, what, if anything, did she find?
Sustained.
All right. Tell the jury about Amy Banks, the significance of Amy Banks.
So what Dr. Banks found was that she fully believed Ms. Heard's version of what was going on.
Objection, hearsay.
I reversed those. Let me do it again. Please tell the jury.
Sustain the objection.
Please tell the jury what about the qualifications of Dr. Amy Banks. This is the one who saw both Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp.
Dr. Banks is a professor at, I don't know whether it's assistant associate professor at Harvard University Medical School, one, if not one of the two top medical schools in the world, who specialize in intimate partner violence. She is above all people who understand if someone is victim, perpetrator, because she does this, researches this for a living every day. And that's her qualifications.
Yes, even the other lady
Can I say
that
what she
saw
reported?
Then I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks indicate relating to histrionic personality disorder or borderline personality disorder for Ms. Heard?
Dr. Banks didn't mention anything about personality disorder at all. What she did mention was whom she felt gave a more accurate version of...
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
That's a credibility testimony.
I think you can testify to that.
Patty says people have been saying this trial will set back
What,
mental
if
health illness
anything,
awareness
did
back
Dr.
decades
Banks'
in terms
report
of
not
stigma.
saying what the ultimate conclusion
hope not.
was? What, if anything, did Dr. Banks say about what was reported to her by Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp and how they responded?
So Ms. Heard discussed which in trying to, again, as a victim, trying to save the relationship, discussed with
Bye,
Dr. Banks
Kuroyoru. Good night.
these accusations, these facts of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's entitled to rely on hearsay, and he's not giving what ultimately was. He's entitled to it. That's my.
You can rely on hearsay, but you just can't state the hearsay. So you can rely on it.
All right. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp do in response?
Mr. Depp said nothing. When Ms. Heard accused him of intimate partner violence, Mr. Depp said nothing.
And what is the significance
Objection,
of that?
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. And what is the significance of that?
His nose
The
is eagle
significant of that
bent
is
one
with
side, on the
objection,
other
no
side it's
foundation.
not.
Sustained.
It's bizarre, his nose. It's like two different
All right,
noses.
we'll move on. You were asked about
Eagle sound.
MDMA and what the impact could potentially be of taking 8 to 10 of these pills. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to take you to Australia 2015. You've
I
reviewed
guess they can
testimony
rely on
over
hearsay,
that,
but
right?
they
From
cannot
Mr.
state
Depp,
hearsay.
Ms. Heard,
Yes.
and a number. Okay.
Allegedly.
Were you? Do
Owen
you
Wilson
recall
knows vibes,
that
Cesarin.
Ms. Heard also said that she found dime bags of cocaine in drawers at the end of that 3 days?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1828? It's already in evidence. And if we could publish that, okay, we can. Thank you. I'm going to, this is one of the pictures that was taken in Australia, and the testimony's been that these two canvases of Ms. Heard's were painted completely over. Is that something that could be the impact of having 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA and combining that with cocaine and alcohol?
Objection, no foundation. Speculation.
The foundation's already been laid, Your Honor. That's...
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. What, if anything, if you look at the painted canvases on this one, what, if any, evidence is that reflecting behaviors indicative of taking a lot of MDMA, cocaine, and alcohol?
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
Same question. Sustained.
Elaine is like,
You testified earlier about
it's like,
property,
okay, you painted,
destruction of
somebody
property. Do you
painted the
recall
canvases
that?
black.
Yes.
Okay,
This
could
must
you
be a
tell
junkie,
the jury
right?
what,
Like, what the hell?
how that relates to the correlating factors of risk factors for IPV?
Again, destruction of property is a form of psychological abuse, psychological mistreatment. And so destruction of property is used as intimidation and as means of control.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up 1829? And this has already been admitted. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And what, if any, evidence does this reflect as correlating behavior to risk factors of IPV?
I would say that one that demonstrates a good deal of violence and psychological abuse. I think it's pretty clear that they're trying to be intimidating. I don't think.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Thank you. Please continue.
It would be
Yeah, it
people
looks
who
staged,
would
Tito.
misuse ecstasy without
too, it
coke,
looks staged.
without cocaine, are prone to agitation, suspicion, jealousy, violence. What we're seeing there would be very consistent with that presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle, can you now bring up 1830, I guess? And that's already been admitted into evidence as well, Your Honor. I'd ask that it be published. And what, if any, evidence does this correlate with behavior indicative of IPV perpetration?
Again, this
All
is
of
intimidation,
these stupid photos. I'm
psychological
sick and
abuse
tired
where
of
you're
these
solely
photos. Can
trying
I
to
just like say
emotionally.
something here?
Objection, Your Honor. Can
Sick
we
and
be heard?
tired of these. All of them. The whole lot of them showing these freaking paintings. Listen, as an artist myself, if you're out of your mind, you're not gonna. go to a mirror and create such a perfectly aesthetical sizing of words and letters, like the word on top is big, then it's a smaller word, you're changing the font. That, whatever it was that was written on the mirror, was done from an artistic perspective. It is way too artistic to be rageous or angry. It's
Dr.
so
Spiegel, if
well proportioned.
If you can answer the question, what, if any, evidence is this correlating to the risk factors for IPV perpetrators?
Like, it's nothing crazy.
Again, I think the violence comes through.
Objection, Your Honor.
Just the evidence of risk factors, if you can.
The evidence of risk factor would be accepting a more than average.
And what is so annoying,
degree
this
of
typical
violence,
thing, and that they're trying,
as
these
well
lawyers
as
should be sued.
psychological
because they're trying to
abuse.
make, like,
Okay.
you know, you're saying,
Are you aware of any
mental illness, violence, whatever is going to get so stigmatized and terrible after this
mirrors,
case.
countertops,
But
or
also
painting
artists
canvases?
are going to have it really hard
Okay.
after this
Thank
case
you,
because
Michelle, you can take that down
this
now.
just,
Now,
what this
you were
court
also asked
case
about
does is just like,
Seroquel.
it puts like a label on anything
and,
that's artistic,
some of the
and it says,
other
look, this is
prescription
crazy. Look, this is
medications.
aggressive. Look, this is potentially
Did you, during the course
abusive.
of your
I'm
review
like,
of evidence, see the lists of
art.
medications that Mr. Depp was on at one point?
Yes, I read
so now
that.
you're going to
So I'm
basically,
gonna
every
ask
time you
you
see
to
a
bring
piece
up
of art like
Defendant's
this hanging
Exhibit
in a
301.
gallery or a museum, you're going to call the artist crazy. You're going to want to lock him up.
Dr.
You're going to
Spiegel,
call this
it's not in
Sam the
evidence
Eagle
yet. I'm gonna ask you to take a look at
to
this.
go
Is
and lock
this
him
one
up.
of the
Evaluate them in a
documents that you
mini,
had
quick
that
mental
reflected,
evaluation and lock him up. Like,
the
no.
amount of
This is
medication that
setting
Mr.
a
Depp was on
terrible
as of
precedent.
October 26, 2014.
Yes.
And Delane and Co. don't care because they're
and
not artists.
This was an
They're
email
going to
from
keep
Debbie
on
Lloyd
being
to
Oompa
Dr.
Loompa
Blaustein,
lawyers
his
after
treating
this is done and
psychiatrist,
earning their
correct?
millions
Yes.
later
Okay.
on, allegedly.
Now,
while
can
the
you tell
artists
the
are going to be
jury
labeled as
that we've got
idiots.
Seroquel, 50
Morons,
mg.
crazy
Can you
people.
just
Objection,
tell-
hearsay.
Can you just tell the jury? I haven't finished asking the question yet. So.
Oh, you're done, Elaine. You're so done. There you go. You see? You see? Yeah, the judge and I together. RN. Vincent van Gogh suffered from schizophrenia. Vincent van Gogh was schizophrenic. That's really terrible example, RN. Terrible example. You took really a sick person who was also an artist. But Vincent van Gogh had schizophrenia, diagnosed schizophrenia. That's a totally different story. I'm not talking about people who are actually diagnosed a certain mental illness and are artists on top. I'm talking about any artist who now is at risk for having fingers pointed at them just because somebody who's not an artist is jealous of them and is in the mood to ruin their life. This is what I'm talking about. And this is the precedent this sets.
So can you scroll up just so I can see all of them at the same time? Thank you. So, Dr. Siegel, if someone was taking 50 milligrams of Seroquel, 25 milligrams of Seroquel, and 50 milligrams of Seroquel, and 50 all in one day, how would that impact them?
So obviously this is not for sleep because I'm presuming you're not wanting to sleep in the morning, noon, and from 4 to 6, although you're sleeping at night. What I would say is he's using it for one purpose, as I say, with substance use disorder. They're using it to calm down. They're using it just as a down and to relax. And given that you're taking 45 milligrams of Adderall a day to stay awake, and that's more than the prescribed for adults and children for that matter, the combination makes very little sense at all to me.
And if a person was taking 300 milligrams of Neurontin, I'm going to pronounce that wrong again, 4 times a day and 600 later in the day, how would that impact?
Again, you're looking at medications that are there solely for a substance use disorder patient to get them up and to calm them down. That's all this regimen is about. gabapentin doesn't have a psychiatric indication other than, actually doesn't have a psychiatric indication, although it does calm you down. And as I may have intimated before, similar to Adderall, gabapentin is also abusable. Cimetidine, Seroquel is also abusable. So you're getting these kind of unusually calming effects from these medicines, while at the same time getting what's called a super therapeutic dose or an excessive amount of Adderall.
Yeah,
And
it
for
would
the
affect
record
people
book,
differently.
adults are only indicated with Adderall for
Different
the
people
extended
differently.
release, not the immediate release preparation. And why that's relevant is the immediate release preparation is more abusable. You get more high quicker. The extended release goes out throughout the day. The immediate release gets you up right away and then down. Now in ADHD, this medicine is very effective. But for what this is being used for, clearly based on the combination, no.
All right. Do addicts lie?
Yes.
Do non-addicts lie?
All right. Now, you were asked about Mr.
What the
Depp passing
hell?
out. Do you recall reading
She's making
testimony
it sound like
of
only
Mr.
addicts
Depp
lie.
passing out in the bathroom in his vomit?
Yes.
Okay. Does that help
Do
refresh your
lawyers
recollection
lie,
of what you recall?
Elaine?
I mean, for the record book, I don't
They
think
do.
that
Are all
falling asleep
lawyers
with
addicts
ice
too,
cream on
according
you
to your
is a-
definition?
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Overruled.
Keep going.
I don't think taking Seroquel at night and falling asleep with ice cream on you is not what Seroquel is indicated for. It's not meant to put you out in a state where you don't even be able to stay awake to put ice cream away.
All right. Michelle, if you can pull up defendants 1090. It's already into evidence. If we can publish that to the jury, Your Honor. Dr. Spiegel, does this look like, would this be evidence correlating with behaviors consistent with IPV perpetrator risk factors?
This would be correlated a person who is completely knocked out, and it's usually only one way someone gets knocked out that badly, and that's with pharmacological assistance, whether it be legal or illegal. They make it to the bed. They don't sleep with their head on a game box in a furniture. That doesn't happen to people who sleep, no matter how tired you are. No matter how tired. I've been a resident.
What
in the
proof do
past,
we
and
have that he
I was up
fainted
for
there? Maybe
40,
he was
45
posing
hours.
for the
Objection
picture
beyond
for
the
fun,
scope.
and then it was used against him.
Sustained.
All right.
How do we know?
Michelle, can you pull up 1095, please?
Did the police take this picture? No. So, we have no proof.
And I'm going to ask you the same question, Dr. Spiegel. What, if anything, does this indicate relating to risk factors for IPV perpetrators?
Again, colloquially passed out, and there's very few ways to get like that without pharmacological assistance, legal or illegal, or illegal.
Blonde and
And
Chatty
let's
says,
pull
why
up
is this relevant? The jury
1094,
must be
please,
losing the
Michelle.
will to live.
Defense, and that's also been admitted.
Trina says, obviously, he has never worked a 16-hour overnight
we have
shift.
the
He
ice
can
cream
sleep
picture.
anywhere. Exactly. You get so tired.
And what, if any, indication
You
does
just fall
this
asleep anywhere.
have?
Probably could see how I could mistake that.
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
What, if any, correlation, what, if any, evidence does this indicate correlative with the risk factors for IPV perpetrators?
Again, this proves one of the major risk factors and precipitating factors for intimate partner violence.
Objection,
You are
move to strike.
All right, sustained. I'll strike it from the record. Next question.
We'll just move on.
Okay.
You were asked about earpieces. Do you recall
Yeah, Debbie,
reviewing
people also
Tracy
fall
Jacobs
asleep
and Joel
driving.
Mandel's depositions?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall them both testifying that Mr. Depp had someone on salary to feed him his lines?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've testified that you reviewed a substantial amount of evidence in this case. Did you find any evidence that Amber Heard exhibited conduct or behaviors indicative or consistent with any of the risk factors for perpetrators of IPV?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Well, it was suggested with the borderline personality.
Sustained.
Okay.
The judge told you
But you did
sustain
find
delay.
that for Mr. Depp,
Move
correct?
on.
Yes.
Okay. And did you find record evidence that Mr. Depp had a substance abuse disorder?
Severe substance use disorder.
All right. Did any of the questions asked by Mr. Depp's counsel change any of your opinions in this case?
Nothing there, no, not my opinion has not been swayed in iota.
Okay. Do you hold them all still within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spiegel.
All right, thank you. Sir, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you. All right, your next witness.
Dr.
My next
Spiegel.
witness is Catherine Arnold.
Catherine Arnold. Here goes the Karen. Did we watch this one from the beginning, or do we still have to see the beginning before we? Oh, a little heel.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm
A nude heel. Navy dress and black jacket. This was torture to watch, but I think we missed the beginning. Blanchard says the jury will need direction
Right,
from
yes,
the
ma'am.
judge
Thank you.
before
Will
considering
you
their
please
verdict.
state your name
Surely,
for the
as we
record?
are going round and round.
Catherine Arnold. All right. And what is your profession?
I am a entertainment industry consultant, and I also serve as an expert witness.
Okay. And can you please tell the jury your educational background?
Well, now we know what she's
Yes.
here for.
So I've been in the entertainment industry for over 20 plus years. I started as an assistant at ICM, which is one of the largest talent agencies
No, her
in Los
shoes were
Angeles that
nude.
represents
They weren't
actors,
black,
writers, and
Blanchard.
directors. And I worked with the talent agent.
Oh, we
there.
watched this? All
And
right,
then I
guys.
also worked
Good,
at William
we're done.
Morris,
Let me turn
for William
this,
Morris as a script reader. So I was working on scripts that they were delivered and
Experts.
submitted to.
Off. Okay, so quickly, first of all, RN, when it comes to Van Gogh, we're going to have to re-look at that. Obviously, a man does not cut his own ear if he is sane of mind or without any mental pain. So the schizophrenia, you say new studies reveal that he wasn't schizophrenic. I'm going to have to look into that. I do not know of that study. So I might have to redact my statement. Anyway, that's for Van Gogh. So, and black shoes not nude. I saw nude. I don't know what's wrong with me then. Oh no, can't we watch something else? I don't want to stream to the end. LOL. No, that's that. It's the end because I got a live stream tomorrow again. And thank you so much for tuning in, for joining me for this really insane roller coaster ride. We watched the end first, and then we watched the beginning. Don't forget to subscribe. Oh God, it's like pulling teeth today. We're literally at 889 subscribers. Okay, so it's moving very slowly today, but better than nothing. You know, fine. We're gonna make it to the finish line sooner or later. It's probably going to be later than sooner. Thank you, Michelle Crawford. Thank you so much. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Jack, our mods. Baby Firefly, thanks, Dacob. We'll tune in tomorrow. Fun watching with you. Oh, guys, yes, 111 subbies left, and then we're at 1,000. Yay. What time tomorrow? Okay, Yvonne, you guys, I know you always ask me what time tomorrow, and I know you need to know the time because you need to schedule your lives, obviously, and I completely understand that, but I cannot commit to a time because it's super... Listen, Wednesday, when Kate Moss takes the stand, you best believe, come hell or high water, I'm going to be there from the get-go, like really early in the morning. I'm going to start because I don't want to miss Kate Moss. So Wednesday, when the trial begins, I'll be there. Tomorrow, I still have this issue pending with Chanel that I got to solve that started today, the reason for which I was late today. Anyway, you're going to hear all about it on Saturday in the main show. My Chanel shenanigans. So tomorrow I have to solve a couple of things. I have to run some errands. So I might not be back in time to start the live stream when the court case begins. That's the problem. And that's why I cannot commit to a time for tomorrow. But I will be live streaming. Now, today we went through the entire day. we started where, when I started live streaming, we started live streaming the court case wherever it was live as it was happening in real time. And then when it ended, we rewinded the whole thing and then we began from the beginning. And so, in fact, it's a little bit discombobulated. We watched the second witness first and the first witness second. So that's what we did today. My apologies, but at least we got to spend some time together. That's that. Blonde and chatty? No teaser. That's what the bell is for, says Trina. You get there when you get there, right, Trina? Yes, exactly. Thank you, Dacob. Love this is Gloria. I love it too. This is a lot of fun. I'm kind of sad that it's ending this week because I mean it's a great bonding moment and it's also televised and we're allowed to share it and stream it. It's not one of those copywritten movies that you can't just like do on YouTube and watch all together because they would strike you. You can't show copywritten material, but this is public domain. This lawsuit. So obviously we're allowed to live stream it and comment it on it together as it's happening. So that's also really cool. And yeah. So what? Okay, I don't understand what's going on. RN says, Dacob, I would recommend lectures by Claude Czernuski on Van Gogh. He is super knowledgeable on him. Thank you for the tip, RN. And no worries, notification bell is on, says Yvonne. And okay, but that already happened. Okay, this is not happening in real time. It happened, so it would be a rewatch. Okay, well, let's get to that later. So that's what the bell is for. We watched the 3 and 2 witnesses. No, Maria says we watched the 3 and 2 witnesses. Oh, there was another witness? We missed a witness? Cha. Oh, we didn't begin at the beginning? Sorry. Oh no. Okay, so we missed the first witness. Cha, I can't anymore. I'm done with it. We're done. I can't go through the first witness. So let's see. Listen, we did 2. It's already enough. They were both crazy AF, and you know what I mean. Cha. We wait for the notification, and I'm also going to post it on Instagram. And we will find another thing soon, says Debbie. So speaking of the other thing soon, apparently this Monday, today, I'm losing my voice, the government has had a hearing on UFOs. That could be something we could listen to together. But it already happened today, I guess, or last week Monday or today Monday. And Maria says there was another guy that Camille did cross. Was she good? Did Camille roast the person? Gavin is asking how many times, if any, has Zendaya pooped in the bed. I don't know if Zendaya ever did. Yes, the first one. Elaine is too much, says RN. Woo, love sci-fi. Just, oh yes, says Debbie. All right then maybe we could do the UFO stuff later after this whole trial situation is over. And that's that. I mean, I hope to see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be here in time to begin. But whatever we catch of the trial tomorrow. And who knows? Maybe like Kate Moss is already going to jump in at the end of the day tomorrow. If she does, we'll catch that. And otherwise, Wednesday is the Katie day. Thank you again so much for sticking with me through this trial and tribulation. Have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, morning, night, depending where you are. I'm going to go and eat some more. And then I'm going to take a little nap. And then I'm going to edit. And then I'm going to do social media. And then I'm going to keep working. Eating, sleeping, working is all I do. All right, you guys. Until tomorrow, never forget to never give up on love. Love you all. Bye.